Wildcats Big 12 champion Will Howard.
So excited to announce Kansas City Sports Network's new soccer channel. They're taking advantage of a look that they utilized earlier in the game to show the jet sweep motion.
It's a live edition of the KC Laboratory presented by Emprise.
You kind of root for guys to have those moments, and that was certainly a big moment.
Welcome into Mizzou, That's Who, your podcast from Missouri Athletics here on KC Sports Network.
Welcome, everybody, to the Border War podcast.
Welcome back. Another episode, Ain't No Season podcast.
You are listening to KC Sports Network, proudly presented by Emprise Bank.
And we're off with night number 2 of the KCSN draft coverage. What's up, everybody? Ken Swanson, Craig Stout, Matthew Lane here for day 2 of the 2023 NFL draft in Kansas City. We are at No Other Pub in Power and Light, having a great time. It's an absolutely wonderful scene out here. Awesome. It's really busy. It's packed. It's been great to catch up with some people that popped over. Craig Stout, how we feeling today, buddy?
We're feeling good. It was a good night last night. I thought Kansas City repped really, really well. Just everybody gushing about how smooth that all went, outside of the people that did not like the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl 2.5 months ago and wanted to bring the trophies on stage. Anyway, I'm good. Tonight's going to be a good night again. Day 2 is my favorite day of the draft. It absolutely is, Maddie.
I mean, yeah, it's arguably the most fun day of the draft. You have more action. Stuff comes a little bit quicker. You're going to get 2 picks in this time at minimum for most teams versus just the one. So, it's the most fun night. You're still going to know a lot of these players if you just even adjacently follow college football or if you've paid attention to the drafts. This is the most fun day. It starts a little earlier, which is nice. I mean, you don't have to wait as long. So, good day. It sounds like Kansas City really showed out for the draft yesterday. It looks like it's raining outside or about to right now, so maybe the draft will be a little calmer down there for anyone going down to it today. But, I mean, everything went well. Everything was good yesterday. I'm glad the city put on really well for the draft. And I said it yesterday. I said it again today. I love the way that the Chiefs are embracing the heel aspect of the NFL. Even Clark Hunt's in on it. I guess it's perfect.
Yeah. They're just rolling out there. They're throwing 3 Super Bowl trophies on the stage.
3 times.
The 3 times Super Bowl champions.
2 with the walkout. I mean, that's it. That's the walkout. Dude,
Clark was so hyped to be out there. He was enjoying that.
Thank you, Grayson. Appreciate
Craig
you, buddy.
Craig is great. Just a reminder for everybody, if you didn't watch our coverage last night, we are trying to raise money for the Therese Paylor Scholarship through Power Mizzou. This will help go towards a scholarship program for Mizzou journalism. We have a raffle that's running every $10 donation, Venmo, Zeffy. You can even use the super chat to make donations. It's going towards this benefit raffle. We got all kinds of great prizes that you can potentially win: the Nick Bolton jersey, the Drew Lock signed full-sized helmet, Royals prize package, Frank Clark signed football, Travis Kelce signed full-sized helmet, Derek Johnson signed jersey, Chris Jones signed cleats and jersey. So all the money goes towards those. And look, we are at $6,300 today.
Holy cow.
It is not even the end of the weekend. Our goal is $7,500. At this point, we raised it up a little bit, and so we're $1,200 away from that goal. So we'd appreciate any support that you can give towards that. That would mean a lot. We're trying to just continue to raise money to continue the legacy of our friend Therese Paylor.
Hey, can I win that DJ jersey, by the way?
Can't you just ask your best buddy?
I think you could probably, since you are on a texting, talk about each other's family basis now with Derek Johnson.
They're on talking during vacations level. So
no, I just want to win that.
You just want to win?
I just want to win something.
Okay.
Well, you're doing great, buddy.
Thanks. You want a hug?
If you wouldn't mind hitting that like button, hit that subscribe button. It helps us grow the channel, helps grow KC Sports Network. It's going to help people find our day 2 draft coverage. We're going to be here for every single pick of the 2023 NFL draft. We were here all day yesterday. We are going to be covering every single pick tonight. Before we kind of get into day 2, let's just think back a little bit about day 3. You always have a little bit of time to reflect. You have a little bit of time to watch some tape. Overall thoughts on first round, the more you think about it, man, 20-30 just went so bad for the Chiefs. And you kind of consume more information. It doesn't seem like Brett Veach really had a ton of options to trade back or trade up, I'm sorry. into the first round any farther. There was limited opportunities, but a lot of good football players went off the board between 20 and 30.
I mean, yeah. So the pick for the Chiefs there at 31, it just seems like they were kind of in a tough spot, right? Going from 20 to 30, you had 4 wide receivers, followed by 2 teams trading up, a team trading back and taking still the guy they wanted, followed directly by 4 defensive linemen. Those are kind of all positions or all spots the Chiefs maybe could have used a different player. You get to their pick at the end. I think it's very reasonable to say that they are taking the best player left on their board at pick 31. They took very clearly their best player available that's left. That also doesn't mean like that was somebody that they were targeting as of a pick 20. They very easily could have had. And if you listen to Brett Veach, it sounded like he was kind of saying, yeah, we had other guys that we had ranked a little bit higher, and they all went off the board. And that's, it seems like that range of 20 to 30 was where they lost a lot of guys they could have been targeting. So they were left with looking at their board, addressing it, and going with what they felt was the best process, which was taking the guy they had graded the highest.
Yeah, and speaking of that guy, high ceiling individual.
Wait, who is it?
Hey, Felix Anudike-Uzomah.
Not bad.
Thank you. But guy with a super high ceiling, bendy rusher, plenty of explosion. We watched more tape last night. My opinion of him has not changed in that regard. This guy has a super high ceiling, can be a 3-down defensive lineman. I think that you see a lot of times, even in some of these highlights, he needs to use his hands a little bit better, maybe play with a little more body control a little bit. It's stuff that you trust Joe Cullen and Steve Spagnuolo to fix, though. I don't think that I saw anything on tape that is not fixable. And hearing Andy Reid and Brett Veach come out and say, hey, listen, Joe Cullen loves this guy. That's what you need to know right there, because the highs are ultra high, super high ceiling. If Joe Cullen's sitting there coming off a year when he gave Colin Saunders his best year, Mike Dana his best year, George Karlaftis transition, that back half of the year was a lot better. You're telling me you're going to give him a guy with the sort of athletic traits, the bend, the burst that a guy like Felix has? On board, completely on board with it. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's the way to go about it. Is there's a lot of ceiling there. There's a lot of projectable traits in his game, and that is there. There is clear ankle flexion and bend to run around the arc. There is clear explosion off the line of scrimmage. There's also some difficulties holding up in the run game. There is a lot of balance and body control issues where he gets a little off balance. He's just kind of crashing into blockers with his chest and his shoulders a lot. There are things that need to be developed and worked on. So I came back away after watching about 7 or 8 more games over the past day and a half, past day now. I came away thinking he might be a little bit farther away than initially thought, just because there is a lot of technical stuff that might need to be cleaned up. But the ultimate end game, the ceiling of what he has is really high. He's not a double, though. I think kind of at the time of the pick, we were thinking a little bit more of like a double, but watching back, really looking, he's a little bit more of a high risk, high reward kind of pick, and that's fine. It's just a little bit different than I think what the thought process was initially when the pick came through and the Chiefs' general plan the past couple drafts.
I think if you hear the way that Chiefs kind of talked about him in the press conferences too, it does feel like they've spent a lot more time talking about the projectable traits necessarily than what he's already put on tape. And some of that's probably because he lined up, inside the tackle a lot.
Oh, man.
At K-State. They play him inside that shade, and there's not a ton of true reps lining up on the outside shade of the tackle, and so getting to see some of those opportunities, you've seen him make some plays in those opportunities, but they definitely spent more time speaking on the projection and the traits than they did necessarily the complete package or the complete finished product or what he is now. They talked about, hey, like we like the effort, we like the ability to play the run, the willingness to play the run.
Yeah.
And
the football character's ultra high on this guy. I think that's the other part of this. Yes, he's not coming out as a completely polished product, but you just watch him play the game. You have zero doubt that he's going to take the effort level, everything he's going to take to it. There's no question in my mind that Joe Cullen's going to sit down. Maybe if there's a vet presence in that room, he's going to sit down and work with him. He's going to soak it up like a sponge. It feels like that kind of guy that is really going to take to all of that. So to that point, I think that's why you speak about the traits so much, because it's not about the right now. It's about where he's going to step next. And I think that they believe so much in the football character, the effort, the motor, that every part of that translates to learning and developing as a player, that you can start to talk about all those traits.
You know something I found interesting from Brett Veach's kind of comments after the pick when he did his presser and stuff, and it actually doesn't have as much to do with Felix as it did Joe Cullen. They specifically mentioned that he's one of the kind of coach that likes to take as many players as the scouts will give him during this draft process and study them all, and then he wants to give his feedback on all those players. It wasn't just, oh yeah, he's going to take the 5 guys we hand him and go through that. They said he wants to see as many guys as they will let him and then give his comments. So very clearly, I think it was set up as this is a guy that Joe Cullen believes that he can coach, a guy that Joe Cullen and Steve Spagnuolo are pretty high on, and they believe that they can work with his traits. They believe that they can get the hand technique to be where it is, to get him to play under more control, to get him to stay on his feet. And when you start doing those things, now you can really show off that bend, the ankle flexion. You can show off the explosion. And now you're not just waiting, in an entire game for a couple flashes, but you're getting a consistent performer throughout the entire game. And it sounds like Joe Cullen was a fan of his. It sounds like the Chiefs had him as one of their better players, if not their best player left. That's the point they got. It wasn't a strong draft class. Him being the best player at the end of round 1 and not a strong draft class sounds about right. That seems about roughly what we are looking at here. You can't be upset at the Chiefs for not being able to find a trade partner up, for not being able to find a trade partner back, and for not reaching for a different position. I think it's perfectly reasonable what happened.
I think, we were talking about, hey, we feel comfortable. We feel good at pick 20. Everything there wasn't great opportunities for them. There just wasn't.
They would have had to trade to pick 19.
Yeah.
We talked about this
last
night.
I think that's what we've learned. I think that's exactly what we've learned over the last, day is they weren't going to get an opportunity, a viable opportunity. And again, maybe the teams in the teams really didn't want to move back either.
Yeah. That's a long way to come back.
That's the thing. It's if you're shut out of the 20s, I don't know if you have a ton of great options to get up to 18.
I know. You have to pay a premium there.
Possibly.
You have to pay a king's ransom. And in a draft class that's maybe not as strong as some others, paying a king's ransom to go up and get a player, that's worse. That's not a situation you want to be in either. So I respect the process. I like what they did. They take a guy that's got a high ceiling. I'm on board.
Yeah, I'm good with the pick. And positional value wise, I think it's a smart strategy to continue to just invest in the defensive line.
Yep.
We talked about how that offensive line on the offensive line the offensive line is going to have some continuity for a while. A couple more years at minimum with Creed Humphrey and with Lucas Niang and with Trey Smith all under contract for the next 2 seasons. Yeah, for sure. You've got Joe Thuney under contract. And you've got Juwan Taylor signed. The Chiefs for the next 2 years can roll out the same exact offensive line and have that kind of continuity that you want. And now you look at the defensive line and you're saying, okay, well, let's say Chris Jones gets an extension. So you've got him. You've got, George Karlaftis. You've got Felix Anudike-Uzomah now, all in the mix. That's a good that's a good place to start.
And we'll see what happens today, too.
Yeah.
They may add to it a little bit more. I think that this is maybe where we're going to see some of the interior guys start to go here in day 2. I think we might see a mini run on that. I think that I don't think they're done adding to the defensive line.
Yeah, they still don't have a lot of defensive tackle depth. They don't have starters. Derek Nottie was brought back for another 1-year deal, but they don't have some defensive linemen right now. So I think that's a route that you got to heavily consider. There still needs to be some competition. If you listen to Brett Veach's pre-draft presser, still going to be some competition to be brought in at right tackle. So these are some positions that we have to anticipate getting some kind of run here soon. The tight end class was mentioned as very good. Only 1 tight end goes off the board in round 1. Still got a lot of talent there and at corner. So we're going into day 2. There's a couple positions that the Chiefs, I think, will probably be looking at. We talked about in the trenches. Tight end seems like another good spot. Do you see any other positions you guys think they'll definitely be targeting on day 2, or do you think we kind of covered them there?
I think that if corner falls in a way that, you just can't pass up a guy. Let's say Cam Smith's available at 63 somehow. We get all the way to the end of round 2 and Cam Smith's still there. You take a guy like that. I realize that you are well suited for that position right now, and I get why maybe you chose a Felix over a Joey Porter Jr. yesterday, but you turn around, take Cam Smith at 63. That is incredible value at that standpoint. So you're very, very happy in that scenario. But yeah, realistically, it's tackle, it's defensive line, wide receiver, tight end. I think that those are the positions that you're going to see the Chiefs maybe target. I don't know, running back, maybe at the end of day
So-
2 today. I could maybe see them add a guy.
Maybe, maybe. The running back position, there's some good players there, no doubt.
Yeah.
I just think, and if you're continuing to try to hit singles and doubles, there are some players that are justifiable, in those spots. I would still like to see the Chiefs address different positions of higher positional value, but I do think the board's pretty open. I do think that there is a ethos of best player available. I do think that that's something that they are holding themselves to a little bit here. I believe Felix Anudike-Uzomah was best player available for them on their board yesterday. And I think there are definitely places where maybe there's a tiebreaker that can help you deviate a little bit away from that. Just because of the position, but I do think that they're trying to just continue to stack good football players around Patrick Mahomes.
Who has a better rookie year, George Karlaftis or FAU, and who's the better prospect? I think George Karlaftis had the higher floor. I think that we can all say that. I probably even would have said that last night, before we watched all that extra tape.
Yes.
I still would have believed that. Felix has a much higher ceiling as a pass rusher. I do think as a pass rusher, because that ankle flexion is a true defined trait.
Yeah, it's hard because it depends on what you want. Because George has a rare level of power that Felix is never going to have.
That's true.
And then Felix is going to have this rare level of bend that George is never going to have. So are you somebody that's going to believe in the potential of the bendy edge rusher off the edge around the arc, or are you going to believe in George Karlaftis, the power rusher? I would generally agree. George Karlaftis, definitely a better floor, maybe a little bit lower of a ceiling, but just purely as a prospect going in, I think George was farther along. He was still a really good athlete on his own, and I think the gap between his floor and FAU's, between their floors, a lot higher and skewed in his favor versus the ceilings being skewed in FAU's.
And we might be in a position with Felix Anudike-Uzomah that we aren't with George Karlaftis, where there might be less need for more immediate contribution.
There should be, yeah.
And I think that's a good thing for him. There's a quality group there. We liked where the defensive end group was, heading into this.
Oh, yeah.
It's never a bad thing to invest in the defensive line.
Yeah.
But there's not as a big of a premium on him needing to be ready immediately on this team. Put him in some sub packages if he's, and maybe he's ready quicker than we think, but put him in some sub packages.
Yeah.
Let him put in his ears back. Let him play without outstanding him over. Let him rush the passer a little bit.
I had this conversation just before this with one of the KCSN subscribers back here about, the path to success for him. You don't need him to come in and play right away. George Karlaftis, you kind of did a little bit. You needed him to be an active part of the rotation. Now, all of a sudden, you look at this. You've got Charles Omenihu. You've got George Karlaftis. You've got Mike Dana. Deep room. Felix is defensive end 4, and you're looking at him from the perspective of rotate in, adjust to the game, learn under these guys.
Yeah.
That makes a ton of sense. And let's say they're not done adding to the room and they want to add another guy here, or they want to add a Frank Clark or a Carlos Dunlap there. That gives you even more runway with Felix. And that's not a bad thing. I think that people might look back on maybe year 1 in that scenario and be like, well, why did we draft that guy? This is why you take him at 31. Now you've got 5 years.
5 years.
That 5th year option matters a lot for a 21-year-old edge rusher that has a high ceiling.
Speaking of 5th-year options, and this is going to be something I think is going to make a few Chiefs fans a little sad. The 49ers have picked up Brandon Ayuk's 5th-year option. I know there was just some buzz that maybe the Chiefs could still try to make a trade for Brandon Ayuk because he was in the trade rumors, but the 49ers have picked up his 5th-year option. Doesn't mean it's completely off the table, just some 5th-year option news coming out here right before the draft starts.
Maybe part of the agreement on the trade was that the 5th-year option would get picked up.
Whoa, thanks,
Shout out Jordan
Jordan
Smith.
Shout out
We
Jordan
do
Smith.
want Big Gerv
buddy.
at 63. That is the dream right now.
Yeah.
That's another nickname that you guys started.
I don't really know if he's got like a straight up nickname. He gets called Big Gerv.
We call him Big Gerv a lot here.
And he gets called Gerv the Swerve a lot. So I don't know if that one's sticking the same way as Big Salad.
I have some breaking news from Aaron Ladd. Felix Anudike-Uzomah will be wearing number 97 for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Fine.
The old Alex Okafor.
Yeah, fine.
The old Alan Bailey.
Should have gone 9 or 0.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Is he allowed to play? Is he allowed to wear it?
He just would have to be listed as a linebacker.
Like Melvin Ingram was.
Yeah.
Hey, do us a favor if you're watching, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Leave some comments. Tell us who you want to see the Chiefs take or what positions you want to see the Chiefs address. We'd really appreciate all that support. We are here for every single pick of the 2023 NFL Draft and all picks today. Chiefs are slated to make 2 selections in this today, so that should be some fun. They did have 3. They traded one of them for a guy named Kadarius Toney.
Currently wide receiver 1.
Currently wide receiver 1 for this football team. And honestly, if we're being honest, I don't know if there's a player that is going to dethrone him as wide receiver 1 on this football team today. I don't really know. I mean, let's just throw Jalen Hyatt's not going to be a wide receiver 1. He's going to be a piece of the puzzle in the aggregate that has a trump card, has a dominant trait.
Correct. And I do think that that's what they built last year. I think we all know last year they tried to make a bigger puzzle. Now, they definitely tried to add A.J. Brown. They tried to pay Tyreek Hill. I'm not saying that they didn't view wide receiver as a major priority. They did. But at a certain point, they realized that they had to pivot away from that. Thanks, Kenny, with the Coke.
Kenny.
Tyler Scott season for that. But I do think that they are looking more as pieces of the puzzle here. Let's get a dominant trait in Jalen Hyatt. Let's get a guy maybe like a Jonathan Mingo that can play physical, play underneath a little bit more, try and get a yak guy along at some point, and just try and piece this entire room together rather than having a guy that can do it all because those guys are expensive. They are hard to acquire. Maybe you just build the room up with a lot of complementary pieces until you can find that guy that you can go get.
Okay, so what is the one dominant or just good trait or skill that you think the current wide receiver room is missing? What is the one thing that they should be looking for? And it doesn't, as I said, not a complete player, just what is the one role or trait that the room is missing?
I think that they are missing 2 traits here. I think they're missing an intermediate guy with some yak. Losing Juju in that regard hurt a lot. I don't think that they've replaced that at all. And I thought last year they needed a little more vertical juice. So a guy like Jalen Hyatt, the ability to take the top off of the defense. Right now it's MVS and Justin Watson. I understand that he's fast, but teams didn't play Justin Watson the same way that they played. Or MVS if we're being real there. But get a guy that forces teams into more 2 high structures for a legitimate reason other than Patrick Mahomes has a cannon for an arm.
So what do you think, Kent? What are they missing?
I think he nailed it. A guy that can work in between the numbers, in between the hashes, really. Have some success there to kind of pair with Travis Kelce, like we kind of talked, where Juju Smith-Schuster had a lot of success. And in that vertical stretch, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing to add some of that. I do tend to value, I think, that intermediate guy more.
I think I'm there too,
personally.
Which is wild.
Well, I just think it's. There are teams that are at times hell-bent on taking that away, and whether or not you have it, that's great. But I just want more. I want more consistency in the middle of the field and short to intermediate, and more reliability there. Because if you don't have that, nothing else matters.
But you just said the key words for me. It's reliability and consistency, and I don't care where it is, but that's what they're missing. They don't have a reliable or consistent wide receiver on the roster right now. They have talented guys that we hope can grow into something like that, right? But they don't have that. And so this is where I struggle with guys like a Hyatt, a Tyler Scott, Marvin Mims. I don't think those guys are consistent or reliable. So I understand you're adding a vertical element with all those guys that open stuff up. On 3rd and 9, when Travis Kelce's double teamed, who am I throwing to on this team? Who am I drawing up a play for? You're relying on Mahomes to just make it happen and be right every single time for it to work. I get it. There's projection and there's development of a Sky Moore who you think might get into that role. Kadarius Toney if he's healthy, but I just think that's what they're missing right now. They don't have a reliable second option to get open when you need it besides Travis Kelce. Another tight end, a wide receiver, whoever it may be, that's, I think, what they're missing the most. That doesn't mean that Jalen Hyatt at pick 50 or whatever is a bad idea. It just means that I think they're missing reliability the most.
Who would you Maddie, who would you covet of the tight ends the most?
Michael Mayer. He's the best of the entire class. But
he's going to be gone.
I think I would lean Luke Musgrave because I like the vertical stretchability. He comes with the vertical stretchability. I think he's the loosest athlete of all the tight ends left. He's a competent enough blocker that tries hard, right? So I think Luke Musgrave is the top guy for me. If they took Darnell Washington, I would get it. I would get just betting on this alien athlete size combination of Darnell Washington. But again, I want to talk about reliability. That's not him as a receiver right now. So I would go Musgrave would be my preferred guy after Michael Mayer.
Yeah, I get that. I totally understand that. But at the same time, I do like this tight end class enough to where I think the value just has to be plus. Like I just talked about with the cornerback room there, I think the value just has to be so good because you're going to be getting guys in day 3 that typically are day 2 guys, or, guys that would go earlier than that. So addressing that at 63, you have to be looking at like a Cam Smith, like, a Tucker Kraft or a Luke Musgrave in that scenario at 63. That's plus value in that scenario. So I would be okay with that sort of thing if, they don't feel comfortable with the rest of the wide receivers.
Thanks to everybody that's hanging out. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. We are on the clock.
The draft is going.
It has started. The draft is underway.
Oh, look at this. We have the best players available coming up right now with Joey Porter. Listen, Joey Porter Jr. is like the perfect Steelers pick here. His dad's a legend for them. Man. A lot of people were mocking him to the Steelers in the first round, and he's still here. If this pick isn't Joey Porter Jr., I'm honestly shocked.
Yeah. You see on the screen right now, there are people holding up Porter 55 jerseys in the stands right there. Coming away with Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr. would be a phenomenal haul for the Steelers to start off here. That would just be a terrific start to the draft.
Yeah, we're waiting to find out. Once we get wind of one of these, we will be tipping it. We are not afraid to do that. So thanks everybody that is hanging out. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Will Levis still on the board?
Did he leave? Do we know for sure if he left Kansas City? For sure?
He did, I believe.
To me, to you, does this sound correct? If you're leaving Kansas City, that probably means somebody in like the first 10 picks didn't call you and say, hey, we're about to take you, right?
Or he just doesn't want to deal with the quote-unquote embarrassment.
But what? If he's gonna go right here, I know it's the Steelers, but if somebody says, "Hey, we're trading up to get you immediately," why would you not still want to be there right now?
I don't know if he's just too embarrassed to walk across the stage with the second round. I don't get that one. I really don't. It sounds like the rest of those guys, the Brian Branch, Keon White, they're still there. They're still in attendance right now. They're waiting their turn. I know we talked about Keon White a little bit. Sounds like a dude that's just soaking all this in. Had an opportunity to come to Kansas City, is just getting to love the entire draft process. That's how I would view it as well. But I guess if you are maybe a projected top 10 pick and you fall out of the first, maybe you're just a little salty about everything and you don't really feel comfortable sticking around through some of that. Or, to Maddie's point, are we about to see like a Malik Willis style fall? Is he going to end up in the third round now all of a sudden? That would be surprising.
You had to guess right now who goes first, Will Levis or Hendon Hooker.
I don't know that I can make that prediction anymore.
I think it's still Will Levis.
The pick is in, though. I don't have it, but the pick is in.
I am monitoring for the pick as we speak.
That's a tough one.
Hey, I have the pick.
Let's go.
It is Joey Porter Jr., quarterback from Penn State.
Shocker. One of the top 15 players for us in the KCSN draft guy, Joey Porter, cornerback out of Penn State. What do you like about him, Matthew?
Probably one of the longest cornerbacks you're ever going to see, and maybe one of the most physical cornerbacks you're ever going to see. He's tall, long, physical. Perfect press man corner. You want to play him in a press man scheme, maybe a Seattle-style cover 3 where he's getting physical at the line of scrimmage, dropping straight back and moving on from there. It's a perfect fit as long as you're going to use him in a specific scheme.
Thanks for listening to KC Sports Network.
He fell a little bit just because of he's a little scheme specific. You kind of have to use him that way. He struggles in off coverage. You're probably not going to love him in any zone besides just a straight cover 3 situation. But so much talent, so much length and physicality in his game.
Smart player too. Obviously playing, as with his dad being a guy that played in the NFL at a high level for as long as he did. He's picked up on a lot of that stuff. Very, very physical. He is a Steelers player. It's one of those people that if you were looking at beforehand, you'd say, yeah, this dude's a Steeler. We really think that this dude's a Steeler. Now he falls into the second round. Great pick.
We mocked him in round 1.
We did.
At times, or, discussed him as a viable candidate for them with their first pick. they trade up and get Broderick Jones in the first round, and now getting Joey Porter Jr. here.
It's a great draft for the Steelers so far.
Great start for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who need it.
All right.
In a very difficult AFC.
Loading up on corners. Loading up on secondary.
I think we'll start seeing some corners flying off the board here.
Makes sense.
I mean, I think that's fine. Arizona's in a good position. I could see them taking a corner. I wouldn't surprise me at all. I think that makes a lot of sense for them, too.
Yeah, I mean, it would. It's that and interior offensive line and then tight end kind of seem like the positions that have the most talent readily available at the top of the room right now. I think there's maybe some defensive ends as well that we'll see come off pretty early in the first half of round 2. But I mean, I think those are the positions we're going to see the most of here to start is interior offensive line, corners, and then probably some tight ends you would assume would start coming off soon.
Yeah, you would assume that as well. I mean, we're just watching the Michael Mayer fall at this point, but
so weird.
It's so weird. Yeah, if you're a Chiefs fan, interior offensive line. Honestly, let's see the defensive ends go off the board. Let's see a little mini run on defensive ends here. You know, it kind of fell apart there. Not fell apart, but a lot of guys went off the board there at the end of round
4 in a row,
1.
5 in a row.
5 in a row there. Defensive ends. Maybe there are teams that are sitting here going, oh, crap, we thought we could catch one of these guys falling out of the end of the first round. Now you're going to start to see a little prioritization on that. I can see it. I can see it happening.
Well, it's worth monitoring these next couple picks, too. I think we're in Will Levis territory still. I think you could see that some of these teams looking to trade back and accumulate assets. I mean,
Detroit should take him.
Will Levis?
Detroit should take him.
Does he fit the culture?
Yes. Aren't all the reports about Will Levis about how hard he works, how his teammates love him? Didn't he play wasn't one of his big stories how he played through a pretty bad injury all year long?
He did.
He eats bananas by the peel. I feel like Dan Campbell would respect the hell out of that.
Now, would Dan Campbell add mayo to that heart exploding coffee order that he has?
It can't be any worse for him once he started drinking it. I mean, right? I think Will Levis actually fits in really well there. I think that'd be a great pick. Now, is he a best fit for their offense? I don't know, but Ben Johnson's probably gone as long as that offense keeps moving well anyway. So, just where do they go from there? There was a fair amount of play action coming out of them last year. Not a lot of RPOs, which I know Will Levis did run a lot of. So, I feel like he could fit there for sure. And just that gives them an option behind, I guess, to replace Jared Goff if they don't want to be that long-term answer.
And you're catching him in round 2 versus, we spent so much time on do they want to go get a guy like Anthony Richardson? Do they do all of that? And instead, now you can wait, take another guy here. I can see it.
I mean, their draft's going such a weird avenue anyway. Throwing Will Levis on top of Gibbs and Jack Campbell, that probably brings back your value aspect of a draft.
Here's what I think, and we kind of talked about this a little bit yesterday. What I think is going to happen is I think Michael Mayer is going to be a Detroit Lion here in 1 pick.
Well,
that would be so odd after trading away Hawkinson to me.
But
Hawkinson may not have been a fit, from the way that room is operating. Just from that perspective, it's not necessarily an offensive fit. It may just be, hey, we're going a different way. We're going with a little more of a grinder, a little bit more of that.
Is that Mayer even though?
I don't know if it's Mayer.
I feel like Mayer and Hawkinson are probably similar, right? So if you want to say they went Darnell Washington to just come in and block,
sure,
okay. But I don't know. I'm not saying they won't. It's just I obviously have no read on what Detroit is doing currently. So
I don't know that anybody does with the way that they're drafting.
I think they should. I think they should.
The Tennessee Titans have traded up.
Oh, is this Will Levis?
Big Willie?
The Tennessee Titans have traded up to pick number 33. This seems like it could be Will Levis.
It should be. Who else would be in contention here?
Michael Mayer?
The Titans? Yeah, okay.
I mean,
what offensive linemen are left that might be worth going here? Because their offensive line still needs work even after Skaronski.
Let's see here.
Is this it?
I don't think it's going to be a DeJuan Jones. I don't think you're going to see Osiris Torrance, Matavila.
How upset? Is Mike Vrabel trading up for a quarterback that's too afraid to go to the stage? I'm just curious. I don't know. I'm intrigued by this pick right here.
This is
boy, that'd be wild if this is
the pick is in already.
Oh yeah, they traded in immediately.
Traded in immediately.
What do we got?
Boy,
it's gonna be a tight end or a quarterback. Sorry.
If they get their quarterback,
I have the pick.
Yeah.
So the Tennessee Titans have indeed drafted quarterback Will Levis.
Let's go.
To your point, He didn't want to stick around for 2 picks.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me that the Titans didn't get him on the phone and say, "Hey, we're gonna take you," and he was just like, "Nah, I'm done." Like that's a little wild to me.
Well, it could be a little bit of distrust because he thought he was getting picked in the first round. There might be some teams that maybe he feel a little bit burned and hurt by the first round. But here's Will Levis. Here's the highlights. I think if he's drafted or if he's in last year's draft, he's the first quarterback taken. He's probably a top 10 pick in last year's draft because of the need of quarterback. He falls to pick 33 in this draft and goes to the Tennessee Titans. He makes some sense there in that offense and on that football team.
I mean, it's great to play behind Ryan Tannehill for him. I mean, that's a quarterback that he can very much kind of mimic a little bit of his play style around. You learn some stuff from Ryan Tannehill. I think it's a really good spot. I think we've gone too low on Will Levis. I obviously don't know what the whiteboard and stuff is, but his release is the best of any quarterback in this class. It's short, it's compact, and the ball comes out with a lot of fire. Like his actual release is the best out of anyone in this class. He's got a cannon for an arm. He's obviously a big athletic quarterback. I think we've got a little ahead of ourselves with trying to push him down boards right now. Obviously, if there's medicals or if there's whiteboard stuff that we're not going to know,
sure.
I just think it became too cool to dislike Will Levis, and I think this is actually a really good pick for the Titans here.
Yeah, he's going to be built to play a lot of the way that the Titans want their quarterbacks to play. Like when you think of Ryan Tannehill.
We almost comped him to Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah,
I believe we went with Carson Wentz when it was all said and done.
Oh, that's fair as well. But like the movement ability, the ability to scramble, the ability to run some guys over, that like you said, that compact release, you put him in a play action scheme with a good offensive line. They went Peter Skoronski and Will Levis here.
Oh, that's some Vrabel action right there.
That's some Vrabel action. I mean, that screams Mike Vrabel, but that's a very positive thing because Mike Vrabel's a hell of a coach. Now you're putting those two guys in there. Those are good, high-floor football players. You're going to get good production out of both of those guys. I mean, great draft.
Do you think Vrabel and the Titans jumped up ahead of Dan Campbell and the Lions?
I
really don't know. Just if we're talking about what is a Titan as a football player, as a football character, and what is a Titan and what is a Lion, I feel like there's a lot of crossover between a Mike Vrabel and Dan Campbell-led football character.
There is. If you believe Jim Irsay, maybe they were jumping in front of it. No, that was a troll. Yeah.
I don't know if it was the Lions as much as it was other teams looking to move up.
Yeah.
Could be.
And a market for teams looking to move up.
Sure.
I think that's where it sits.
Or they just wanted a quarterback, so they went and got him. Maybe there wasn't even a specific team, right? Like it's just a thought that I'm just thinking about why Will Levis fits in so good with the Titans, and a lot of it is a crossover with the Lions. That's all.
And we know that Tennessee did so much work on this quarterback class. They have been linked to pretty much every single quarterback in the class. I mean, so it makes sense that maybe they called around. They tried to see if they could trade up and get a guy that they wanted and sort of evaluated it. And, hey, shout out to Corey Peter. Everyone donate for Tourette's. Yes, please do. But it makes sense that they called around and went, oh, wow, maybe we don't need to trade up for
Have we seen the trade value yet, like the trade comp?
I don't think I've seen the trade compensation.
Another quick question.
Yet.
If you're a Titans fan, how do you feel about taking the falling Malik Willis and then taking the falling Will Levis in back-to-back drafts?
Well, I mean, Will Levis is a significantly better player than Malik
He
Willis.
is, but back-to-back years, you're taking the falling quarterback that even your team didn't like for the first round or two.
I mean, yeah, it is a little bit of a tough pill to swallow. I think that coming up on this is a lot easier.
I have the Titans acquired pick 33 and 81 from Arizona for picks 41, 72, and also a 2024 third-round pick.
That's actually a fair amount.
That
seems like a pretty hefty trade-up.
Yep.
So, the trade market must have been hot, or there was a big belief that the Lions were going to take him.
Huh. Interesting. I mean, man.
Still waiting to find out the pick from the Detroit Lions.
The
pick is
got
confirmed
in quick, though. They don't feel like a team that just had somebody snaked out from underneath them.
They don't.
Unless they are going Hendon Hooker here.
Yeah.
Is it a scenario where they
I don't think Hendon Hooker fits as well as a Will Levis did.
No, I don't think he does either.
This seems like a tight endy pick.
All right, with the 34th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions have selected Sam Laporta, the tight end out of Iowa. So he jumps Michael Mayer.
What's happening with Michael Mayer?
He's slower than the tight ends that have gone. I mean, like
he's lacking that elite speed, but
I mean, I don't know.
All around a better football player. Sam Laporta here.
Another Iowa Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Going to the Detroit Lions already. There's the highlights of Sam Laporta. There's times that he reminds me a little bit of like a smaller Mark Andrews with some of his wiggle, his ability, running routes. He's not like the most dynamic athlete. He's not the most explosive player that you're going to see, but I think he's, a loose-hipped route runner for the position. I think he's got a little bit of ability after the catch. I think you can play him as an F. I think he can play inline a little bit. I like him as a chess piece. Ben Johnson clearly does, or they would have drafted him this early.
I mean, to Maddie's point, this is not T.J. Hawkinson.
No, he is, and he's pretty much the opposite of T.J. Hawkinson. Well, no, T.J. Hawkinson is a good receiver too, actually.
He was.
Laporta's not much of a blocker. I don't think he's a particularly good blocker in space. He struggles to frame guys, and I think he really struggles to hold on in line and stuff like that. So, it's a good pick for the Lions. They get themselves another wide receiver option, somebody to help with the Amon-Ra St. Brown over the middle of the field, be a possession guy. But, I'm not as high on Laporta as I think some people are. I think he's really going to struggle to block in the NFL, and I don't know if he is going to get open at a level better than a Michael Mayer. I don't know if he's going to present a mismatch option as well as a Darnell Washington or a Luke Musgrave. So, he's a little early for me, but the Lions clearly like what they are seeing from their Iowa players this year.
The Oakland or Las Vegas Raiders have traded up with the Indianapolis Colts and are officially on the clock. They move up 3 spots. They take picks 38 and 141 for pick 35. That sounds like quarterback.
Wait, what are the picks?
38 and 141 for pick 35.
That seems like a
shout out to Justin over here.
Justin.
Yes.
I want to see the compensation because that seems like it's a little bit less.
Okay. I will check for you, my friend.
I have the pick. The Las Vegas Raiders make the correct tight end selection and take Michael Mayer at pick 35.
That makes sense.
Man,
and I think trading up for that after you see Sam Laporta go makes a lot of sense because you're just considering a tight end run coming. It's a really good pick for a team that just traded Darren Waller.
Yep.
They just lost their tight end. I mean, Foster Moreau is no longer on the team either. Michael Mayer can come in right away, be an all-around tight end. And they got probably the tight end 1 for a lot of people in this class, and they just got him at the beginning of the second round as tight end 3 off the board.
As Maddie said yesterday, like when we were sitting there and we were watching previous Notre Dame tight ends, we were watching, these guys that we were very big fans of and their production and guys that went day 2 of the NFL draft. There was always this guy that was sitting there behind him that was a better football player. And as you're watching a lot of these things and you're seeing somebody jump off the screen as a freshman, then as a sophomore, and then continuing to do it as a junior. I mean, he's a really good football player, going to be able to block in line, going to be able to catch the ball, going to give you a little bit of everything as a player. I mean, listen, there's a lot of people that make Gronk comparisons for him when he was a freshman. Now he's going to Josh McDaniels in Las Vegas.
Did you know on some sports books that Michael Mayer was plus 100 to be a Las Vegas Raider?
Interesting.
I know that.
Good job, Kent.
I mean, it makes sense. They don't have a tight end.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out with us here on our live stream. Michael Mayer, the pick for the Las Vegas Raiders. This guy that we all would have advocated for the Chiefs taking at pick 31.
I think he was all of our choice, right?
Yeah, I think he was probably. I think in the moment, yeah. I think that's probably right. Him or one of the corners, Joey Porter, that's been off the board.
Yeah, and he went to the Raiders.
A lot of the players that we, players that we were kind of hoping for potentially for the Chiefs are off the board now.
And we didn't touch on it. Hey, AFC got another quarterback that might be pretty darn good. I mean, if Will Levis hits his potential, if Will Levis fills out to his physical traits, he's another good quarterback in the AFC and not the NFC.
Listen, the NFC hates quarterbacks.
They love cornerbacks, though.
They love cornerbacks. They're going to make it the hardest that it could possibly be to throw on them, despite not having anybody that can realistically throw the ball.
Dak Prescott's there.
Jalen Hurts is there.
You said throw.
Jalen Hurts is a hell of
Sorry,
a football player.
I was filling in for Kent because he wasn't paying attention. I had to get the Hurts shot in.
Hey, it's a good football player.
He's a really good football player.
Very highly paid football player.
So, Los Angeles Rams, Seattle Seahawks. do we see the tight end run continue?
I don't know. I mean, you got 3 more tight ends that I think everybody kind of likes, right? You have Luke Musgrave, Darnell Washington, and then I feel like Tucker Kraft's right there with those guys. We'll see if the NFL does. Feels like the Raiders feel like the run was coming, or at the very least, they just thought Michael Mayer was a great pick here. So we'll find out one way or the other here.
It was a great pick.
Here we have our best players available board. You'll see that Osiris Torrance is there at the bottom. Almost every national media person called him a round 1 player, and they just didn't know where. Here we are getting into early round 2. Yeah. He's still available. You have to assume it's positional value, but there's some really good value at interior offensive line still available out there right now.
I really do feel like once the interior offensive line starts, it's going to be kind of like that wide receiver run was in round 1, or that defensive end run was in round 1. All of a sudden, you're going to have a whole bunch of people that are just going to start jumping on it because there is a lot of good value there. Osiris Torrance going in round 1, none of us would have blinked at that.
I think Osiris Torrance might be a Seattle Seahawk here in a few picks.
Yeah, that would make a
lot of sense. Very
sense.
Seattle.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that one for sure. We're monitoring picks. We are tipping picks. We are going to stay ahead of the draft in the TV coverage.
That is a good start for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Tyree Wilson, Mike Romero, those are solid players.
Those are 2 round 1 players.
Rams going quarterback here?
Did I go Hendon Hooker?
I think they're going best player available.
So Hendon Hooker?
No.
Okay.
They're going to go corner?
I just Cam Smith. Cam Smith
replace Jalen Ramsey.
I could see him doing anything, really.
Anything, yeah.
I mean, they're a bad football team right now.
They need.
I have the pick.
They got to go defense, I think.
Well, you would be incorrect.
Wow.
The Rams are taking TCU offensive guard Steve Avila.
Okay, there we go.
That's a good one, too.
Here we go.
So some people had Steve Avila as their top offensive lineman. Others had Osiris Torrance. I think those are the 2 guys kind of competing. The Rams lean towards Avila. A little bit more positional versatility. He's played tackle, center, and guard. I think he's probably a little bit better athlete, which makes sense for that Rams scheme that likes to get into outside zone, get guys out and moving. So the Rams come up. They try to secure an offensive line to help block, to help keep Matt Stafford upright, keep his back and elbows intact. Makes a lot of – I mean, you get your pick of the interior offensive lineman. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they're taking interior offensive lineman 1 for them there. That ton of sense there. I do think, to Kent's point here, I think we're going to see it. I think maybe Seattle goes Osiris Torrance here. We're going to start seeing guys come off the board. The Rams just needed players. They need good players. They are so kind of far down the rung right now with everybody that they've got, the turnover that they have. I mean, Steve Avila makes sense.
It's best player available for them probably is my guess because if you look at their defense, we played that game. They played that game after the show the other day, a couple weeks ago, and it was like, can you name any defensive player on the Rams other than Aaron Donald? And it was like
it's harder than you think.
Is Jordan Fuller still there? At safety?
We'd have to go back and look at it again. But
this isn't the time.
It was not noteworthy.
You asked me.
It was not noteworthy. It was difficult to kind of fill that out. Their offense wasn't much better. Like, that was the hard part of that. Yeah, everybody knows Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp. You know, they've got some pieces there, but they just need a lot of guys that can come in and play with a high floor and play immediately. This is a pick that does that.
We got some trade compensation just updates from Joseph Hefner, who works with KTS in here. We're looking at his trade calculator here. It looks like the Titans paid a little bit of about a late 3rd round pick in excess to go up and get Will Levis. So that sounds about right. A little bit of a QB tax in the 2nd round, whereas the Raiders and the Colts was a pretty even trade. We're looking at something like a late 6th to mid 7th round in excess for the Raiders paid to come up. So that's pretty even.
You're throwing basically those picks out the wash.
Yes, you're literally throwing about like a pick 225 and plus up there. So so that's so you can see a difference between going up to get a quarterback and going up to get a non-quarterback right there. I mean, that's how the quarterback tax works essentially. These trade ups were like 2 picks apart?
Yes, absolutely. So Titans were coming up a little ways too.
They came up a little farther, and
did.
maybe that makes it trickier. But
I mean, the value of like a 6th or a 7th versus a 3rd, like that's not
nothing.
That's not nothing.
That's a pick that matters versus a pick that don't.
Absolutely. Well,
I do,
unless you're Brett Beach.
No, you agreed. Can't walk it back now.
Steve Avila going before Osiris Torrance. I think Osiris Torrance makes a lot of sense in Seattle coming up here. So that's one I am definitely paying attention to.
Yeah, it would.
It would. I honestly, I would run up there and do this if I was Seattle.
Yeah,
right now.
they took a wide
if I was Seattle.
receiver, and their first pick was who they take in the first round.
Witherspoon.
Devin Witherspoon was who they took. Look, that is. We got Tucker coming in with a clutch here to come save us here. Devin Witherspoon was that's right. They took a corner. They snaked him from the Lions. So they got a corner. They can still use some defensive line help. I mean, is there any defensive linemen out there that we would still like for the Seattle Seahawks as well?
Oh, man. You got a BJ Ojolari out there. You got a Derek Hall out there. I mean, you look at kind of the board that we've got stacked up here. I don't think they're going corner. I just, at this point, I don't think they're going corner.
Let's just hope they don't take Big Gerv.
Oh, please don't take Big Gerv.
They don't really have a run stuff. They don't have a one tech. They got a couple guys that can play a little three tech.
Man.
So we'll see how this plays out here. I think defensive line's definitely in play for them.
I think so, too. I think offensive line's in play as well.
So trenches.
Trenches. Which,
hey, I have the pick.
What you
The
got?
Seattle Seahawks are taking defensive end Derek Hall out of Auburn.
There we go.
So
that was a guy, looking at it from the Chiefs' perspective, a lot of this when we talked about, just trade back. You know, when we're talking about it, Brett Veach mentioned mid-40s maybe or early 40s. I think he just said 40s. But
40s.
Yeah, we heard rumors that it might be mid to early 40s to trade back and try and get a defensive end, try and make that.
Yeah.
You know, looking at that, it's like, maybe they could have traded back and gotten Felix. Well, I mean, if the Seattle Seahawks are taking Derek Hall off the board here, there could have been a little mini run here. They could have missed out on that defensive end before trading back. So, again, taking the best player on the board, making sure you get your guy, avoiding a scenario where you could miss out on two separate times. You know, you talk about that 20 to 30 run there that you missed out on, guys. You don't want to trade back and have that happen in front of you again.
Yeah, good on Derek Hall. It's a little bit earlier than I kind of anticipated him to go.
I like Derek Hall.
Personally, I know you did.
Yeah.
I wasn't as big of a fan of his, but this is good. Any run on the defensive end position is good for the Chiefs.
Absolutely.
Sean Barber and I broke down Derek Hall. Here's a little snippet of what the former NFL player had to say.
A lot of time as a stand-up rusher for Auburn's defense. Kind of a squattier build, but he's got really long arms. He's pretty dense for his size too.
Yeah, I'm struggling because I played the linebacker position and I'm trying to figure out in the NFL, what is this young man going to be?
Yeah.
There's no place, I think, on third down for him on the field as a Mike linebacker because I don't think he changes direction good enough in between the tackles to be able to cover the Travis Kelce's of the world, the Jeremy Shockey's of the world, the Michael Mayers of the world. There's so many ways to take advantage of a guy that's not twitchy enough in the passing game, but on the running game, I think that he'll be kind of comparable to the linebacker we just saw lead the Buffalo Bills. I think Tremaine Edmonds. That kind of comp is what comes up to me as a more of a tall middle linebacker. If he can learn the reads and learn how to kind of play behind his pads. Obviously, he has good instincts to get around the ball and make plays. But he just plays a little bit high, and I don't see him get off of fullbacks and blocks the way I would like a linebacker to do. So I'm just kind of having a struggle understanding what position on the field this young man is going to play.
Well, I personally, for me, I think he can rush the passer a little bit. Like, I think he's got some interesting traits as a 3-4 outside linebacker, primarily. Like, I don't think he's, we kind of see and you watch him trying to drop. I don't know how comfortable he's going to be doing that, but you see right up there, I think he can do a good job as a pass rusher of threatening the arc. And I mean, he's 6'3", 254 pounds, but he's got really long arms.
Are we seeing a Sean Merriman? Are we seeing a Joey Porter? Are we seeing like one of those type guys?
That's a good question. I think he's more of a true pass rusher, like a Brian Arakpo.
Oh yeah.
That might be kind of the look for us there is, that's what we have in the KCSN draft guide is our comp for him is more of a Brian Arakpo. I think he's a guy that's going to have to stay on the line of scrimmage. I think, you talk about maybe trying to find a role for third down. I think you're hoping that he can develop as a guy that you're rushing off the edge in third down. I don't think he has the best pass rush plan to this point. I don't know if that's, I think he's still really got to define that and really kind of build that. But I do think he's got enough explosiveness to run up the arc and threaten the arc, kind of, like he's doing there. But it's just how is he going to be able to build off of that? There's some flexibility to kind of turn the corner there too. You see that a little bit. I'm a little fascinated to see his role though, and like what kind of teams view him, because I do think it's probably a 3-4 team that's going to wind up wanting him.
So the Indianapolis Colts have moved back again.
Ballard's out here just wheeling and dealing. He actually got a lot of picks for this one.
He's doing great. So the Falcons move up. They give up pick 38. They give up pick 44 and 110 to get up to pick 38, and it looks like they're going to be taking Matthew Bergeron, the offensive lineman out of Syracuse, using the term offensive lineman because there's some debate about whether he's going to be able to hold up at tackle or if he's going to have to kick inside. But this is a player that we kind of talked about. Hey, if he's down there at 63, we'd be thrilled to have him. He's not even going to sniff that spot here. The Atlanta Falcons taking him at pick 38.
I think for the Falcons, he is going to play on the inside because they brought back Caleb McGarry, and they still have Jake Matthews playing left tackle, if I'm not mistaken. Now, obviously, he could sit for a year or something like that, but Matt Hennessy's currently at left guard. Chris Lindstrom probably has the right guard spot locked up, but you're probably coming into a little bit of a competition there at the left guard spot. Maybe he's just going to sit and be a swing tackle, and maybe he will eventually take over for Matthews on the left side. That's a possibility there.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that this is a huge surprise that he's the next offensive tackle off the board. I think it made sense. He got a little bit of round one buzz, guy that could have fallen back into the end of the first round here. Falcons obviously thought that somebody was going to come up and get him.
Clearly.
I mean, to make a trade like that, this is good. This is good for the Chiefs, I think. I don't think he's a guy that was going to last all the way to 63. I mean, maybe I'm looking at it from the view of Chiefs are going to have to give up a position that maybe they want to address a little bit. I think I'm fine with offensive tackle being that position if that's the one that's going to go off the board.
Yeah, and I just wonder how many people saw Matthew Bergeron as a tackle, though. Like, that's starting what I wonder now, too. Like, is it the Falcons trading up to get him in this spot? Obviously, maybe they have until the other teams might like him more as a tackle. But I think for them, he looks more like a guard. And so
even the trade up stuff could just be a little bit of more just, hey, let's just make sure we get a guy we have a big grade on, right?
He fits Arthur Smith a lot too. I mean, he likes these mauling physical offensive linemen that want to come downhill and push guys around. So it feels like he would make a lot of sense, probably more at guard than tackle. But if there's a team that can play him at tackle, it's Arthur Smith and the Falcons.
I have the 39th pick to the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
This is one that's probably going to sting a little bit for Chiefs fans.
Uh-oh.
And it's going to sting a little bit for Matthew Lane because one of the darlings of April is off the board for him. The Carolina Panthers have selected wide receiver Jonathan Mingo out of Ole Miss. I know that's a guy that late in the process you came you were really big on as the process kind of continued, the more you got to watch.
Yes, I like Jonathan Mingo. 39 is really high for Jonathan Mingo. So like he wasn't really in contention for me in round one at 31. So I can't sit here and say that like at 39 I am heartbroken the team wanted to take him there. Like, good player. I think he has a high ceiling and a bright future in the NFL, but very inconsistent, coming from a system that doesn't translate great to the NFL. And there's still going to be some questions of, can he play outside of the line of scrimmage, or is he just going to be a power slot type player? Now, that's a bad thing. It's a useful role. It's just, I don't know if he's necessarily a guy that I think you have to have, especially this early.
You said useful, so naturally we have to shout out our guy, Nate Tice, because he's a useful player.
I also talked about a power slot. That's
power
a
slot. That's
and
a Nate Tice.
I can say real quick, too, he's a big guy, so he can probably block pretty darn well, too. There you go, Nate.
Full mate right there. Jonathan Mingo's a guy that I'm a big fan of. We keep mentioning him as a player that, maybe at 63 the Chiefs could take because he's got some maybe A.J. Brown level ceiling, which would be really awesome. Hey, thank you, Seth. Thank you for that.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
I mean, you see that ceiling, you see that ability, but like Matty said, it's a little too inconsistent to be going maybe this early. I mean, again, you take the players that are right there on the board. The Carolina Panthers obviously need a wide receiver. This is just a guy that I think is going to take some time to develop here. We'll see if this is – I'm a little shocked that he went before Jalen Hyatt, if I'm being honest.
I'm not. Here's the thing: this class has a lot of fast guys, not a lot of big guys.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you wanted a big wide receiver, your options were Jonathan Mingo and Cedric Tillman, and that's really about it, right?
And so we're going to see Cedric Tillman come off the board here now.
Probably.
I mean,
yeah.
I'll say this: we've seen a big Ole Miss receiver go in this range.
Worked out well.
Worked out
really
very well. We're of course talking about Deebo Samuel.
Yep.
Look, I mean, this guy after the catch
You
kind
mean
of
A.J.
looks like Deebo. Sorry, AJ Brown. I mean,
Gotcha, buddy. We're here.
You know
We're
what
a
I
team.
meant. You know
We're
what
a
I
team.
Hey, it's day 2.
you know what I meant. But he looks like AJ Brown.
Yeah.
He looks like AJ Brown.
He really does.
So,
All right, so we got the Saints are on the clock.
believe so.
Am I incorrect? Yeah, I could be very incorrect here. The TV behind me is on a commercial, so I'm not entirely sure.
mean,
I
It's the
believe
New
they're
Orleans
next.
Saints at pick 40. Yes,
Oh, see, I'm good at this.
you're doing great, buddy. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching. Appreciate everybody that is hanging out with us. We are here at No Other Pub. This is also, by the way, sponsored by Miller Lite. Thank you to them for their support of the KCSN's draft coverage for the entirety of this year. It's been a lot of fun working with them. You can kind of tell who we're sponsored by too. You have eyes, but we're here at pick 40. I don't think the Chiefs are quite up in trade up territory yet.
Nah.
I think it'd still be pretty big moves. Like I could see them packaging, we've talked about this, but 63 and 122 can get you up to about pick 53, which is where the Chicago Bears sit.
I think realistically that's the one. I don't think that they're going to give up 63 and 95 to move up here. And
I don't either.
There's nothing that has happened thus far coming into this day that makes me think, oh, we got a panic move up here, or the value is so extreme that we need to do this. I think it's been fine. It's been pretty, quote unquote, chalk up here at the top here. There's no big surprises that are forcing anybody down.
Yeah. No big surprises at this point. I'm curious to see where the New Orleans Saints go here. They went Brian
Anywhere.
Brzee.
I think their roster just needs help, right?
Yeah.
I think this is kind of a hard position to peg down. We got the best player available board here. Pairing a Cam Smith or a Keely Ringo with a Marshawn Lattimore,
That'd be
that helps
good.
a lot in the secondary.
That's a good little pairing there.
If you're looking for a wide receiver to go across from Chris Olave, I don't actually know if Jalen Hyatt's the best
I
fit.
don't know that he is either. Is that a Cedric Tillman?
That's-
Yeah.
I mean, if they go that route, I just don't. They can go anywhere, right? They might be able to just go invest in Osiris Torrance here. Just get some interior offensive line help. I know they've invested in there a few times over the years, but that's never a bad spot, especially for Derek Carr. Doesn't play great under pressure. Like,
Right.
you need to make sure that he's kept clean to get the best version of Derek Carr. The Saints always feel like they can compete every single year. They're never trying to look at the future.
No.
So
I
the
mean,
most immediate impact might be Torrance here.
If you were playing in the NFC South this year, you'd believe it
NFC.
doesn't matter. NFC South. It doesn't
Just
matter.
no, I mean just the NFC in
just the
general.
NFC in general. I mean, but you look at the NFC South. Competency is going to win this. Just marginal competency here. So taking a player with a high floor like Osiris Torrance, adjusting for that. Hey, Steven Steiner, ESPN
Steven.
or network or both.
How about
I don't know.
KCSN?
I mean, obviously he's listening right now.
Shout
but-
out Steven
Oh
Steiner.
no, I
Appreciate
took
you, buddy.
network as KCSN.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Saints
Thank
are on
you,
the clock.
Thank you, Brandon Thompson.
Oh, thank
Brandon.
you, Brandon.
All
Yes.
juice forever, man.
Ooh, let's go.
All juice forever. The New Orleans Saints are still on the clock. Doesn't appear that we've seen any tipping of picks at this point.
They're taking their time right now.
Maybe there's some teams looking to trade up. I don't know where they'd be looking to trade up. I don't know why they'd be trying to get out ahead of Arizona, but who knows?
I mean, do they try and address defensive end a little bit here? I don't think that they've got. I don't know that there's a bunch of guys that are big enough. They typically like really big defensive ends there. I know that they took Brian Brzee.
Isaiah Foskey sitting right there.
Isaiah Foskey is. You're right.
And
But-
Keon White. That's a very Saints
Oh,
pick.
my goodness. You're absolutely.
Keon White's there.
I keep forgetting that Keon White is kind of sitting there at the top of the board. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense for them. Brian Brzee and Keon White would be pretty fun next to each other.
Yeah.
And it's never going to be a bad thing to, invest in the defensive line. I have the pick for you.
Okay.
With pick number 40, the New Orleans Saints have indeed selected Isaiah Foskey,
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
the edge out of Notre Dame. Set the Notre Dame record for career sacks. I believe he had 26 and a half
Yeah.
in his career. So a highly productive pass rusher out of Notre Dame is off the board. This is a guy so here's the thing. We talked about Isaiah Foskey as a potential target at 63. Sounds like we would have had to see the Chiefs take him at pick 31 if we wanted him.
I mean, to me, the pick makes a lot of sense. Isaiah Foskey's similar to me as a George Karlaftis type prospect. He's a little bit longer, but good run defender. He's going to hold his ground there on the edge. He's not going to turn very well. He's a guy that needs a little bit of technique work with his hands, but when it does work, there is very clear power. There is the ability to overwhelm people. You get flashes of real athleticism, of explosion. Never bend, not flexibility, but you get flashes of explosion. So he's a very similar prospect to Karlaftis to me. I would think Karlaftis is better, but he's a similar type of player, so that makes a lot of sense to me for the New Orleans Saints.
And then from my perspective, I've never really been an Isaiah Foskey fan, and then went into the Senior Bowl with that kind of idea, and boy, he struggled at the Senior Bowl mightily. Everybody came out of there talking about how bad of a Senior Bowl Andre Carter did. I thought Andre Carter had a better Senior Bowl than Isaiah.
That's because we didn't watch the run reps.
That's fine. But, as far as a pass rush upside, it's going to take a lot of work. I know that he's collected a lot of sacks there at Notre Dame. He obviously has the production there, so he certainly can get to the quarterback. It is a much longer developing situation. It is one where you're not going to have him blowing by a guy. Quick wins are not going to be his thing. Even with power, he still doesn't crush the pocket routinely either. I mean, he's certainly got production. Certainly a guy that would have been, at 63, you would have been ecstatic with him in Kansas City. But I don't know. This is a little early for me. And again, to go back to the Felix Anudike-Uzomah pick at 31 now, this run right here at the beginning, he wasn't making it. He was not making it to the point where the Chiefs could trade back.
If teams liked him better, I mean, this is where it gets tricky, though. We've seen three. If you look at the last three defensive ends taken, they're all a little bit different.
They are.
Isaiah Foskey, Felix, and then even Derek Hall don't have a ton in common. I'd say Hall and Foskey are a little bit more similar, probably, than FAU right now. But there's just different types of defensive ends still going right now.
That being said, we've mocked all three of them to the Chiefs.
Yes.
Yeah. And we've all had the scenarios and played with them to the Chiefs, even though they're all completely different players or have some similarities or differences. If the Chiefs really were going to be picking in the mid-40s, 3 edge prospects are off the board. And, maybe they weren't always going to go edge if they traded back. There's that to be said, too. It's just, hey, we're going to take best player available. Yeah. And maybe that was what they were going for anyway. And if that's the case, there's going to be some good players that are falling off the board here in the 40s. But maybe they like some of these guys better. They wouldn't have had Mayer. They wouldn't have had, some of these edge prospects. Maybe they wouldn't have even had FAU, Felix Anudike-Uzomah. But that's interesting. I think Bressie and Foskey is a great pairing, though.
Yeah, I think that fits a lot of what the Saints like to do, too. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of effort. That's just a lot of chaos. Maybe not a ton of very planned out, very precise pass rush.
Yeah.
But literally a lot of chaos just happening along a defensive front. Throw in a little Colin Saunders action into that mix. That's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
That's just a lot of chaos.
You can run with those guys are fun, too. They can win penetrating. They can win slanting. They can win kind of, in a multitude of different ways. Again, not super quick. Colin Saunders might be the quickest win of all of those. But a group that can move pretty well there. The pick is in for the Cardinals.
Yes.
I think we've got it. Waiting for confirmation.
Oh, yes, I do have the confirmation.
Okay,
the Cardinals have selected LSU defensive end, BJ Ojulari.
Let's go.
So the defensive end run has happened. And you can almost essentially, it's different rounds, different days, but you can kind of say that the Felix pick kind of jump-started this defensive end, this next level of defensive. Actually, it's just continued, really. The Bengals started it with Miles Murphy, I guess, or the Cowboys with Mozzie Smith. Been a lot of defensive linemen from pick 26 to pick 41 now.
A lot of them.
So the Chiefs played it right. They weren't going to be able to trade back from pick 31 to the mid 40s and get the defensive their choice of the remaining defensive ends.
Correct.
They might have still got one, but it wouldn't have been their choice.
And you want to know how I know that the Chiefs preferred Felix Anudike-Uzomah over all these guys?
They drafted him.
It's so who knows how the board would have sat if there were big gaps between what some of these guys that are going here in pick 40. And BJ Ojulari isn't a guy that necessarily fit what the Chiefs prefer anyway.
No. He would have been more of a designated pass rusher.
He would have been a designated pass rusher. That's right. But There is a big run on defensive ends going right now, and that is absolutely wonderful if you're a Chiefs fan. You are just absolutely thrilled right now. You're giddy.
You guys, I want to have a little Schadenfreude real quick here.
Schadenfreude?
Because, the Broncos now, the trade for Russell Wilson.
Oh, man.
We know the full compensation
Yikes.
for every pick here for the Russell Wilson trade.
Okay.
So I want to go through this full roundup of the Russell Wilson trade. Broncos got Russell Wilson and Ioma Uwazurike.
Who?
You heard
Ayoma
me.
and Uzurike.
Thank you.
Okay.
Seahawks, for that pick, giving up Russell Wilson and that individual, got Drew Lock,
Oh.
Noah Fant,
Yeah.
Shelby Harris,
Good.
Charles Cross,
Good. Very good.
Boye Mafe,
Eh.
Tyreek Smith,
Okay.
Devin Witherspoon,
Yeah.
and Derek Hall.
Well, why don't we go ahead and look how Russell Wilson and who else?
And Ayoma.
The 2022 fourth-round pick.
And look
for
how
the
they
Broncos.
played last year for the Broncos, and then compare that to what the Seattle Seahawks got out of it. So, yeah, I think the Seattle Seahawks came out well. Oh, and they saved a lot of money.
Oh, did they? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe I do have the Green Bay Packers pick as well. The Green Bay Packers have selected Luke Musgrave, tight
man, that
end
makes
out of
so
Oregon
much
State.
sense. Oh, it makes so much sense for the Packers.
Yes, good pick. Good pick for them.
That's a great pick for them.
They get the most. A lot of people think Dalton Kincaid's the best pass catching tight end in this class. Maybe so. But I think Luke Musgrave is more dynamic. I think he's a little bit faster. I think he runs vertically better. I think if you're just looking for a dynamic tight end, he was the most dynamic guy available. He is the pick for the Packers. That makes a lot of sense, giving them a middle of the field threat to pair with two good outside wide receivers and give Jordan Love an option.
Some people think that if Luke Musgrave hadn't missed so much time due to injury, that he might have wound up going up a little bit earlier than he did. There's some medical stuff with him, and there's also, there was just limited tape on it. Yeah. But this is, I think we've had conversations about our level of comfortability if Luke Musgrave is the pick at 31, and there was some level of comfortability depending on how the board sat.
Yeah, there really was. You were seeing a run on defensive ends. We're seeing a run on tight ends. I mean, this is good for the Chiefs.
We need the interior offensive lineman to follow up, and we're set.
Do. Yeah, we really do here. Luke Musgrave, really good football player. I think that as long as he stays healthy in Green Bay, gives Jordan Love that true kind of seam-ripping option. Like, I think he's a really good football player from that regard. Can really get out and move. Trying to insulate Jordan Love with a few more individuals. Still haven't taken a round one weapon in however many years it is here. But this is a good football player, and one that, I don't know that we would have been horribly shocked if they would have gone tight end in the first round, and even maybe to a point Luke Musgrave, because I can see somebody convincing themselves, hey, this guy has the highest upside, most ceiling as a pass catcher just because of that athletic ability.
Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely. And I think compared to some of the other tight ends that we've seen, the other two athletic tight ends we've seen come off the board in Laporte and Kincaid, Musgrave's a better blocker than both.
Oh, yeah.
Not a great blocker, but still a better blocker than both. I think he gives you the best, true three-down potential, dual threat of a tight end right there in Musgrave. So, yeah, I think that's the Packers got that pick in quick, too. We're just kind of catching up to the TV now.
Yeah.
They got that pick in real fast when it came up. So, you think they kind of wanted him. Good pick for the Packers. We got the Jets on the clock. It's day 2. They start doing the guests, celebrity kind of announcements.
Yeah,
so we'll probably get way ahead of the feed as we keep going. The NFL will probably start slowing some down, but I don't know how slow the leaks will go down or not.
So I'm just kind of looking. We're about 20 picks out. I'm gonna run through these very quick. Let's look at wide receiver would be something we'd like to see here.
Okay. Honest thoughts? No, I don't want to see a wide receiver because that makes me more comfortable that they're going to get DeAndre Hopkins at some point in time before the season starts, and he's a better wide receiver than anyone they're going to draft in day 2. True. I don't love the depth of this wide receiver class. I'm not in love with any of the wide receivers left in this draft class. Straight up, I'm not in love. Jalen Hyatt to me is a good, dangerous option. I'm not going to be upset if he's the pick. I don't really like the rest of this wide receiver class, though. I'm not upset if they take one. They need one. If they don't take one, I feel more confident that there's a DeAndre Hopkins potential down the stretch.
And even if they don't, I don't think that they force it. Don't force that pick in a bad wide receiver class. Don't force the pick.
Would you trade up to 53 for Jalen Hyatt?
That is pick 122 going along with
122 and 63 for Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so let's just run through these teams here. The Jets,
Probably not.
the Colts,
He doesn't fit what they do.
the Packers,
Yes.
Yeah, they could do that.
Patriots. No, they just took
Tyquan Thornton.
Washington.
Probably not.
Lions. Probably
Kinda,
not.
yeah, probably not. But
Probably not.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. You look, Jamison Williams on one side, Jalen Hyde on the other, Amon-Ra St. Brown, was Sam
Jameson
Laporta
Williams not playing
for
this
6
year.
weeks, though. Just for 6 weeks.
Yeah,
I don't know. I could see that one.
Yeah.
I don't think they will. Steelers.
Do you have a good read on the Lions as of right now? Because I sure as heck don't.
I don't think that they're going to panic over the Jameson Williams or Jameson.
I don't think
Williams.
that's the reason. It's the reason that they're going to replace Marvin Jones.
Can you just humor me with this game for a second, Matthew? Steelers.
Yes. I'm going to say yes to all of them now.
Craig.
Well,
Yes.
you're just putting yours in there as the answer.
Tampa. I don't think they
Probably
will.
not.
Dolphins. I don't think they will.
No.
Seahawks. I don't think they will.
No.
And then you're sitting at the Bears.
Yes.
I think the Chiefs could get to 53 with 63 and 122 and trade up for Jalen Hyatt.
And
It's
I'd be
possible.
okay with that.
I would be
really would
thrilled
be
with that.
I would
I
really
think-
be okay with that.
I love your turn on Jalen Hyatt throughout the process.
I know.
It's not a turn as much as I didn't value him at 31
Okay.
at all.
Do you
But-
think he's fast?
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Thank you, everybody.
Kid doesn't want to play our game.
I know. He's skipping out of our game.
I think he had a lot of success
Is he
against
fast?
you, me, and Craig.
What team did we play for?
Bama's secondary.
Oh, we played for Alabama? Okay.
Holy cow.
Hit
You know
the-
who's still available? Brian Branch.
Yeah, what's happening there?
A slow slot corner that you don't know if he plays deep safety.
I know, but I do think that he is such a smart player. We're seeing it kind of from the standpoint of
I have to pick. I have to pick for the Jets. Sorry,
Okay.
Go ahead, Keith.
Good
I
pick.
got
Go
really
off,
excited.
King.
I got really excited.
It's a really good pick, so you should read it.
The New York Jets have selected Joe Tittman, the interior offensive lineman out of Wisconsin. Yeah, that's a great pick for them.
My top center in the class. Personally, I think he's the best center in this class. I think he has this rare size speed combination. He can really get out and move. He's 6'6", which is a really big for a center. Really tall, so he does have some leverage issues. Like there is things you have to deal with, but in the right scheme where you're going to weaponize your center, he's a guy that can do it. You're looking at an offense that's got a LaFleur influence now. They don't mind getting those. That's coming from a Kyle Shanahan tree. They will find a way to get that center out on the motion, get him out on the move. So
Sorry for interrupting you, Craig.
That's a good pick. Thanks for interrupting me for that pick, Kent. The people are here for the picks.
They are.
and to hear us argue.
The Indianapolis Colts have traded back twice in the first round, and no cornerback has gone off the board.
Man, I really expected that we'd start to see them. Joey Porter has.
Well, since they've traded back. Since
I'm
they've
with
traded
you.
back,
I'm with
they're
you.
9 picks or something like
Yeah.
that. No cornerbacks coming off the board. So I find that quite interesting.
Good class.
It's a good class.
Everybody's just waiting for the value to catch. The value's great.
The
here.
Chiefs
It's
are going
getting
to take a cornerback at 63, aren't they?
and I can't be mad at it.
I can't either.
It's going to be really good value.
Where does the value do we think in though? Do we think there's really good value after Akili Ringo? Like, what are you looking at? Like, once we get past Akili Ringo,
Brian
I think the
Branch.
value kind of catches up there, though.
I think
Brian Branch.
Brian Branch.
I am calling him a safety.
I know.
No, he's good value. No, he's right.
DJ Turner.
That's pretty good. But then after that, I think where it evens back out for me.
Julius, so if you're looking at it, you've got Cam Smith, Keely Ringo,
Good.
DJ Turner,
Good.
Julius Brents.
Now I think you're just about even. Now you're just about where I think the value was already. If you-
That's exactly how you have it on our. You have a third round grade on Julius Brents, a high 3.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think at this point in time is once you get past now, there's still guys. Cam Smith, Keely Ringo, DJ Turner, I think are definite values.
For sure.
I think if you get past those 3 guys, though, the value at corners caught back up. I just think then it's even value. Doesn't mean the Chiefs won't take one.
Right.
It just means I think you're no longer getting like the surplus of value with those guys.
As I was talking, the plus of trying to do that, the tight end plus value is gone.
Ooh, Darnell Washington's still there.
Well, I mean,
There's some medical concerns. I think there's some fit concerns with Kansas City.
Yeah.
But man, you tell me you're just gonna plop that guy in there?
listen, I stated, when was that? Last August, I'd select that man 1.1 overall just because I
love
take
Darnell
outliers.
Yeah.
Take outliers. But yeah,
Darnell Washington would be fun.
yeah,
We're good, Matty.
he's on it.
We're on
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Thanks to everybody that's hanging out, though. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're getting closer and closer to the Chiefs being able.
A cornerback did come off the board. to the Indianapolis Colts. You
Makes
just
a lot of
mentioned
sense.
him. Julius Brents out of Kansas State.
There's been some buzz that they like Julius Brents,
Yeah, it makes some sense.
and he makes a lot of sense. Julius Brents has had a fantastic draft process.
He really has.
I think he's been one of the guys that has helped himself the most. If you put the Alabama tape on, it wasn't the best, but the athletic testing, I believe he was at it was the Senior Bowl. I believe he was at very strong pre-draft process. And you're even going to see some highlights, I think, of him in this Alabama game. But just an absolutely elite, long, athletic corner. And I believe he is a Tier 1 cornerback athletic tester.
Buddy, with a bullet. And he ran not like the most blazing 40 time, which is when you're talking about Tier 1 corners. Typically, in my stuff like that in my formulation, it is typically coming from a blazing 40 time that is just scorching, that blows us all up, along with long arms, size, all of that. He did not run a blazing 40, which tells you how good the rest of the testing was. That length, the explosion, the ability to translate all of this stuff. He really showed out at the NFL Combine. I think you see that length, that ability to turn and run with these guys, and the explosion show up on tape. Julius Brents rose quickly after the NFL Combine, and the more and more we heard about it, the more and more we found out this wasn't just because of the Combine. A lot of teams had him kind of up here in this day 2 range already, and here we go, off the board.
Yeah, and Gus Bradley's the defensive coordinator there. He makes a ton of sense for that old Gus Bradley cover 3 scheme. The Colts weren't locked into that this past year, right? So it's interesting. I do think he's a little scheme specific. I think he's a little tight-hipped, and you watch him versus Quentin Johnston, like the one really good wide receiver he played. I think he really struggled to match him off the line of scrimmage. I think he struggled in his transition. So I don't know if there's a great feel there at corner. So if I get to take him and pin him in a cover 3 system that is just press and bail vertically, I feel really good about that spot for him. So I really like him with Gus Bradley.
No, I agree. Ian Rappaport is classifying him, or not classifying is the right word, but he's going by Juju Brents.
He went by Juju at the Combine.
Yeah,
yes.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
It's a nickname of his, I think, going back to even Iowa.
I did not know that.
And for those who did not know, he started at Iowa before transferring to K-State.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Big hitter, too. Not afraid to come up and stick his nose in and run support.
No, very good tackler at the corner spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this is a great fit for the Colts.
It really is.
The Colts have had a great process.
An intra-divisional trade. The Lions are trading with the Green Bay Packers.
Okay, listen, the NFC North, the Vikings broke that division last year by trading with every single one of their intra-division opponents. So I think that everybody is just a hunky-dory up there. Like, interesting.
When we were going through some of these scenarios for who could potentially go for Jalen Hyatt, these were the 2 teams we kind of looked at.
Yeah.
So the Lions are on the board now.
I think that means the Packers aren't that interested.
I would say the Packers are probably not that interested.
Do the Lions take a corner here? They see Julius Brents come off the board. They did not get Devin Witherspoon at pick number 6.
Or is it Brian Branch?
That be Brian Branch. That might make some sense. I'm just trying to correlate here. Brents comes off the board. They want to make sure they go up and they get their guy. They can go get DJ Turner. Played at Michigan. Local kid. Makes some sense there.
Is there another Iowa prospect?
Yeah, Riley Moss.
We're going to just write it in. Write it in.
It would be interesting to.
Oh, I have the pick. Craig is very smart. Craig is great. Mr. Universe himself. The pick is Alabama's defensive back, Brian Branch. Kent said it? I get it at you because you're really good.
Hey, Craig is great. So the Detroit Lions have now taken 2 Iowa Hawkeyes and 2 Alabama Crimson Tide. They're just loading up on an elite program and also Iowa.
Brian Branch, really smart football player. This is a super Lions pick. It really is a super Lions pick. Super smart safety, is going to be able to play for them, even if you have questions about his athletic ability. He tested with the corners at the NFL Combine, was pretty middle of the pack to the bottom of the pack. Then when the safeties tested, you looked at it and went, man, you should have tested with the safeties because he would have been super right in the average with all of those guys. But big hitter, smart player, makes a ton of plays in the run game. His positioning is great in the pass game as well. He's a player that I've always been a fan of here. Every time I've watched him, I felt like he's been arguably one of the best players on the field. And Nick Saban, guy that he has always gone to bat for, is Brian Branch. Those are the guys that I tend to gravitate.
Interesting. So one of the thoughts being floated around was maybe that the Lions were jumping the Patriots to take Brian Branch because the Patriots love some Bama guys.
Absolutely.
However, the Pats got their pick in pretty quick and took defensive end Keon White out of Georgia Tech.
Boy, that's a Patriots pick too, though.
That's a very Patriots pick.
They don't shy away from olds.
They do not.
They love physical players. They love guys that can move around and provide some versatility. That is a very Bill Belichick pick. And the Lions, I'm not saying they were wrong. Maybe the Patriots would have liked Branch as well, but they come up, the Patriots stand put, they get Keon White, and that's something they got that pick in pretty fast. So I think they probably liked him pretty much.
Thanks everybody that's hanging out. Appreciate you. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Leave some comments. Tell us. It helps us. All that helps us grow this channel. It helps more Chiefs fans find our coverage. Keon White is the pick for the New England Patriots. A guy that started his career at Old Dominion.
That ties in.
And transferred to Georgia Tech. Had an outstanding season and really intrigued some teams with his freakish athletic traits.
Oh, man.
280 pounds, just an exceptional mover for his size. There's some football that he needs to learn, though, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some stuff that he needs to learn. He hasn't played defensive end for a long time, right? He's a 285-pound defensive end.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some versatility of kicking inside and outside. But you know what? You don't move him. He holds his ground incredibly well versus the run. We talk about that at guys all the time. Craig and I have seen him turn and run with a wheel route from a very athletic running back.
One of the most impressive plays from a defensive end that I saw this season. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's athleticism to like. He's going to play the run really well. So there's a very clear reason to like and to feel good about Keon White as a player. The problem is when you're talking about this much development, you're looking at a year or two of development that he's needed. And then now all of a sudden you're halfway through his rookie contract and you're at the age 26, coming up on 27 at the halfway point of his rookie contract. I think that's why here in the midpoint of the second round, he makes a lot of sense.
He does.
Didn't make a lot of sense in the first round.
No, I'm with you with that. Keon White, who's there, gets to walk across the stage. Seems like he really loves the process. Is very happy to be there. So very
maturity.
Very happy for him personally. But I think this is a guy that 3 years from now, he's going to burst onto the scene for the Patriots, have a couple of good seasons. Then Bill's going to be like, all right, see you later, buddy. And he's going to go sign for another team, namely the New Orleans Saints.
He was, we don't want to diss on people too much, but he was one of those guys who's just kind of not doomsday is not the right word. Just a guy that we really
weren't. It's just older. Raw.
And
yeah.
The Commanders are on the clock. The Washington Commanders on the clock. We are getting very close to Chiefs trade-up territory.
Yeah.
Pick 47. And I think, you can 63, like you said, 63 and 122 should be able to get you all the way up to 53. So if the Chiefs do want to move up, and the Chicago Bears and Ryan Poles is interested in that happening, that's about the range that you can kind of anticipate the team potentially looking at it. So we are keeping an eye on the Washington Commanders now, and we are only a few picks away from the Chiefs realistically being able to move up. Jalen Hyatt's still on the board.
Would you rather trade up for Jalen Hyatt or Gervon Dexter? Or Keanu Mitten? I know some people prefer him to Dexter.
Yeah.
Not me, but some. So
I think I'd rather stay put, if I'm being real.
Okay.
I mean, when you named those three guys, then I just started wondering if I even want the Chiefs to trade up.
I mean,
there's still good football players that are on the board.
Right.
I have the Washington pick. Do we want to wait for the broadcast to catch up, or just want to keep breaking?
I think we should keep going.
Okay.
I think we should keep going.
The Washington football team / Commanders have selected defensive back Jartavius Martin.
Wow.
Out of Illinois. Sorry, I was confused.
You do that every single time.
I do.
Someone hit me up in the DMs. Is like, why does Maddie always get this wrong?
Every time. It's a defensive back because the two teams play the same physical, dirty football that nobody really likes to watch.
And they're both orange.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. So Jartavius Martin's coming off the board. He's the pick for the Washington football team. Any quick Martin takes from anybody? Super athlete.
Some people, super athlete, and I think that was one of the things that really intrigued teams. Has some ability from the slot, and in a poor safety class. Brian Branch is kind of considered a safety by some. Well, Washington's now going off the board with a safety here as well. We are well ahead of the broadcast at this point. We will continue to stay ahead of the broadcast. Something that's very important to us here at KC Sports Network, however, and something that we are spending the entire weekend doing is trying to raise money for the Therese Paylor Scholarship through Power Mizzou, which provides scholarships to minorities pursuing journalism. We have a short video here from Therese Paylor's fiance, Ebony Reed, telling you a little bit about the program, the scholarship, and its impact.
My name is Ebony Reed. Therese Paylor was my longtime partner, fiance, and we had planned to marry before he passed away in 2021. He cared deeply about education. He was really passionate about this whole issue around student loans and how it impacts people's ability to move up in the economic strata in our country. And so we had conversations at home about someday he wanted a scholarship in his name. When people make a contribution to the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship, the development department, every time someone makes a contribution, they send me a monthly list and say, these are the people who've contributed, so that I have the opportunity as a representative, as one of Therese's loved ones, to send a note to people to thank them. So people get a personal note from me on top of what they get from the university. And sometimes people put special notes when they make their contribution. And recently, there was a note that came from a dad from Texas. And he has a son that will go to Mizzou in the fall to study broadcast journalism. And in his note, he said, my son received a scholarship that waived out-of-state tuition. And that means so much to our family that we had to give back and support the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship in memory of Therese Paylor, because we read about him and we know who he is. And when I got the note from the development department, I said to them, 20 years ago, young Ebony was a student at the Missouri School of Journalism, and I had a scholarship that waived my out-of-state tuition. So when I write this dad back, I'll be sure to tell him that. People can participate in the raffle, which is, one way to support, because all the proceeds from the raffle go to the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship, which supports students at the Missouri School of Journalism. People can support by also picking up some of the new gear. And they can also directly make contributions to the Power Mizzou Scholarship online.
Thanks, everybody that is contributing to the Therese Paylor Scholarship. Your donations are very, very much appreciated. We are hosting a raffle. Shout out you, Missouri Gunner. We are hosting a raffle, though. Every $10 you donate gets you an entry into that raffle. We've got 7 great prizes that we are giving away as part of this. We will be announcing the winners tomorrow as part of all this. So thank you all for your support. Tucker, you're going through some of those right now. Do you have some other people that you need to shout out? Are we good? Okay, awesome. No, that's great. But thank you again for all of your support. We appreciate everybody that's helping us get to our goals with KC Sports Network. We're trying to get to $7,500 by the end of the weekend. We might get it tonight. But there's the benefit raffle and the 7 prizes that you are eligible to win. $10 donations on the Venmo or the Zephy that you can find. The links in the descriptions for those. Matthew, you had something you wanted to say here?
It's kind of funny. From Brooks Gwynn tagged us on Twitter and let us know this. Pick 46 was Keon White. Pick 46, also Breland Speaks.
Oh. the player comp in the KCSN draft guide?
Breland Speaks. Now, was the comp done slightly out of spite because this was around Keon White peak going first round in the top 10? Yeah, maybe the comp was a little out of spite, but there's some similarities between the two in terms of age and type of player. So just funny thing going on right there.
It does look like maybe Keon White went home. The broadcast just showed him kind of sitting on his couch.
Yeah, they had Branch walk across the...
Yeah, they did.
He's a competitor.
Not scared to compete.
Okay, so I do have the Bucks have traded up with the Green Bay Packers.
Yes,
and they have made their selection.
Okay,
they have taken North Dakota State offensive lineman Cody Mock.
Yeah,
good for Cody Mock.
I think that he's going to play center and be the Ryan Jensen.
That would just make way too much
replacement.
sense.
Yes, because he's not a tackle.
Cody Mock makes a ton of sense. And yes, he's played some tackle, he's played some guard. Some teams view him as a center, and he makes a ton of sense as that Ryan Jensen replacement. He does have that positional versatility. He can wind up being a best 5 if that's something you subscribe to. I doubt he's going to be a tackle for them. The buzz has kind of been that he will most likely be an interior offensive lineman for most teams on their board. I would anticipate you're right, Matthew. I think that is going to be the case. But Cody Mock is a good prospect coming out of the SCS. Has had a little bit more of a quiet process. Some thought he might be able to sneak into the back end of round 1. He doesn't. He goes in the middle of round 2 here and is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I mean, good athlete, hard-nosed, hard worker. I mean, we're seeing North Dakota State kind of churn out a few more individuals along the offensive line. This is becoming a little bit more of an offensive line factory coming into the NFL, and he kind of falls in line with like a Dylan Radins or something like that. I think Radins is maybe a little better prospect, had the chance to play some tackle. I think that Cody has a chance to play on the interior at a very high level. He showed really well at the Senior Bowl. I was impressed. As the days go along there, you like to see offensive linemen kind of grow into it. You know, the defenders throw everything they can at these guys in the first couple of days. I think that Cody did a good job of defending for most of the time that he was down there.
He's the offensive line version of Keon White to me. And he's an older guy that I think needs a lot of technical work. And he is going to have to undergo a positional change because he does not have the arm length or the ability to play outside. So I get why there's hype around him. This program turns out a lot of offensive linemen that have the right demeanor to play in the NFL. I just think that you're going to have a couple of years worth of development that needs to be done. You teach him to play a new position. And then once you get there, it's just what does it look like in the step up? So, like, I get the pick. I get the highs. But you guys got the next pick?
I have the pick.
Perfect.
Going 49th to the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 2023 NFL Draft. Defensive tackle, Keanu Benton.
So 53. Yeah, 53 wasn't going to be enough.
No,
to go up and get Keanu Benton.
About Benton and a player that would fit really well in this scheme, if we're being honest. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Benton would have fit well for the Chiefs. I personally have Gervon Dexter, I think, just a hair higher. I think Gervon Dexter's a little bit more stout at the point of attack, but Keanu Benton is another very good defensive tackle. He can line up at one tech. He can give you a little bit of pass rush out of there. He has an incredible club move. I think we might have it coming to some of these highlights here. You're going to see him. He has a big, strong, wide club move and the lateral agility for a nose tackle that most guys his size don't have, and that's where he gets quick pressure. He's going to have a little bit of work to get done in the at the NFL level, just in keeping his pad level low and stuff like that. But the Steelers is a good spot for him. They develop these kind of guys really well.
Oh, man, yeah, absolutely. This makes absolute sense. Hey, thank you, none. Says, yes, are we out on DeJuan Jones? He's still on the board. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm out. Like, if it's at pick 63, I'm okay with it.
We've been having this debate a lot. We had it on the drive in here today. Like, is that a place we're comfortable with? Yeah, probably. I mean, it just depends on where the board's sitting.
Yeah.
So my thing with him is you do one day of the Senior Bowl practice. The whole story is you lost weight and you had your best year. Then you go to Senior Bowl and you play one day and then stop. And then you barely work out at the combine and you weigh more again. Then you don't work out at the pro day and weigh more again. I am a little concerned that the reports where you were down in the 350s and then you show up at your off-season workouts in the 370s.
Let's get back to Keanu Benton here. We got some of these highlights running. He was a my guy for me, and I just love watching this guy play. The violence, the hand technique I think he plays with. You're right. The pad level a little bit more consistently I think is going to be something that could help. But, man, I'm a real big fan of his and very much enjoyed watching him play. You see him getting it off there. That was pretty impressive right there.
Yeah.
Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are paying attention to the Green Bay Packers now, who are on the clock after some trade backs at pick number 50.
And we're waiting for the pick here coming in from the Green Bay Packers. I don't know if it's in yet or anything like that.
We don't know yet.
We're ahead of the broadcast. We're definitely ahead of the broadcast right now.
Now, that being said, we're about 3 picks away from realistic trade-up scenario for the Kansas City Chiefs, giving up pick 122 to move up. I don't know that I want to move up at this point. We'll see what the next couple go. Oh, we got a surprise face here.
I got the Packers pick.
Let's see it.
The Packers have selected wide receiver Jaden Reed out of Michigan State.
Really? That is an interesting pick.
Y'all both look very shocked. So, Jaden Reed out of Michigan State, a better 2021 than the 2022 season, but that was the entire Michigan State kind of offensive experience. He played in the slot. He played out wide. he's not a small guy. Like he's shorter, but not tiny. Good after the catch. Like he does a little bit of everything. It's just this seems a little high for him. He seems like a guy without a top-end elite trait, and that's what we've seen teams chasing in this entire draft right now.
Yeah, primarily a slot receiver.
And that fits in for Green Bay too, though.
Yeah, it really doesn't fit the typical profile, I don't believe, that the Packers have typically selected. Our guy Jake Morley does a lot of work on the physical profiles of the receivers that the Packers typically prefer, and he is the antithesis of that group.
He's 5'11", 187.
So not small.
He's close. Fine. He said he's close on about everything. I'm talking to Jake right now, just a little bit lighter. So he's close on a lot of their thresholds, but not completely hitting them. But yeah, it's kind of a surprise to see him go this far. But again, look, he's a more complete receiver than a guy like Jalen Hyatt. Jalen Hyatt has the dominant trait.
Sure.
Jaden Reed is a more complete receiver ready to play right now in a lot of different ways.
Somebody's going to work the middle of the field, be a little bit more of an intermediate option.
Him and Musgrave.
I mean, yeah, him and Musgrave together. You've also got Christian Watson out there. I mean,
you want to know real quick? You want to know why the Green Bay Packers traded back twice?
Why's that?
Because no one's taking Jaden Reed at pick 50.
No,
that's true. Yeah,
this is quite the fall for Jalen Hyatt. Honestly,
I'm a little surprised.
I don't know if I'm super surprised, but I don't think I would have pegged Mingo and Jaden Reed coming off the board before. If you told me 4 wide receivers went between picks 20 and 24, and then Jalen Hyatt was not the next wide receiver off the board, and it was not in the top 50, I'd be pretty surprised.
A little bit. He's got a true trait. He's got that long speed. He's got that vertical ability. He does come out of a gimmicky offense. I really do understand that. He doesn't run a full route tree. Jaden Reed is going to run a little bit more of a complete route tree. I understand the differences between them, and especially for the Packers there that already have a guy that can get vertical, Christian Watson. So it's not like something where they need a Jalen Hyatt on that team. But, man, his fall, yes, to your point, is a little surprising.
Miami Dolphins are on the clock. How fast do they sprint to the podium for Darnell Washington?
Ooh. I could definitely see them coming.
Would make sense
for Darnell Washington. I think he completes a lot of what they do there.
Osiris Torrance is on the board. I don't think that's for them. I'm looking at some of these players that are available on the board now.
I don't know. He might be for them. What do they have? I don't know the tackle position I thought they invested in, but I don't know if they have their interior offensive line locked up or not.
I'd be thrilled if I was one of them. If I was the Dolphins and I'm sitting at 51, my first pick's at 51, and I'm getting one of those guys.
Liam Eichberg, Robert Hunt, and an Austin Jackson.
I'll tell you what.
It'll all be improved upon on the offensive line.
This actually, you know what?
Washington makes a lot of sense.
This might be Chiefs trade-up territory, too. And the reason I say that is it might be a little bit of a discount, 63 and 122. But Miami doesn't have any picks.
Sure.
So they might be willing to take a discount to gain more draft capital.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Maybe. That being said, are you ecstatic about a trade up here?
If that's what the trade up is, yeah.
If it's 63 and 1,
what if it's a trade up for Cam Smith? Consensus top player on the board right now for the KCSN draft guide. How do you feel about that move?
I like it.
You're getting good value there.
I like it. I don't love it. Just because it's a position that you're now spending 2 picks on to improve, but I don't know if it's something that you have to improve on.
Right.
So I think if I'm taking a corner, I am just catchy. I am staying put and not spending extra picks to get to.
I think in principle I agree, unless you just feel strongly and you have strong conviction about a player. You know, if you're looking at tiers and pockets and you're just like, what are we doing?
Right.
This guy's in our pocket, in our tier, and we just like him. Just go get him. Like, I'm not going to get upset about that if they're going to go do that, if they just feel that kind of strong conviction.
Especially for 122. Like, they're not giving up both picks on this day. You're not giving up another top 100 pick. It's pick 122. Yeah, you do that, flexes you around. We talked about it yesterday, about how cornerback adding to the room, giving them another guy that can play a little bit of zone, a little bit of man, get a little more exotic with your coverage. I mean, it makes sense. I would be fine with trading up at that point as well, but I also don't feel like they really need to.
Yeah, I think that's about where we're sitting right now. Right now, if I'm mostly sitting here looking at this, like if we're talking about the Chiefs trading up, I think Hyatt, Cam Smith's an option. I think Gervon Dexter would still be one of my top choices that are on there. Yeah. Wouldn't be upset with the Darnell Washington type pick either.
For the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at this point.
We have the pick.
Okay.
Surprising. The Dolphins have stayed put and selected a player that we talked about, Cam Smith, cornerback out of South Carolina.
That's a little bit of a surprise.
A little bit. I
They
mean,
they just traded for Jalen Ramsey.
yeah.
They still have Xavier Howard. Is he now on the move? Is he a potential cut candidate? We know Byron Jones is falling apart.
Correct.
I mean, Cam Smith's a guy that can play in the slot.
They drafted Noah Igbinoghene.
Noah Igbinoghene. Wait, say it again.
Igbinoghene.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah. They drafted him semi-recently in the first round. Kind of a bust for them so far.
Yeah. I mean, Cam Smith, as you're seeing here on these highlights, you're going to see a guy. Of course, it's when he's giving up a completion there. But good in zone, good in man, has that positional flexibility, can work out of the slot, can work on the boundary. I think he's just a very safe prospect in that regard. This is just more questions about what are they doing with their secondary. They've already spent assets on corner in this draft.
Yeah.
You've got Xavier Howard. You've got Jalen Ramsey.
Okay,
Yes,
so
Cam
I'm looking. Their current nickel is Cater Kohu. So
Hey, there you go.
I've seen Cam Smith play in the slot. I've seen him play in the slot. He did it versus Jalen Hyatt. He played off of him a ton, but they did do that. So maybe that's where this pick is going, is he's going to be a slot corner for them.
Yeah, maybe.
Cam Smith's the guy we paid attention to this draft season, and Sean Barber, former NFL linebacker, broke him down with me.
He's long, he's fast, he's aggressive, he's a knowledgeable zone defender with great eyes, great technique. He has great mirror ability when his man. He plays with the proper leverage. He's a DB coach's dream. He can come into any defense, and you can find a place for this guy. He's a playmaker. He has great hands. He has knowledge about how to play the game of football, and he looks like a kid that actually loves playing the game.
I think there's some inside-outside versatility to him that we could see. I think he's a guy that could kick into the slot if you want him to play a little bit out there. I think he's a good outside corner as well. Maybe not necessarily the biggest guy, but he definitely plays bigger, than the frame that he has. He's bigger than the 180 pounds he's kind of listed at, the way he plays, because he's willing to be physical. He's willing to scrap. He's willing to fight down in and down out. I think there's a versatile skill set to him, that can be utilized in a lot of different ways and kind of be weaponized for a smart defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I love the way he uses his hand. He has long hands, long wingspan, and he uses them. He doesn't allow running backs and receivers to get away from him. So he's a great tackler. I think all in all, again, he's a good ball player.
Yeah,
he understands how to make plays, when to make plays, when to go for big hits, and when to just get a guy down. Sometimes the big hit isn't always there. Like right there, I love how he comes out of his zone, come out of his man coverage to make up for a guy who was going to be almost gifted a touchdown, and he makes it a tackle for loss. Sure tackle in the open field, always keeps his shoulders over his feet, over his toes, runs through the tackles. You just see a very consistent ball player right here.
I love the confidence he plays with, and I'm not talking about talking trash. What he sees, he's usually right.
Yeah.
He's going to click and close with confidence, and he's not going to try to slow down and break down out of fear. He trusts what he saw. He trusts what his technique. He trusts his film preparation, and he's going to fly down and make a commitment. And make a play at full speed. And that's where, you see, maybe he isn't necessarily the biggest guy in this class at the cornerback position, but how often is he actually getting fooled? I think that's something, especially, I think when you put him a little bit farther away from the football, when he's getting to see the things develop in front of him, boy, there's just a lot of plays to be made out there for Cam Smith.
Well, I'm going to love this guy because I played with two guys. When I was in Philadelphia, I played with a guy, Sheldon Brown, from the University of South Carolina. And then my last year, my 10th year in the league, when I was with the Houston Texans, I played with Dante Robinson. Both of those guys came from South Carolina. It's a certain brand of football they teach there, and their defensive secondary has been one of the best. I know everybody thinks it's University of Washington is DBU. I'm gonna debunk that. I think South Carolina is DBU, and I love Cam Smith.
The comp that we have in the KCSN draft guide for Cam Smith, Joe Hayden.
Ooh, we love that.
Like that one.
Love that.
Yeah. So that's Cam Smith, the cornerback out of South Carolina.
Who was that handsome guy in the highlights?
I don't know. I don't know about him. But we do have a couple selections here that we are officially in trade-up territory for the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll start with Zach Charbonnet, the running back out of UCLA, going to Seahawks at pick 52. That was a little bit of a surprise.
Well, yeah, they just took a second-round running back last year that they felt pretty good about. So
They're
interesting.
continuing to stack players. But here's the big one. So, again, we said, 63 and 122, those two selections can get you up to pick 53. A trade-up target that we discussed was Gervon Dexter, and the Bears do a very smart thing and grab Gervon Dexter, the defensive tackle out of Florida, with their spot. They're not trading up. They're grabbing a really good football player, Matthew.
Really sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great pick for them. It's a good pick. You get it, one of the better just raw one techs in this class, this nose tackle, but he has just real athleticism. He's an athlete. He's good lateral agility, good explosion. He's so strong. Even late out of his snap, you will see him hold up at the point of attack incredibly well versus double teams. And if you take a step back to 2021, where he played a few less snaps, he played a little bit lighter, his tape versus Alabama,
it's round one tape.
It's better than Mozzie Smith. It's better than Kalijah Canty. It's up there with maybe Brian Brzee is the second best top end defensive tackle tape right now. So good pick. I would have really loved to see the Chiefs get him. I think now there's a pretty big drop off in defensive tackles after him.
I would agree. Seeing Benton come off the board, now seeing Gervon Dexter come off the board. The Bears desperately needed defensive line help. This is a great pick for them. Absolutely stellar pick for them. They're going to be able to sit down, develop him a little bit, try and get him back to where he was playing with, at 2021. We saw him play a ton of snaps in 2022. The man didn't come off the field very often, playing at a heavier weight. You saw the toll that it kind of took on him. Drop him a little bit in weight. Have him play a little bit more in a rotation. You're going to have a player that could be a very high-end defensive tackle. I think his ceiling is that level. So Bears get a hell of a pick.
Yeah, I think that we talked about him being more or less our dream scenario at 63. 10 picks away, which is actually kind of a lot.
Yeah.
Still, when you think about it,
it is.
They were within striking distance of that, though. Gervon Dexter is the pick for the Chicago Bears. That is a fantastic one. So a couple
21 years old.
Couple of those targets that we've kind of been paying attention to as potential players for the Chiefs. The Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock with pick 54. Do not think the Chiefs will be trading up with them. Lions are following that. Definitely paying attention to them. At this point, Jalen Hyatt at this point, I'm looking. I'm paying attention to him.
Listen, this group of players that's available, I'm certain the Chiefs have a different board. Certain that the Chiefs have a different board. But this group of players that's available, I'm not getting excited or anxious to pull the trigger for a trade up. I don't.
Interesting.
You are?
I'm starting to run low on guys that I absolutely love that are left.
I think that's going to be the case with Jalen Hyatt, Darnell Washington.
And that's about it. I mean, Jalen Duncan here, offensive tackle out of Maryland, is a guy I would really, really like. I don't know if I think maybe he's a small step down from the others, but I would really, really like him at this point in time. And then Keely Ringo, DJ Turner, there's some other corners that you can throw in there.
Sure.
There's some value there, but I think you're starting to get a little slow. You're getting to a cliff again, and I think this is what happened in round one. So maybe it's just PTSD of that.
Maybe, but at the same time, round two is a little bit different. You don't see some of the same runs with some of that stuff. I mean, it's worth monitoring for certain, but I'm not personally getting anxious about moving up for a player at this point.
I see. Yeah, I mean, here's your best players available. You got Keely Ringo, Jalen Hyatt, Osiris Torrance, Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, Zach Harrison's a guy I'm really high on. You've also got Tucker Kraft.
Yeah.
You've got, you've got some interesting. I mean, I'm trying to run through the board here to look at some of these other guys, but the Chiefs are 10 picks out, and there's still some really interesting players still to me. But you're right, Matthew. I think the list is starting to shrink a little bit. And you do need to start paying a little bit of attention. I'd love for a linebacker to come off the board. I'd love for Hendon Hooker to come off the board.
The Chiefs are on the clock.
The Chiefs have traded up. The Chiefs have traded up.
Here we go.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wow.
All right, so the Kansas City Chiefs have traded up.
Thanks to everybody that is watching, that is listening. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded up in the 2023 NFL Draft. I believe that they have traded up with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Interesting. Intra-division trade-up.
An intra-division trade-up. The Chargers have traded back, and the Chiefs are on the clock. We are going to be reacting live. We do not know the pick quite yet, but the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. I wonder if 63 and 122 are the picks that they did use. And it would be a slight trade, a slight aggressive trade up.
But you're doing it with the division rival.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just a singular pick.
You are doing it with you are doing it
Yes.
with the division rival. There's some interesting players that are still on the board. You've got Jalen Hyatt. Do you have the pick?
Yes, but it's not the Chiefs trading up with the Chargers. It's the Chargers pick is what I have. So now I am.
So they traded with Detroit. So
Okay.
Let's just hear the Chargers pick.
Gotcha.
The Chargers have taken defensive end Tuli Tuipulotu out of USC.
Okay.
That's a solid pick.
All right, we have the picks. The Chiefs traded picks 63, 122, and 249. They got back 55 and 194.
Okay.
So they got 2 picks.
It's a pick swap.
So they did 3 picks for 2. So they're using 3 picks to get 2.
That's a great trade.
I think that's right about even value. So they didn't have to pay a premium at all. The Chiefs are on the clock.
I like that trade because you get rid of one of those 7th-round picks at the very end.
Yes.
It's not a wasted pick, but you don't need those 2 back-to-back in the 7th round.
Correct.
They don't do a lot for me. So, yeah, I really like that trade for the Chiefs where we're sitting.
I'm a big Jalen Hyatt. I think Jalen Hyatt would make a ton of sense here. And I'm telling you, if Jalen Hyatt's the pick here,
and they'd be leapfrogging Jacksonville at this point. Does Jacksonville go with the Jalen Hyatt in that scenario? I could see them using
speed on the outside.
So I could definitely see that occurring there. But man, who else? Who else would we really?
Darnell Washington.
Darnell Washington.
At this point in the draft, I think this is a fun one.
Do they have a defensive tackle that they would be making a move for?
And at this point, maybe I don't. Maybe.
Is there an offensive tackle? This is there's a lot of ways they can go here, right?
Trade up for DeJuan Jones?
Don't do that to me.
Or Jalen Duncan?
There we go. Or the big salad himself, Nick Saldiveri. That would be great, even if it's a little early, but I would still like it.
Interesting.
They have conviction.
They do.
They like whoever it is.
Well, clearly they like whoever
I really
it is.
like getting that 190 pick.
I do too. I like that trade a lot.
That's
that
sweet
fills
spot.
a nice little kind of dead area of the Chiefs draft
Absolutely.
when we're sitting there tomorrow.
I think this was a smart move. We kind of guessed that 63 and 122 would be about the capital that you needed at this point in the draft, and I
have the pick.
Let's hear it.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded up and selected wide receiver Rashee Rice out of SMU, a player that they brought in for a top 30 visit late in the process. He is a guy that had a lot of production at SMU, has some of the best highlights of any player in this wide receiver class with his ability to have contested catches and go up in the air and make acrobatic catches.
Rashee Rice was the number 6 wide receiver in the KCSN draft guide. We had him ranked at number 6. 2nd round grade on their player comp was T. Higgins. Team fit was high there, obviously.
We gave him a high fit, yes. And actually, we had him pretty high in the KCSN draft guide. We had some fans in the group with him. You know, there's been some talk that he was kind of dealing with some injuries this entire his senior season.
Yeah.
So there's something to pay attention to there. Maybe he's kind of come back from some of that a little bit as well.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something to kind of take into consideration when you're looking at Rashee Rice. We've got some of the highlights of him right here that you're going to get to see of the former SMU Mustang.
Big guy, length, density.
Kind of big.
I mean, he's 6'1", 204. I mean, I think that's pretty big. For considering the Chiefs wide receiver room right now, it is massive. So he's a bigger guy, has a little bit of ability to kind of get some hard yards in some of these scenarios here, make guys miss a little bit. Like Kent said, had some injuries. It remains to be seen how healthy, or what he would be like if he was a little more healthy.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things there. You want to jump in, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm going to say during these highlights, you're going to see a lot of really impressive catches with corners draped on him because he struggles to create separation. I mean, that's the big holdup that I have with Rashee Rice. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, right? Like, he is a player that I understand why you like him. He has really good highlights. He's going to make some awesome contested catches, but I struggle when I'm seeing a 6'1", 205-pound wide receiver who lives and dies by contested catches versus smaller school competition.
Yeah.
That's a concern for me. A guy that can't separate versus smaller school competition is a major concern for me, and that's Rashee Rice. Now, against Maryland this year, against first-round cornerback Deontay Banks, Tier 1 CBAT, against cornerback Ja'Corian Bennett, who's going to be a tier 1 CBAT. He had like 200 yards. He absolutely ate them up. It was a lot of winning at the catch point, but he was still doing it. So there's a path to success. But I have some reservations about his ability to get open in the NFL.
Now, we're talking about this from the standpoint of bigger receiver, more of a jump ball receiver. We have talked about do the Chiefs like that type of receiver? Are they a team that prioritizes separation over some of these contested catch situations? Now, all of a sudden, you're seeing them go get a jump ball receiver here. So Patrick Mahomes, obviously a guy that has become a little more accustomed to throwing that kind of ball over the past couple of years. Now you go get a guy who that is his strength. That is what he is good at, is going up and getting the ball over cornerbacks that are draped over him. I do think that it's interesting. The profile of that is interesting. We've been talking about Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, these guys that maybe create a little bit more separation, are able to get a little more open. They go get a guy that's just going to go up and get it and play really physical. Just an interesting turn for this wide receiver group.
It's a deviation away from what they've typically preferred and some of the areas that he wins. But, I mean, it's a physical profile that's different than what they have. And if they were coveting that physical profile, I don't think they could have found a better player. I don't think on the board. I'm thinking off
Cedric Tillman.
I think I like the idea of Rashee Rice healthy. If he's healthy, better than I like what they get with Cedric
Interesting.
Tillman.
I would definitely take Tillman 10 out of 10 times there. I think he's just a better athlete, plays better. So it's a tough one, right? I think you can see a lot of what he can do. He's a hard physical player. It's just I don't know. I'm a little stuck seeing some limitations in his game right now, and I think a lot of this is we've struggled to see the Chiefs find a way to utilize players like this over and over again. And now you're going to take a guy that doesn't have the elite size in this skill set the Chiefs have struggled with. That's where my holdup is. However, the Chiefs worked him out. The Chiefs probably saw him up close and personal at the Senior Bowl, where I think he had ups and downs actually the Senior Bowl. There was some good and some bad. They clearly feel comfortable with this pick. They really love him. They traded up to do it. I was going to say he has some of the best ball skills, and that's true, but he also has one of the worst drop rates in the class.
Yeah, he does.
So, it's so much good and bad with every process of this.
It is. 32 and 3/4 inch arms. So he's got wingspan along with, a 6'1" height there. But I think the thing that really is nice to me, a 41-inch vertical.
He's explosive, which he doesn't show up on tape. Yeah, it didn't show up much on tape.
Correct. But maybe it does a little bit when he's playing through contact. Getting those extra yards, that explosion does translate a little bit, but does have an athletic profile that could perform in some of those scenarios, play as a bigger guy, play as some of the highlights that we saw, the one where he's along the goal line here, driving through multiple defenders to make sure that he gets in. That's what you see on tape. Those are the hidden yards that you're getting from those sorts of guys. That's the type of thing that I would expect from Rashee Rice in the Chiefs offense, especially year one.
How do we think he fits in with the rest of the wide receiver room, right? So we're sitting here, we're looking at the rest of this wide receiver room. I think Rashee Rice clearly gives you an outside wide receiver, right? He clearly gives you someone to go play as an X wide receiver, line up on the line of scrimmage, do that kind of stuff. How much does that crossover with MVS, though, right? I feel like there's a lot of crossover between those two players.
I feel like there is, too. But that being said, what you're going to see is MVS could be a free agent, could be a casualty next year, and you're building towards that for next year. Looking at a guy and you're saying, hey, we're fine with this. Let's get him healthy. They obviously did the work on his medicals, brought him in a bunch of times. That's what you want to see. And if the Chiefs have vetted him there, you feel good about his medicals in that scenario. But maybe you give him a redshirt year. Maybe you give him, a limited number of snaps. I don't think that this is a situation that you look at and you say, okay, the wide receiver room's fixed. I don't think that you're looking at it from that perspective. This might be a year two move. And replacing MVS going forward, from that perspective, I think it makes some sense.
I mean, they have conviction about this guy.
They do.
They have very strong conviction and belief about this guy and how they're going to use him. They made sure to move up. They moved up 8 picks in the second round to make sure that they're going to go get a receiver that they covet. We had him number 41 in the KCSN draft guide. Jake Morley, our wide receiver evaluator, quite high on a Rashee Rice. And the ability to climb the ladder and make some of these plays in contested areas is something that I think is something that definitely stands out when you're watching. You're seeing
the pick is being announced right now.
The pick is being announced right now. Rashee Rice being selected by the Kansas City Chiefs with the 55th pick in a small trade up, which we'll talk about the compensation here in a second. But I think this is a guy that can play as an X. which they haven't had, a true, that they don't have a true X wide receiver on their roster right now.
Yeah, we were talking about it. He's kind of a future replacement for MVS because there's a lot of overlap in their plays. Guys that are going to work on the vertical plane and just kind of make contested catches. Maybe they can beat a few guys deep. So, it's definitely like a future MVS move. I think he offers a little more underneath than MVS does for sure.
For sure.
But he's still not a guy you can force feed the ball underneath because he's unreliable hands and he's not creating he just doesn't create separation, right? So I see him in the role. I see how he fits with the rest of the wide receiver room. It's a good move. This also really hurts my hopes for DeAndre Hopkins becoming a Chief because that's his exact role as well.
It kind of is his exact role. I do like the way that he stacks cornerbacks. I think that he's really good at that. One of the better ones in the class. Gets the cornerback on his back, makes sure to shield everybody out to go get the ball there. There is a path to success for Rashee Rice in this offense. It is just a different one than the Chiefs are prioritized. So now we are back-to-back picks here. Felix, who, high ceiling, going to take a little bit of work here, a little bit more of a refinement. Now you're talking about Rashee Rice, going to take a little bit more of a refinement. The Chiefs of the past 2 drafts have drafted very high floor, high football character. Not that these two aren't high football character, but high floor individuals that are going to come in and be able to play immediately. And now you got a couple of guys that maybe you're banking on the future years a little bit more. Maybe you're banking on some growth here, and you bought yourself that with the previous 2 drafts and the floor that you gained from those 2 drafts.
The Chiefs have selected wide receiver Rashee Rice in a trade-up with the Detroit Lions. We'll talk about the compensation, the overall roster construction with the receiver position after we take a quick break.
Thanks for listening to KC Sports Network. Make sure you download our new app. Find it on the App Store or Google Play. Just search KC Sports Network.
Kansas City, the NFL draft is here. It is draft week in Kansas City, and what a time it is for our city. Just winning a Super Bowl thanks to Andy Reid and company, and now hosting the NFL draft. It's an incredible time to be in Kansas City and to be a Kansas City sports fan, and regardless of who you root for, there's only one selection that every football fan can share, and that's an ice-cold Miller Lite. Look, the players change, the coaches change, the rules change, but Miller Lite is still the perfect beer for draft time, game time, and everything in between. When I want a beer with some flavor, I go to the cooler and I reach for a Miller Lite. It's light on calories, not light on taste. It's the perfect beer for watching football, watching soccer, watching any Kansas City sports, and hanging out with the boys. It's my go-to. So kickoff comes around again. Enjoy the beer that tastes like the season, Miller Lite. Great taste, 96 calories. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/KCSN, or you can pick up some Miller Lite pretty much anywhere they sell beer. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Entertain, educate, inform. KC Sports Network.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching, if you're listening. Appreciate everybody that has been doing that, has been supporting our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. The Chiefs have a new receiver. They have acquired Rashee Rice in a trade-up with the Detroit Lions. Matthew, what do you think? The Chiefs are very clearly they're very intentional about making sure they get this guy. We said, a vertical stretch guy is something that we could kind of see them doing. This is a guy that's been a ball winner down the field. He's not necessarily a blazer or anything like that. From a group construction perspective, I know you talked a little bit about replacing MVS, but what do we think he gives them immediately?
Do you really want to start with me?
Yeah.
Not a lot. I don't think he's reliable. I don't think he's a consistent player. His drop rate is really, really high. He makes contested catches through the roof, but his drop rate is really, really high. He's a guy that's trying to posterize defensive backs at 6'1", 205 pounds, right? That's been his game so far, and those are guys that the Chiefs have struggled to have success with. So there's a role. He can be a red zone weapon. He can be a guy that goes and stacks CBs down the field and you throw contested balls to. There's very clear things that he does do well. It's just not as something the Chiefs have had any success doing since Patrick Mahomes has taken over. Now, you could argue they haven't had a great wide receiver at this since a Dwayne Bowe type.
Right.
And maybe that's his ultimate ceiling is a Dwayne Bowe type. Mm-hmm. A guy that doesn't create a ton of separation. A guy that has to win with a cornerback draped on his back at all times, but will give you awesome circus catches along the sideline, and then will drop a ball right in his breadbasket with plenty of yards to run after the catch. So maybe that is the upside. And I actually can see Andy Reid like Dwayne Bowe.
He did.
I can see the connection there. And maybe this is a comp that I've talked myself into, that if it goes this path, that's the upside you're looking at, is a Dwayne Bowe type player out of Rashee Rice. And like, that's the good for me.
Okay, I'm looking at this. You brought up the red zone. I think that's a great place to start with Rashee Rice, because what we saw last year is the Chiefs were hyper-focused on their horizontal stretch guys in the red zone. They needed a McCole Hardman in the red zone. They needed a Kadarius Toney in the red zone, because they would get down there and they would stall out a little bit. They would get to the point where they'd be at the 5-yard line, and if those two guys weren't available and they were hurt, McCole Hardman's now a New York Jet, Kadarius Toney, who knows how long he's going to be healthy. Now all of a sudden you had Sky Moore down there in that scenario. Didn't really work out in the way that they wanted to in some of those gadgety type roles. And you're hoping he is going to play more of the Juju Smith-Schuster role. You need a guy that you can go to there along the goal line. Rashee Rice makes sense for that scenario. You're telling me that you are adding this to try and replace some of that, inside the 10-yard, the goal to go scenarios. That's where he's at his best. Go up, get the jump ball, throw that back shoulder fade that nobody likes. That is a low percentage throw, but he can go up, has the ability to stack a cornerback, shield a guy, and score in that scenario. That's where he wins. That from the roster construction this year, that's where I could see it coming into play here, because we look at a guy like Jody Fortson as the guy that they rely on in those scenarios. Now you're adding another guy there, and you're not having to rely on your horizontal stretch inside the 10 to get the ball into the end zone every single time.
Yeah, and like I said, that's clearly a path, right? That's clearly an avenue that you can go to, is using him as a red zone weapon as an actual wide receiver.
Yeah.
How many times did we see wide receivers get targets in the red zone for the Chiefs last year?
Well, I mean, but how many got? Well,
no, in the red zone.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Often.
It didn't happen. And Rashee Rice gives you a very clear path to do that. He gives you a guy that plays big at the catch point for third downs to go make plays. There are things he's going to do well that will fit into this offense. And if you think that contested catches in college at a non-Power 5 level translate to the NFL, he's very good prospect. If you think there's a good translation, a good correlation between how he won in college and he'll be able to do that in the NFL, that's a very good pick for where it is. It's just, we've seen year in and year out guys of that skill set coming even from higher levels of competition struggle to make that transition. Is he one that bucks the trend? Guys have done it too. There have been players that have had success bucking that trend that have a similar skill set to him. Is he going to be one of the guys that does that or not?
Yeah, that's the big question. The Chiefs had Rashee Rice in for a top 30 visit. So this is one of their top 30 visits. I'm trying to think if we had confirmation. I don't know if Felix Anudike-Uzomah was technically a top 30 visit, but they had a lot of exposure to him through the draft
local
process.
Pro day, combine visit, and then
yes.
I believe there was a third visit in there that he mentioned he had a third visit.
So maybe they did have a top 30 visit with Felix Anudike-Uzomah. But Rashee Rice did come in for a top 30 visit. A late happy birthday to Rashee Rice. He turned 23, April 22nd. So he is less than a week into his year 23. He's going to be a 23-year-old rookie receiver.
One of my favorite part about the trade?
Yeah.
The compensation has come out from our guy, Joseph Hefner's chart. According to the Rich Hill chart, which is just my favorite to look at this stuff because it's just based on real results, the Chiefs actually came out ahead by a late 7th round pick.
Oh, interesting.
Now, if you look at some of the other analytically driven charts, they gave up late 5th to early 6th in excess. So a little bit of difference. I like the trade. I like getting the 194 pick back. I don't have any issue getting rid of that late 7th. Like, I really like the trade. The trade up is a great play. I would have taken Jalen Hyatt.
I think I would have taken Jalen Hyatt too, personally, but they believe in him. I mean, like the thing I appreciate is like, look, this staff had a lot of success last year. They've had 2 outstanding drafts, and they have a lot of conviction about making sure they're going up and getting this receiver.
It's due for this one after last year.
Yeah, and they prefer Rashee Rice and his ability, to go up and get the football, to make some of these circus catches. They prefer him to a Cedric Tillman. And if they're looking, it seems like they are definitely looking to build the basketball team, as you'll hear a lot of teams say. Like with your receiver position, the physical profiles are all over the place typically. The skill sets are kind of all over the place because not every guy's going to have all these translatable skill sets. You can't have every single trait, that a dominant trait in one single receiver just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about building pieces of the puzzle together. Making this wide receiver room make sense with various different pieces that all fit together and have a specific role. This is a specific role that they did not have and have not had. in a long time. We talk all the time about Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't want to throw contested catches. He doesn't want to throw that sort of stuff. Again, man, he hadn't had that guy. Dwayne Bowe was the last guy that was any good at contested catches and those sorts of things.
Yeah.
So I do think that they are banking on, hey, Patrick wants this sort of wide receiver. He feels comfortable throwing a little bit more contested catches. I can see it making sense. I do think it's interesting. Rashee Rice, also a team captain. In that very young room, a little bit older prospect, only 23. Not like he's ancient or anything like that, but a little bit older prospect there. They're bringing in another, mature guy into the room, another individual that can be in that room. If to your point, they're taking over from MBS, looking to move on from that guy in the future here and have Rashee Rice take over. This is probably a guy, good, high character, can help lead the room a little bit, and you can get him in, maybe in year 2 a little bit, and have him be the sort of individual that can run it.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out with us. We'll look at some of the production here from Rashee Rice, because he had an uber productive final season for SMU. 96 catches, 1,355 yards, and 10 touchdowns. He's a guy that put the ball in the paint a lot for SMU. I mean, you talked a little bit earlier about the red zone production.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something that the Chiefs feel like they just need to get more out of. Just a guy that's able to put the ball in the paint. And with this physical profile, I think those are some of the things that you kind of point to as, some of the positives about what you're looking and what you're getting at here with Rashee Rice.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure. You get yourself a red zone threat. You get yourself a guy that does a lot of stuff. And the highlights are a ton of fun. You're going to see a guy that's going to make.
Look at him tracking the ball like that.
Yeah. You're going to make so many plays in the red zone. You're going to make so many plays at the catch point. I mean, you are having a guy that's going to put out the best highlight package you can get. And that's not in question. It's just a matter of how much is it going to translate, rep by rep. And that's where the questions are. But to Kent's point, they don't have a guy that's going to win in the same way Rashee Rice does right now.
No.
Even though he's similar to MVS and how he plays or where his role's probably going to be, they win differently. MVS is a build-up speed guy that's just going to run by you. Rashee Rice isn't necessarily slow, but he doesn't predicate his entire game about build-up speed.
Correct.
He's just fighting for position so that he can make that contested catch, so he can outplay a cornerback at the catch point rather than just try to run by him.
Yeah, it makes some sense. And again, Juju Smith-Schuster's role last year, if we expect that Sky Moore is that guy, this makes a lot of sense in this scenario. Now you've got that guy that can win in the intermediate roles. You've got a guy that can win in the paint. Rashee Rice can stack guys along the boundary. Even coming from the standpoint of you can have him running some curl routes at the sticks and having him shield a corner.
Yeah.
Another third down guy that isn't going to get big separation, but maybe can get you 9 when you need 8. And another option there on those gotta have it downs. That's a bigger body that can win in those sorts of roles. I can see it.
I wonder if, and one thing I kind of wonder when you're looking at him is maybe he didn't do it at SMU, but there's more things that they think he can do at the next level. He can operate and be tough in the middle of the field and make those tough catches, in tight areas, against contact, in traffic. If they believe there's a little bit more of that to him in those areas of the field, you talk about in the intermediate, if that's a place they just have strong conviction that he can win in, then that might be some place that they want to try to utilize him a little bit more. Rashee Rice, his relative athletic score, which is one of the testing numbers we pay a ton of attention to, his athletic testing score was a 9.53 out of 10.
That's good.
That's quite good. He had an elite 10-yard split. He had an elite 20-yard split, and he ran a 4.51 at 6'1", 204.
Yeah.
He had an elite vertical jump. He had an elite broad jump.
Yep.
His shuttle and his 3-cone were,
fine.
Were fine.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of talk and a lot of discussion about the athletic, some of the toe injury. He had a toe injury during his final season at SMU.
Still put up
1,355
yards and 10 touchdowns.
Didn't miss time. So you got a high football character guy, loves football, didn't miss any time, has a great athletic profile. I mean, this might be like they're projecting even farther out than just what we saw on tape at SMU.
It's certainly possible. I mean, the athletic profile is better than I think he looked on tape, and you wonder how much of the toe injury played into that. I hope that was the case. I tried to go back and watch the previous year before the toe injury, and I thought on tape it looked the same. He's really smooth. I think he moves very smoothly. That explosive testing really caught me off guard, actually, because I don't think he moves explosive on film, but he's smooth. He's fluid in and out of his brakes, so he gets in and out of them relatively fast. It just doesn't always translate directly to separation. And like I said, the explosive numbers took me by surprise. So you see those to go along with the smoothness and the catch point ability. Yeah, maybe you do think that there's a little bit more that he can do that he didn't show at SMU. You're thinking with better coaching at the NFL level instead of at SMU, there is going to be more there. It seems like another, similar to round one, seems like another big swing. It seems like less of a safe pick again and more of a big swing to me, which is just an interesting turn compared to the past couple drafts they've had.
Absolutely. They have valued consistency in the previous 2 drafts. That has been kind of the name of the game. Come up here, have a very high floor, play with consistency. Now all of a sudden, they're swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't hate the approach. If that's what this draft is going to be, hey, we're going to go after these guys. We're going to bet on our coaching to be better than everybody else's. We're going to bet on our facilities, our athletic department, our front office, everybody to just be better than everything else, which they kind of are. I mean, let's be fair here. They kind of are better than everybody else's. We're going to bet on our guys to get the most out of this. We're going to start taking these swings because we already have the floor. We already have the foundation in the hopes. If you get a hit out of Felix, if you get a hit out of Rashee Rice, it's a massive swing. And that hit now all of a sudden becomes a potential really high-end player versus maybe the hits, the super big hits in previous drafts are just, good, really good players, but not elite or great players.
So maybe that means the Chiefs feel pretty good about the depth and the overall state of their roster. I mean, that's what Brett Veach gets up there and tells us before every draft.
It is.
And the way they're drafting right now says that's the case.
It does.
Mean, they're drafting 2 guys that don't have to play right away and maybe are be better served not playing right away as they do try to develop and show more than what they were able to just technically speaking and can like on a reliability or a consistent page than they did in the past. So maybe they are feeling more comfortable what they currently have. They want to take bigger swings and try to hit home runs rather than just take the safe doubles and guys that come in and play right away.
The Chiefs traded up. They have a lot of conviction and belief in Rashee Rice. And one of the things you hear Andy Reid say all the time is we're going to exploit this guy's strengths. I think there's some strengths that the Chiefs obviously believe in. There are some abilities there, winning at the catch point, ball production in the end zone. I think there's a lot of things to work with for Andy Reid and the Chiefs, and they clearly feel the same way because they wanted to make sure that they were getting that guy. Rashee Rice is the 55th pick in the NFL draft to the Kansas City Chiefs. Make sure you're staying here on KC Sports Network. We will be breaking down every single pick on this night and every single pick for the 2023 NFL draft of the Chiefs. Thank you all so much for listening. We really appreciate your support. We have some picks that we do need to catch up on as the Chiefs have made the pick of Rashee Rice at 55. Let's catch you up on a few of the selections. Let's burn through some of these. Tyreek Stevenson out of Miami goes to the Chicago Bears, a guy that was kind of climbing up processes and people kind of ignored or kind of got lost in the got lost a little bit in the strong cornerback class. John Michael Schmitz goes at pick 57 to the New York Giants. Some people thought
he was a target for a lot of mock drafts within round one.
A little bit surprising that he went before Osiris Torrance.
And
well, that's coming up soon.
I know it is.
Unfortunately,
Luke Schoonmaker goes to Michigan before Darnell Washington.
Schoon, though.
Shout out Luke Schoonmaker, East West Shrine Bowl alum. Congratulations to Eric Galco on him going there. The Buffalo Bills hit a home run.
It's a great pick for them.
There are some people that were talking about Osiris Torrance going to the Buffalo Bills in round one. Osiris Torrance is a Buffalo Bill at pick 59. Daxton Hill last year to the Cincinnati Bengals. This year it's DJ Turner out of Michigan going to the Cincinnati Bengals. Another really strong pick from them.
That's a strong pick.
Guess what? Tier 1 CBAT.
Another Tier 1 CBAT cornerback athletic tester. Brenton Strange, the Penn State tight end, one of my guys, also off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I love that pick for them.
That's pretty early. That's a lot earlier than I expected. Strange to go, especially ahead of Darnell Washington, who is in a full free fall right now.
Well, and ahead of Tucker Kraft.
Yeah.
I struggle to see what he does better than either one of those guys. So you have to wonder if there is some medical stuff because there was some late rumors of Darnell Washington and Tucker Kraft did miss time with an injury or something.
That's true.
So, yeah.
Yeah, there's those are some interesting picks there for sure. The Houston Texans are on the clock, and we will wait to find out what their picks are. There's been some. I mean, look, if you look at the Jacksonville Jaguars, Anton Harrison and Brenton Strange, I like that for them. I think that's a good start to the draft for them.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I think that's a little bit high for Brenton, personally.
Yeah.
The willingness is there as a blocker, to your point, Ken. I just don't like the way that he frames people in open field. Like, the positioning's okay, and then misses on the ball. So, but it's got movement ability. You can see that there's a lot more there than maybe he put on tape, or from a production standpoint. But,
The Houston Texans just traded up with the Philadelphia Eagles. They gave up 65, 188, and 230 for pick 62. And they have selected Juice Scruggs, interior offensive lineman out of Penn State.
By the way, Rashee Rice worked out with Patrick Mahomes in Dallas this offseason.
Oh!
Pat told Veach and Company, quote, go get him per Adam Lefkoe.
So, in other words, Quentin Johnson coming in and not making it out, and Zay Flowers publicly being out there was potentially a little bit of a smokescreen for a wide receiver that they liked at a later point in the draft.
That would make some sense.
So
like, say,
Patrick
hey,
Mahomes signs off
pay
on
attention.
Rashee Rice.
Well, the last time we got this rumor, it was for
I know.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire at pick 31. I'm not saying that means anything, right?
No, it doesn't.
I'm not saying that means a single thing. But yeah, that shows an organizational emphasis. That shows a plan that has probably been in place for a little while. We all kind of talked about it. It's weird when you have Quentin Johnson with working out with Mahomes show up, when you have Zay Flowers publicly getting up there and being talked about all over the place as working out with the Chiefs and a potential target. So maybe they do have a lot of belief in Rashee Rice. Maybe there is a lot of belief there. Mahomes already has signed off on it. So it makes sense from the team's perspective.
I would be very curious to hear when Rashee Rice trained with Patrick Mahomes. Like, was this early enough in the process to where they then called
I would guess
Quentin
it's
Johnson and Zay Flowers?
I would guess it's around. Okay, so let's just unfold this for a second.
Yeah.
We need someone to go jump on Instagram and just scour everything.
Let's just unfold
Guys,
this
get
for a
on there.
second. Okay, so when the Zay Flowers stuff hit, we kind of wondered privately, maybe this is a smokescreen for Quentin Johnson because Quentin Johnson kind of got visible out there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's just go a layer deeper now. What if the Quentin Johnson subtle, like everyone kind of found it themselves, Quentin Johnson stuff was actually intentional? They were okay with that getting leaked out.
Yeah.
And then they doubled down and did the whole Zay Flowers thing to leak out because they were never going to go wide receiver in round one or didn't think that they were going to be able to get wide receiver in round one. They clearly weren't.
No.
And maybe they were just playing that game a little bit.
Interesting.
It's worth examining. If Patrick Mahomes loves him, I'm good with it. They went up and they made sure they got a guy Patrick Mahomes is a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm good making Patrick LaVon Mahomes happy.
Part of the worry with a player like that is that Patrick's not going to use him as much. Patrick's not going to throw that contested catch ball as much. Now all of a sudden you got a guy that Patrick is already comfortable working with. There you go.
I mean, no, the process there makes sense. He talked last year about how he liked having bigger-bodied wide receivers that he could work with, throw the ball up to, and they'd go make the catch. Rashee Rice is going to go make a catch. Well, he's going to go attack the ball. I'm going to keep harping on it because I don't think it's talked about enough. His drop rate's really bad, there's not a consistency in terms of making a catch, but he's going to go up and get a ball. The ball does not have to be perfectly placed for Rashee Rice to track it and get his hands on it. So that makes a lot of sense when you start putting the whole story together. I also have
the Denver Broncos.
I had
that
pick, yes.
63. Select Marvin Mims Jr., a guy that we talked about a little bit.
Ouch.
As if, hey, maybe they don't go Jalen Hyatt. They can wait to 63, pick up Marvin Mims.
So Marvin Mims goes before Jalen Hyatt.
He does.
Hey, go back and get Jalen Hyatt too.
I mean, I would. He's got a trait. Absolutely, he does.
I mean, how much you need to go get Jalen Hyatt?
No.
I
think if the Chiefs liked Hyatt, he'd already be a Chief.
I do too.
I think this was a concerted effort, to everybody's point, that they were trying to shield Rashee Rice.
I do think. I think there was some deep layers there for sure.
Yeah.
I think we thought maybe it was for Quentin Johnson. They were trying to cover their tracks on Quentin Johnston, and maybe the Chiefs were pretending to be covering their tracks on Quentin
Now,
Johnston.
here's the thing.
So they could cover their tracks on the other receiver that's in Dallas.
Our guy Nate Taylor, who's come on and talked about the wide receiver group a lot and how, the Chiefs are comfortable with what they've got and stuff like that, was saying, I mean, they've got a camera crew down there. Like, all of a sudden, you've got this camera crew down there that's filming Zay Flowers. This is reportedly a documentary that Patrick Mahomes that's filming right now. That's what we've heard. That's
Yes.
why this camera crew is
It's for the
down there.
Netflix show.
Correct, for the Netflix show. They caught Quentin Johnson. They caught Zay Flowers. They did not catch Rashee Rice, which makes a lot more sense for the Kansas City Chiefs to call down there and say, hey, let's turn the cameras off for a few days.
How long until that footage is now coming up off of the Chiefs social media team?
Oh, it's coming soon.
That's what I mean. Like, how long until you get the footage of Rashee Rice and Patrick Mahomes working out together, right?
Oh, man.
I know that the cameras were off. That film was just tucked away.
No, I think you're right.
For a rainy day. Also fun news. Rashee Rice has back squatted 500 pounds. So that's cool for a wide receiver.
Buddy,
that's pretty cool for a wide receiver.
Matty immediately goes to that.
Loves it.
I absolutely love it.
Got to find the positive somewhere.
Round 2 is complete. We are all officially in round 3 of the NFL draft. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. So we will be monitoring what they do here.
Are you guys are you at all surprised that Tommy Adewale had a great Senior Bowl? Really great Senior Bowl.
He had a great Senior Bowl in one-on-one pass rush reps, in which it is going to favor defensive linemen, especially a smaller 3-tech that is very laterally agile.
Yes.
So it's a favorable spot for him. He beat up on Cody Mock one of the days. I remember it was a matchup. His matchup was a guy who's just moving to guard after playing tackle. Right? I get it. I get why he's sliding. He's super athletic. Someone's going to get a good pick. Someone's going to get a player that's going to play for them. It's just this seems to be about where his range probably should go.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us. This has been so much fun. We've got over 1,000 of you. We got 1,100 of you right now watching as the Chiefs are going through day 2 of the NFL draft along with the rest of the teams in the league. And the Chiefs have 2 picks. They've got Felix Anudike-Uzomah in the first round. They've got Rashee Rice in the second round. They've addressed receivers. So much for not needing a receiver. Boy, that's trading up for one in the top 55. Seems like they probably felt that they needed to get another receiver into this group.
Well, looking at now the Chiefs have another pick here, looking at it through the lens of they're taking some swings. Like at this point, they are taking some swings. What sorts of players with that lens, looking at it from that perspective, would you think that they might take some swings on? Is this a Jalen Duncan situation?
I mean, Jalen Duncan fits what they've been doing so far with their picks right now, right?
Yeah.
A guy that has a relatively low floor but a pretty high ceiling.
Yeah.
So he makes a lot of sense for something like this. Wanya Morris, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Fits in there too. Like guys that could definitely just, if they hit their ceiling, it's going to be absolutely excellent going forward. That's a little bit bigger of a swing. Defensive tackle wise, Zach Pickens, I think, out of South Carolina. I don't know if the floor is necessarily as low, but here's a former 5-star recruit defensive tackle that if he gets to his full potential, there is going to be some really high-end stuff there.
That would be a great pick for the Chiefs at 95, but he's the pick at 64.
Well, that's awesome. I have a TV I can't see.
I had it here. I was just waiting for you to finish your comments.
The Bears have snaked Gervon Dexter and Zach Pickens.
Hey, this is smart by them.
It's Matty's favorite defensive line in the league now. All of a sudden, with 2 picks here.
I think this is a great start for them.
Yeah.
I think they've done an outstanding job so far.
This is a good pick. This is a really good pick for them. Does a lot of things really well. I really like his hand usage. I think that you can tell that the 5-star part of that comes through. Like he's just pretty technically refined in some of these areas here. His highlights are also really good as well, especially for a big guy like he is. I like that pick.
Yeah, no, I think that the Bears are doing something very smart. I think they've done a great job investing in the trenches here. They are just, they've went Darnell Wright, Gervon Dexter, Zach Pickens to improve their offensive and defensive fronts. They also got a really quality corner in Tyreek Stevenson.
A guy that had some round 1 buzz.
They've had some round 1 buzz. He has the pedigree of a 5-star prospect. He has a great athletic profile. His tape's good.
Per our own Marlia Campbell, Rashee Rice in his Zoom interview right now, when asked to comp a player who he models his game after, it's DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, no, I fully get that.
Yeah,
I love it.
Doesn't create a ton of separation like DeAndre Hopkins. Insane ball skills and catching the ball away from his body. The body control, the way he contorts it, absolutely, positively understand how he should model his game after DeAndre Hopkins and where you can see some similarities between the two.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's just funny that you mentioned that a little bit earlier and how he wins in some of the same ways as DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
Comes right out. He says it himself.
I get that.
He's got great. I mean, he does have that body control.
No, he does.
The similarity in the body control is great.
The pathway for him to being a very good NFL player is there. It's a narrow lane. It's a really small needle that has to be threaded. That's all. That's the thing. It's a very small needle that has to be threaded, and we've seen a lot of guys fail to thread that needle over the years. That's all.
Yeah.
That's the end of the takeaway for that.
Patrick Mahomes
Loved it. He thinks he can. Patrick Mahomes says he can be DeAndre Hopkins.
I hope so.
Get him on the Zoom right now. I want to hear this from the man himself.
Yeah, let's see if we can get Mahomes on. Here we are into the third round tonight. The Philadelphia Eagles have back-to-back picks here, so we'll be keeping an eye on what they do. They've had a great draft. They just continue to take. Are they going to take Darnell Washington?
Boy, that would make some sense for them.
Are they just gonna? If they just take Darnell Washington,
it is a Georgia player.
But he doesn't play defense.
True.
Is this Chris Smith?
He could play defense.
They lose both safeties. I mean, I don't think Chris Smith is necessarily the picks. I don't think this is his range.
Is this Keely Ringo?
Oh, moving Keely Ringo to safety and the Eagles just continuing to build up the Philadelphia Bulldogs defense is probably the move.
I mean, I said it on the stream. But like, we've always wondered, hey, like, what would happen if this entire Georgia defense got to play together?
Yeah.
And like the Eagles might actually do it.
So
watch them take Ringo and Washington because they have two back-to-back picks.
True. It is round 3. Maddie, you know how much I hate to give Cam credit, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know how much I hate this. The Tennessee offense is still on the board outside of Darnell Wright.
Makes
Hendon
sense.
Hooker, Cedric Tillman, Jalen Hyatt. All on the board. Nate Taylor confirms Rashee Rice is part of the workout at Camp Mahomes. Yes. Yeah, and Rashee Rice did as well. So, yeah, that makes a ton of sense there.
Sorry, continue.
Oh.
I have we have the pick for the Eagles. Pick number 65 is not a Georgia Bulldog.
Oh, no.
It's an Alabama
Similar.
Crimson Tide. Tyler Steen.
Oh, okay.
Great pick. As a great pick for the Philadelphia Eagles at 65. I really like that one.
Yeah, he's going to step in and play guard right away because they lost their starting guard. So I guess he's going to come in and compete with who was the center that they took last year that was recommended by Jason Gilliam. No, the one that
Juergens?
Yes, Cam Juergens. Came in. He's Cam Juergens. They I think plan on being the replacement for Jason Kelsey, but now Juergens and Tyler Steen can compete for that open guard spot. Steen's a lot more physical, I think, than Juergens, so he fits better at a guard spot for them. I think that's actually an absolutely excellent pick. Howie stays winning.
Howie's really good at this, you guys. Really good at this. Steen was one of those guys that we talked about a little bit that from an Andy Reid perspective makes some sense, not from an arm length. You know, he was never going to play tackle for the Chiefs, but made some sense because he had that tackle versatility that kicks inside to play guard. We know how much Andy Reid loves that. Now all of a sudden, Howie Roseman, they go out, make this pick again. They just continue to load up on SEC guys that fall in their laps and just continue to make a really good defense, really good offense.
And you see him continue to invest in the trenches. Like that's always going to be something that they prioritize, something that they emphasize, and good on them. I mean, it's working, and they're having a lot of success. They're continuing to stay deep in places that they refuse to have a fall off on their defensive line. They refuse to have a fall off on their offensive line, and that has
keep the floor high.
Keep the floor high and continue to build through the trenches. Like Howie does a great job of investing in important positions. And I mean, Tyler Steen has inside-outside versatility. You're right. He's probably a guard to start off. But this is a guy that, you know, like some teams, if they're best five, sometimes you might see him be a best five for some other teams. I like
the Eagles have made a pick, and they have branched outside of the SEC. They have gone with safety, Sidney Brown.
Oh,
Yes. Sidney Brown is the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. They have lost their safeties. They bring back their corners, and they have replaced it with a good box safety, a super athlete, a physical downhill player. Howie stays winning.
the only reason that Sidney Brown is available at this pick, I think, is because
Short?
he's so short. He is so short. Sidney Brown has some of the most fun tape of any of the safeties in the class. Like, you watch him play the run. He's fearless. He's got range on the back end to play. He kicks down into the slot enough. This is a guy that in the Chiefs draft, which we haven't talked a ton of because the Chiefs haven't drafted any of our draft players.
We're not
here.
talking about
We're
that.
not talking about that. I picked Sidney Brown because I thought he would fit really well in Steve Spagnuolo's scheme to be able to have that slot versatility, kick back and play some of the safety slots back there. Good football player here out of Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, a high football character player too, as well. And like, I think that's something that's valued, especially if you're the Philadelphia Eagles will take some chances, but they also, I mean, they'll continue to just stack guys that love football. Sidney Brown's one of those guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're kicking off the third round here. There's some pretty big names that are still left. I know we've talked about them a little bit. At what point do you consider trading up for a Darnell Washington? I know the Chiefs just traded up, right? I understand that. But man, Darnell Washington's an alien.
He fits.
Is it medical?
He fits in this gamble.
Is it medicals though?
Yeah.
No,
probably.
it's definitely and we heard there was rumors of that. He's a guy that played every game in the SEC though, and they slapped him in there, just had to be as physical as possible. Like, how bad is this one of those things that he has a degenerative knee tissue and then okay, but when's the last time that tanked someone's career before their rookie contract was over?
I mean,
Jay Ajayi played it through it. Miles Jack played through it. Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's more than I'm missing, but I don't know what the issue is. I'm literally throwing something against the wall. It's like I'm on the phones. I'm considering trading up for him at this point in time. We've now reached you can take alien athlete.
You have to just doing the draft math here in order to make this work. You're probably going to have to dip into next year's third round.
So make a move up at this
what's
point.
95 and 122 get you to?
95, but they don't have one.
They don't. 122 is
anymore.
gone.
That's right.
So
What's one?
95. So 95, 134, and 166, which is the next 3 picks for the Chiefs, could get them up to 72.
Okay. Well, what about what's just 134?
134 and 95 will get them up to 79.
If he's there at 79, I make that trade every day.
I think that's fair.
And again, fits in with the theme of this draft. That's a gamble. That's a big gamble for Darnell Washington, trying to get him to work out. Now, I do think he has a floor as a blocker. Like, you can just put that dude out there and have him move bodies.
Worst case scenario, you just got one of the top 3 blocking tight ends in the NFL.
Correct.
The medical has to be significant, and I think we're getting to the point where we're dropping far enough that it would be leaked out, I think, if it was significant. So what if people just aren't sure?
I mean,
there's no chance. It's not medical.
There's a huge dropping player that just went off the board that we haven't mentioned once. The Denver Broncos have selected Drew Sanders, linebacker.
Yeah.
He just kind of slipped our mind.
This is the second linebacker off the board. This is now round 3.
Do you think Jack Campbell was just so much higher thought of than every other linebacker, or do you think the Lions just reached?
Jack Campbell's a really good football player.
We speculated about it on day one. The Lions got ahead of Cliffs. They got ahead of Cliffs.
So you think the NFL saw a cliff between Jack Campbell and Drew Sanders, or do you think the Lions did? Interesting.
I think so.
Interesting.
A bunch of teams didn't take Drew Sanders.
It's true.
Woo!
Drew Sanders didn't test athletically.
I have the next pick too.
Drew Sanders did not test as good athletically as some people thought he would.
Yeah.
So there was that.
The Tennessee Volunteers offense is no longer all available as the Lions have selected quarterback Hendon Hooker.
They get him at 68. I love that pick.
I like that.
I love that pick a lot.
I think that's a good move for them. All indications are that the Detroit Lions do really like Jared Goff. They've been and
Drew Sanders was a 9+ RAS score. By
I
the way.
thought he was a little bit lower than that.
Nope.
My bad. Withdrawn. Dan Campbell really believes in Jared Goff, and I mean they didn't invest in quarterback until the 3rd round. Hendon Hooker, and if they really like Jared Goff, Hendon Hooker's a guy they can develop behind him.
Yeah, and you don't have to play him immediately. That was always the thing with him and Hooker. He's coming off of that ACL. I think he put a video out this past week where he showed himself dropping into some pass sets, moving around a little bit more, talking about how good it felt to be out there, throwing the ball, dropping back in normal, in a pretend pocket there. So he's not a guy that's going to play immediately. You wouldn't want him to play immediately. You got to teach him a little bit about how to run that offense instead of the Tennessee offense, which is a little bit gimmicky, a little bit.
We'll get there in a second.
But, it makes sense because Jared Goff is there for another 2 years. You can probably get out from under that after this year. Get Hendon Hooker in the building. Have him work out. Have him try that. There's no expectation for him to really take over that position. This is kind of like the Malik Willis situation last year where you looked at it a little bit and went, all right, well, let's try this. Okay, it doesn't work out. We can take another guy next year if we still need to.
The Rams traded back with the Houston Texans, so the Houston Texans are on the clock at pick 69. Nice.
Thanks to
everybody.
Darnell Washington here.
That might be what they're
and he
doing.
should wear 69.
Perfect.
Is he playing right tackle?
Yes.
At this point, maybe he is.
Oh my goodness. Him and Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard on just combo blocks out here.
Here's your best available players on the KCSN draft guide board. You got Keely Ringo, Jalen Hyatt, Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, Zach Harrison, and Jalen Duncan.
Keely Ringo. That's one. There's a guy that we were talking about, like a top 10 player coming into the season.
And he just fell.
He can't turn.
Didn't have a good season by any means.
It wasn't a bad season. But it wasn't a bad season. It's just everyone's realized that he really can't turn much. But again, you are in clear draft freak athlete territory in this draft. Him, Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones, Jalen Hyatt. These are guys that have an athletic profile of some sort that really play. So I'm kind of surprised they're all there, honestly.
A little bit surprised. Again, you start looking at some of this stuff. Is it medicals? Is it a situation where you don't trust those guys to come in and translate? But so many of those guys you mentioned were from the SEC. You're not looking at them as guys that are, bad football players or doesn't have, experience playing against guys that are going to play in the NFL. So those are typically the guys that we see come off the board. They're still here.
Do we have the pick of the Texans?
I do have the pick of the Texans. The Houston Texans have selected a high school-sized wide receiver in Tank Dell from Houston.
Goodness. Tank Dell goes before Jalen Hyatt.
Tank Dell.
Something's going on with Jalen Hyatt.
Something's going on with Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah.
That's
or they don't think he can run routes.
Tank Dell is a very good route runner.
He is a good route
Tank Dell's a very good route runner. You can put him out there in the slot right now, and unless somebody gets hands on him, he's going to be wide open.
Yeah.
The problem is if they get hands on him, the play kind of ends.
Yeah, that's the thing. Tank Dell is 5'8", 165. He has 30-inch arms. And everybody said, okay, he's just going to be blazing fast.
This is true.
Runs a 4.49.
Yeah, but what's his 10-yard split? If I remember right, it was absolutely insane.
1.49, which is the same as Rashee Rice.
Yeah, it's just a really good 10-yard split, though.
It is a really good 10-yard split.
That's a really good 10-yard split.
Yeah, didn't do a lot of testing there. Obviously kind of shut it down midway through the NFL Combine, but did not perform to the level that I think people expected him to at the Combine, but is a good route runner to Maddie's point.
Yeah, no, there are some high-level moments with him as a route runner. It's easy to reroute. Something you're going to have to pay attention to a little bit. But if you can keep him clean, there's some value there.
Houston also has one of the most accurate quarterbacks coming from this draft class in CJ Stroud. So that's really helpful when you throw into a 5'8" wide receiver that has 28-inch arms. I'm just guessing
30 inch.
Oh, is this
He's got 30
inch
arms, yeah.
The catch radius is still pretty small, though.
Yeah. Now, worst case scenario, Tank Dell is a punt returner for this football team. He's gonna line up there and a fifth wide receiver. This is not a bad pick. It's just shocking that again he goes before Jalen Hyatt.
We have the pick for the Las Vegas Raiders at number 70. Alabama defensive lineman Byron Young.
Yeah.
Goes to the Las Vegas Raiders at pick 70.
Just solid pick.
Yeah, this is about where we kind of expected him to go. Good quality pick. Raiders are having very safe draft.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing.
That's exactly what that football team
They
needs.
desperately need dudes that can play.
They just need to keep stacking players on top of each other. That's where they're at this point.
You want to know a position that I'm kind of eyeballing right now for the Chiefs? I know we're a little ways away. We've talked about Darnell Washington a little bit, and I don't like the jinx stuff, but we're going to try it anyway. Offensive tackle, I like some of the options that are left. It's not a great tackle class, but you got a Jalen Duncan. You have a Wanya Morris. You have Nick Saldiveri, the big salad. You have Carter Warren. I think you might be coming up on a sweet spot for tackles here soon.
I like it.
The concern you have is if that run starts. If somebody starts it, it's not very. I think there's a pretty clear drop off after those guys. Maybe there is a Blake Freeland, as some teams seeing that, and a Akeem Richards. Maybe there are some other guys people see up there, but you're now starting to get really thin at the tackle spot after them. But I think you might be coming up on a pretty good value for some of those guys here in the third round.
And I don't know that you got to trade up for one of those guys.
No, I don't think so.
Because again, you're looking at one of those guys to push Lucas Niang a little bit. You're not looking at a guy that you're hoping is going to be a starter.
Yeah, but Jalen Duncan's pretty good.
He is.
So is Big Salad.
So is Big Salad. But I don't know that you feel the need to trade up in that scenario. I agree with you. I think offensive tackle, this is actually a good kind of way the board is falling right now.
Yeah.
You still got some tight end. Tucker Kraft still on the board. I think there's a couple picks that I would be pretty excited about. If I'm being honest.
I think there's some players that I'd be more – I think I'd be excited about if they were picked 63.
Yeah.
Still on the board for me. So that's where it's going to be interesting. Maybe some of these players are going to fall to the Kansas City Chiefs. We are on pick number 71. The Saints are on the clock. DeJuan Jones is still not selected.
Yeah.
Either.
You did talk about offensive tackle a little bit. I think I like the upside. I know. I think I like the upside of some of the rest of those guys, just from the movement skills and movement ability.
But you're getting to the point where it's too hard to ignore.
This happens to happens to every single giant tackle.
It does.
It does.
Every single one of them, and they all have had success.
I know.
Besides Mekhi Becton, who kept getting injured, got overweight again in the NFL, and had to. There was big questions about what the Jets were going to do at his position. So maybe there's a reason that the NFL waits on tackles of this size.
Maybe. You look at a guy like this, and you can like it. It's like the easy comparison, and Orlando Brown Jr. wasn't this size, but a bigger offensive tackle did not test very well. Trent Brown, bigger offensive tackle, did not test very well. But both of those guys go at this point in the draft and just end up being quality offensive tackles, starting offensive tackles. You can't, even if you're just lining the guy up for right tackle, I just don't know if he's got the movement ability to play for Andy Reid the way that Andy wants him to and the way that Andy Heck wants him to.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the Chiefs taking him, but it is a little bit interesting that he is unavailable at this time. Thanks, everybody that's hanging out. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. We're waiting for the Chiefs to pick. We're starting to get closer and closer to a potential trade-up territory for them.
Whoa.
You have the next pick?
I do. The next pick by the New Orleans Saints is running back Kendre Miller out of TCU.
Wow.
Really?
Horns up.
Horns up.
TCU's running back Kendre Miller. I did not anticipate him being the next running back off the board. If I'm going to be honest here, I like what he brings. I think he's a good all-around runner.
Yeah.
Not a ton of receiving production.
Right.
I don't know if he has massive home run hitting ability. He's fast-ish, but he's just good at everything. He's just overall good at everything without much of a trump card. So I think that's kind of and especially with Alvin Kamara, it's a little bit of an interesting pairing.
Yeah, you think about a Tank Bigsby is there, a guy that I
Devin
like.
A-Chain.
Devin A-Chain, who has game-breaking ability.
They're different players.
Yeah, they're different players. But, guys with a little more traits, you think. After day one, where everybody kind of gambled on those singular traits a little bit, we're seeing it regress a little bit more to just taking good football players here.
Yeah.
And day two of the draft. It's just an interesting dichotomy.
I think that's Juice Scruggs this early was a little bit of a surprise in round. He went in round 2.
Yeah, he did.
And that was kind of a surprise. That was a big win for Eric Galko. Kendre Miller, the running back out of TCU, a little bit of a surprise here, but he was a big piece of why TCU had so much success.
For sure.
And again, just really good, a solid player at a lot of different things. Maybe doesn't have, like you said, that elite trump card. I think he has pretty good contact balance. That's pretty good there. Good contact balance, pretty good vision. You're right, not overly dynamic. I don't think he's like an elite route runner or anything, but as a guy that's going to carry the football, I mean, he's one of the more solid runners in this entire class. And yeah, he was a huge piece of why TCU had as much success as they did.
It's just a little bit surprising to see solid go.
Yeah, and it's just across the board.
Yeah.
And that's the curious part. It's just that there's no standout trait again, and so maybe now we've turned a corner. We talked about earlier in the draft, it seemed like a lot of teams were going for the standout traits, the trump cards, and it almost seems like now we're turning a corner. There's a handful of trump card guys left, and solid players are starting to come off the board now, which is interesting. You feel like that would be flipped. You feel like in the first round you maybe would want to be a little safer, but weird draft class, it's where we're at.
It's a weird draft class. It is. It hasn't been too chaotic, to be fair. Like, I don't think that we've seen some dudes that, like, you mentioned Juice Scruggs. I'm not, like, floored that Juice Scruggs went off the board. I'm not floored that Kendre Miller went off the board here or anything like that. It's not like you've got somebody coming off here. Maybe Tank Dell is the guy that I'm most surprised by just from that perspective. But it does seem to be like it hasn't been crazy chaotic through, 2.5 rounds.
Another cornerback is going off the board here at pick number 72 for the Arizona Cardinals. They will select Garrett Williams.
Ooh, I like that pick.
Out of Syracuse.
I like Garrett Williams. Yeah, I think he got injured, so he was out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
He reminds me in the best ways of Steven Nelson. Good in zone, physical coming downhill to come make tackles. Ball skills are definitely questionable, but he can do a little bit of everything. He's a competitor. He's willing to play physical. He will come down and hit anybody, anywhere. And then he tore his ACL in the middle of the year. So I think that pushed him back a little bit. I think he's a little bit of like the best version you get of Steven Nelson so far.
And a smaller guy. He's 5'10", comes in at 198 with 31-inch arms. Obviously didn't do any testing because of that injury, so doesn't have...
So he's probably over 200 pounds if he's healthy, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
so.
You would guess that because he's not training out there. He's not able to do some of the same stuff. So, yeah, a bigger guy, not the longest, biggest, tallest guy, but a broader guy. And I think you see him come up and hit. I think you see him play, like Maddie said, in zone really well. I don't know that I love his ball skills or anything like that, but I do think that this is a guy that, to Maddie's point, you're not getting in year one. Maybe you're gambling on this year 2, year 3 pair.
You're getting a look at some of those highlights there. He's voted as a team captain his final year at Syracuse, and you're seeing him make a play on the football there.
So didn't love his ball skills, and that's great. That's a great job getting in front of the wide receiver there, coming down with that one.
So it was the Purdue game against Charlie Jones. Ooh, problems playing the ball vertically.
Yeah.
It's not coming downhill. Obviously, if the ball's in front of you, anybody can play a football, right?
Sure.
It's having to turn and run and locate the ball, and Charlie Jones could not get away from him. I mean, that's a really good play there, but it wasn't on that. He wasn't on guarding that guy. It was trying to run with Charlie Jones, who's not the fastest guy, and then having to turn and play the ball. I do think long speed, like Steven Nelson, a little bit of a question as well. So I feel pretty good about that comp of him being kind of like the best version of a Steven Nelson. I feel like it's a pretty good spot for him.
Yeah.
Did you know the Cleveland Browns are a football team? Did you forget about them for a while? Because,
some call them the premier Cincinnati.
That's a good point.
The
Premier Cincinnati.
Expensive Cincinnati.
The Giants have traded up to 73, and Cleveland's on the clock after that for the first time in this draft. The New York Giants have traded with the Los Angeles Rams, and the New York Giants are now on the clock after the Rams trade back, and then it will be Cleveland. The Giants traded up to pick 73. Don't have the terms quite yet on that. Tucker Kraft here, maybe.
Another stat for Rashee Rice while we're waiting for some of these picks to trickle in. This is from Adam Teicher. Rashee Rice led the FBS last season in receptions of 20 or more yards downfield, 18 of them. Last season marked the first time since becoming the starter in 2018 that Patrick Mahomes attempted fewer than 60 passes downfield of over 20 yards.
So
I mean, we knew that. You watch the games, you see that there was an increased focus on the intermediate game there. But again, another element there that maybe they're going to put him a little more on the vertical plane, throw that ball a little more often.
He said he was working all offseason on his deep ball, right? Like that was something he very specifically said.
Correct.
That he was trying to do this offseason because he knew he wasn't hitting it quite at the rate that he kind of wanted to. So, I mean, like there's a lot of stuff there that's connecting to make the pick make sense. It's just, again, a small threading of the needle for the player type.
Correct.
Have you guys, his reception perception is out.
I know. I see it.
I don't want to explain that over a podcast
No, we're
medium.
not
Go
gonna
to
do
Matt
that.
Harmon's Twitter page who does it. That's Matt Harmon _BYB.
Yep.
It's just a lot of not much success except for on screens, flats, and like slants. Everything else is kind of red or yellow, which just says on average he's not winning on those plays. Offensive system, quarterback play, attention from defense is not being accounted for and all of that. So that doesn't mean he can't do it. It's just it's not a good-looking success rate.
The Giants used picks 89 and 128 to move up all the way to 73. So they believe strongly in the guy that they just took.
Wow. Okay.
Guess who it is?
It is Jalen Hyatt finally coming off the board.
Makes a lot of
here
sense.
I mean,
to
if they're
the
going to
New
go
York
trade
Football
two,
Giants.
if they're going to go trade two top 130 picks like that,
Yeah.
they felt strongly about getting a guy like that. So Jalen Hyatt's the pick for the New York Giants. There's your vertical stretch guy for them to kind of help open things up in the field for them.
And they were a team that was consistently linked to wide receiver in the first round, a team that everybody thought, hey, this would make a ton of sense if they went ahead and selected one. Matter of fact, a lot of people in mock drafts maybe had all four wide receivers coming off the board before then, and Jalen Hyatt going there. They wait until round 3, get a guy that had the third fastest tracking speed at the NFL Combine. Not the third fastest 40-yard dash, but he was up over 24.5 miles an hour. That was third fastest among anybody in the NFL draft, which means he's still accelerating. He's still at his top speed, basically 30, 40 yards down the field. True deep threat in that regard.
Yeah, so, he goes in round 3. There'd been discourse, and he'd been mocked to the Chiefs at pick 31.
Yep.
As recently as yesterday.
Yeah.
Some mocks, there was a lot of late buzz that Jalen Hyatt might be a Chief, and they don't trade up for him. They don't even acquire him. They could have got him at pick 63 if they really wanted him. They feel more strongly about Rashee Rice being a part of this offense than they do about Jalen Hyatt. And Jalen Hyatt has to wait to hear his name called until round 3. That's
pick 73.
Quite a surprise.
So, okay, speaking of Rashee Rice, let's talk, some reasons why they might like him over Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, better.
Against zone coverage. No. Against this PFF premium stats here, we're going to go through some of these. Against zone coverage, Rashee Rice, out of draft-eligible wide receivers with a minimum of about 25 targets, second in yards per route run against zone coverage at 3.85. He had 18 contested catch opportunities. He caught 10 of them. So he's really good versus zone. Good out of zone coverage. The average depth of target, 8.8 yards. That'll drop in the NFL. That's a lot of what Juju Smith-Schuster just did right there.
Yeah.
Beating zone coverage in the short to intermediate area at a high volume.
Yeah.
The concern against man coverage, his yards per route run, 1.78, one of the lowest 20 in this particular draft class. His completion percentage or his reception percentage under 40% against man coverage on 37 targets. So he struggled against man coverage, a lot more drops, a lot lower completion percentage on contested catch pass or opportunities. So very good versus zone, operating in the short to intermediate range. He kind of had a lot more deep throws against man coverage, 15 yards average depth per target.
Yeah.
Works vertically versus man, a lot less consistency, a lot less success rate. So if you're looking for a Juju Smith-Schuster potential replacement, a guy that can play inside, outside, eat over the middle of the field, short to intermediate versus zone, and create some yak, Rashee Rice's profile, his production profile at SMU very much fits a lot of what Juju Smith-Schuster did for the Chiefs last year.
All right, so the Tennessee offense is getting a lot of buzz here and a lot of run here because Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman are going back-to-back.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Browns are grabbing Cedric Tillman out of Tennessee. So back-to-back Tennessee wide receivers in the 3rd round. Cedric Tillman, one of those guys, you kind of preferred him potentially to, one of these bigger kind of receivers that they got with Rashee Rice. Tell us a little bit about Cedric Tillman, what you like about him.
He's a massive physical wide receiver that plays on the outside. He's very good on the vertical plane. He stacks the cornerbacks very well on his back, and then he's so big it's hard to get him. He's also great going up at the catch point and tag him. His stats in 2021, advanced, raw, however you want to do it, absolutely insane. This past year, he entered as wide receiver 1 for Tennessee, suffered an ankle injury that he had to have some surgery put on and fixed for him. So that got a little bit dicey for him down the stretch, and he returned from injury. So his play was just more inconsistent and up and down. I just think he plays a little bit more dynamic, but he's more limited. He's even more limited athletically in his production profile. It's just straight vertical routes.
Yeah, it really is. And he's got that length. He's got that height. He's got that size. He doesn't have the same explosion that a guy like Rashee Rice has. And not as fluid. Like, I think that's the other part of that. Definitely not as fluid. You're basically putting that man on the vertical plane and saying, all right, here you go. Maybe that's more of an MVS kind of guy right there.
No,
Obviously,
it is.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah. But I think that maybe from that perspective, Cedric Tillman didn't make as much sense at that point. But I like this pick for the Browns. I think he makes some sense inside that offense. You're basically just going to put him on the vertical plane, and you're going to see Deshaun Watson just throw it up, essentially, try and get him going vertically there on a fade route, 9 route. That's where he's going to win. You see the path for success there. Browns get that guy.
Thank you, everybody that has been supporting KC Sports Network and has been watching this live stream. Over 1,000 of you hanging out with us right now. One of the things that we are doing is we're trying to raise money for the Therese Paylor Scholarship with Power Mizzou. We've been running a raffle all week for it, trying to raise over $7,500. We are $1,000 away from that. Last I heard, it's probably less than that at this point. You can every $10 donation that you make will put you in the entry for a raffle with one of these 7 great prizes that you see on the screen. It's been a really cool response to see everybody. What we would like to do right now is let you hear from Gabe DeArmond about the Power Mizzou Scholarship and Therese Paylor.
My name's Gabe DeArmond. I am the publisher of PowerMizzou.com, cover the Missouri Tigers for the Rivals Network, and I got to know Therese Paylor back in 2013 when he actually took over the Mizzou beat at the Kansas City Star when my father retired. Therese just Columbia for a year before he went on to bigger and better stardom, obviously covering the Chiefs and the National Football League for Yahoo. And so our scholarship, which is called the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship through the Journalism School at the University of Missouri, we started this actually in the summer of 2020. There was a lot of bad stuff going on, and I just kind of thought, I just want to do something. I don't really know what. It started out as an idea, just, hey, maybe I can throw a few $1,000s at a scholarship for a kid. And then I learned about how scholarships work, and that's not how scholarships work. So I got a bunch of Mizzou alums that I know from across the country, and it kind of snowballed. About 9 months later, Therese passed away, and over the course of the next few months, I got to know Ebony Reed, who was Therese's fiance, and kind of pitched the idea to her, hey, I would like to be able to make this a scholarship in memory of Therese or in Therese's name, something along those lines, because it is a scholarship dedicated to, minority students that are interested in sports journalism. And those were kind of a couple of Therese's passions. We currently have $73,000 pledged. Anything over $25,000, the university invests this money every year, and it perpetuates itself and will grow even if there's no more new donations. A portion of that goes to a different journalism school student every year. Our scholarship is up year round, and literally you can donate $10 if you want. Everything is appreciated. Just Google Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship. You can donate directly online. You can set it up as a recurring donation. You can do a one-time donation. And our goal this year is to get it over $85,000. And then I don't know if you guys are familiar with fundraising, but every time you meet a goal, they just change the goal and increase it. So we'd like that to go on.
To Gabe DeArmond for that video. Appreciate everybody that is supporting the Therese Paylor raffle. Again, you can donate, and all those donations go towards the Power Mizzou Scholarship. Jalen Hyatt just went off the board for the New York Giants. He was one of 25 players that we broke down as part of our Miller Lite. Our Miller Lite deals here that we've been doing with all the content. It's been really great supporting with them. Here is Sean Barber and myself breaking down wide receiver Jalen Hyatt.
You're going to see a lot of balls downfield to Jalen Hyatt. He's an explosive playmaker, probably more than anybody in this class, Barber.
Yeah, and then on the film, as we get deeper and deeper, you'll start to think that it's deja vu. We'll see the same thing over and over again. Jalen Hyatt running on air, running away from defenders, running through zones. It's almost like they're playing 7-on-7, him and Hooker. So I'm almost concerned of when he gets to the next level and he has to go against the Jalen Ramseys, the Gilmores, the corners that actually are a little bit better at the press, staying close. Are we going to see the contested catches being completed? Or are we going to just wait for him to try to get on the second and third level behind safeties for more bombs and more deep passes?
Yeah, it's kind of a unique offense at Tennessee. You're going to see a lot of guys, a lot of receivers, lined up in a little stack outside the numbers. They're going to try to run to space. They're going to read leverage. They're going to read box count. They're really going to stress as much grass on the field as they possibly can horizontally and vertically. And there's questions about how the route tree that Jalen Hyatt had to run is going to translate, and as far as a guy that's, probably going to, come into the league, you're not going to get the most complete receiver. You're not going to get the most complete route tree. You're going to get a lot of the vertical stuff. He's going to be a guy that you're going to hope, can, like you said, run from the slot and split the field and run that deep over route. Those kind of routes are going to be really valuable for him because, there's enough questions about whether or not he's going to beat press as consistently. What routes are you going to be able to ask of him to run and trust him to run early on? But when you kind of see it like that, I think there's the good news for him is there is probably a path to success with those vertical plays, but also some manufactured touches because of the electric nature of him with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, and if I'm honest with you, there's probably only about 6 or 7 NFL teams who have quarterbacks with arms that are going to be able to hit him after after 2 or 3 counts.
Yeah.
He's already 40 yards down the field. And you talk about airtime. If you can't throw the ball 70 yards, he's going to be waiting for balls. And when you wait for balls, defensive backs catch up. I would say, when you're checking the boxes and you're trying to make sure that this guy is a quality all-around receiver, one of the boxes is contested catches. And unfortunately, when you watch his highlight film, you watch all the game footage, you just rarely see him going up to battle a guy for a contested ball. It's either a deep ball over the shoulder, or it's like you say, a slant where he's already beaten the receiver inside. So you're gonna have to work with him. You're gonna have to work with him and see if you can kind of develop his overall catching skills and just make him a complete receiver.
Right.
And that one-trick pony, which you can kind of hear being tagged along with his name.
Yeah, but if there is a trick to have, I think that vertical ability is big, and he does a good job of being able to track the ball over his shoulders. Didn't do it particularly great there, but that is still something that you do see on tape from him frequently, is just kind of, an ability to kind of locate the football in the air, which is obviously a great quality to have. He does good job seeing it in there. And I think, there's a path to success for him early on in his career. It's just like you said, it's a matter of how much are you able to get out of him, advancing him. But at the same time, I think what he does now and what he's shown as a vertical stretch play and a guy that you can get some manufactured touches to, there's still value in that at this next level.
Yeah, I think his ceiling is probably a Terry Glenn type receiver, right? Has that vertical speed, but then develops to be a complete receiver. And then his floor, or the least you're gonna get, is a Nelson Aguilar, a guy that, you just have to find ways, coaching-wise, to develop passing schemes to take advantage of his vertical speed. And that's always something that's gonna.
That was Tennessee wide receiver Jalen Hyatt, who went 73rd surprisingly. We got some picks to update with you here. Zach Harrison goes off the board to the Atlanta Falcons at pick 75. Here's a little bit of a surprise, or a guy I really enjoyed watching. I didn't think he'd go quite this early. Marte Mapu out of Sacramento State goes to the New England Patriots at pick 76. This is such a Bill Belichick move, a guy that you don't really expect to go quite this high. He played at the NFLPA Bowl, I believe, was a late invite to the East-West Shrine Bowl. He's a light linebacker.
Light is kind. He's
He's
216
pounds, and I don't even know if I completely classify him as a linebacker.
I think he's a safety.
We ranked him as a linebacker, but I mean, he's an overhang defender.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Los Angeles Rams went with Byron Young, the defensive end out of Tennessee, a guy who tested through the roof. And has had a very good process for himself, finds himself going in the top 80 picks as well. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Do we have the?
I do.
We have the selection for them.
Yes, they double down at tight end and take Tucker Kraft to pair with Luke Musgrave and Jaden Reed.
That's a fun set of 12 personnel.
That
can move. Holy cow. I like Tucker Kraft. I like his wiggle in the open field. He makes a lot of guys miss with the ball in his hand. But, I mean, he's a player that I would have been happy with the Chiefs drafting as well, just because he's not Travis Kelce. Like, I don't want to call him Travis Kelce, but the way that you see Travis Kelce kind of shed tackles, get those extra yards, that's the stuff that we see out of Tucker Kraft often here. Player that I was a big fan of here.
Yeah, and a very willing blocker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a very guy willing to block. He can sit in there, play in line, play as an H-back. You can use him in multiple ways.
Yeah.
And what you haven't seen him do a ton is he's run the seams, but he hasn't like really stretched the field vertically, and that is Luke Musgrave's role for them.
Yes.
So I think that makes a lot of sense for them across the board. I also have the Colts pick. The Colts have taken wide receiver that does not fit their profile, Joshua Downs.
Oh, wow. See, we wondered when Joshua Downs was going to come. He got some heat late in the process here. I mean, I think this is a good spot for him. Right? Round 3 makes some sense for Josh Downs for me.
Yeah, some people thought he would go in the second. That's another name that's kind of been out of sight, out of mind for us. We didn't personally have the same high regard for him that some other people did. I don't think we were quite as high on him, but he is the pick at 79. I do want to make sure to shout out some people that have donated. Dylan Henderson, Steve Wilkinson, Andrew Nagel, Paul D. Giovanni, Josephine Stockard, Kevin Hansen. Thank you all so much for donating to the Therese Paylor Scholarship with Power Mizzou, help funding degrees and helping fund school at Mizzou for minorities. We really appreciate your support. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock at pick 80, and the Chiefs are again. The Chiefs are well in trade-up territory now because if they want 195 and 134 gets them all the way up to this range. They're full on in that range where they could take or they could trade up if they believe in somebody. And I mean, Darnell Washington still on the board.
He is definitely still on the board.
That's a shocker. Keely Ringo still on the board. I'd be surprised if the Chiefs. I don't know if
Juwan Jones, Jalen Duncan. I mean,
Big salad.
There's a lot of guys that I like that are left at this point. We got about 15 picks before the Chiefs are going to make a selection here. There certainly could be a run.
All right, I know the Chiefs pick.
What's it going to be?
It's Trenton Simpson, linebacker out of Clemson, because
it's a top 100 linebacker.
Top 100 linebacker.
Brett Veach said in his presser last night, I know it's lying season. Brett Veach.
Do we need to rehash the Rashee Rice workout fiasco?
His exact words were, pretty much any position is on the board except linebacker.
Lock in linebacker.
Said,
Lock it in.
Linebacker.
Lock it in.
Tommy Adebawore, another Kansas City kid's on the board. I would be a little bit surprised. I know some people are asking about them on social media.
Zach Pickens?
I would be a little bit. Zach Pickens is already off the board.
That's right. He picked when I was talking about him.
Yes.
And you just let me finish talking about him and then said, the TV behind you says he's gone.
And then you did it again.
Jacqueline Roy.
Siaki Ika is
I like Siaki Ika.
A guy
fills the role.
True nose tackle that fills the role.
A lot of filling of a role.
Yeah. I mean,
would you rather? I think I'd rather take the swing on offensive tackle at this point. I like the offensive tackle board. If it continues this way, I'd rather take the swing on offensive tackle than trying to get that one tech at this point.
My preferred choices are right here, so I think this year we can lock this in as not happening. Last year I was all over it. This year my preferred choices are absolutely not happening, which is fine. It's fine. It's just sad. Darnell Washington, choice 1. Jalen Duncan, choice 2. Big Salad, choice 3. Wanya Morris, choice 4, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about where I am right now. There's the top 4, I think, from what I have, from what I would feel the most comfortable with at this point in time. Shout out to a Tank Bigsby, a Carter Warren. They can get some love.
Yeah.
Siaka Ika would be in there. He's a guy that I would not dislike at all in this particular spot. And then, Jacqueline Roy would be another one.
They double dipped at wide receiver.
Okay, with who?
I don't know.
If it's Keyshawn Boutte, I'm all aboard.
Really?
They can get him
Oh,
in
yeah.
round 7.
At 95.
Absolutely.
Man can't jump over a box.
So this hasn't been confirmed, but the people that like to go frame by frame on miles per hour numbers in the 40 time had Jalen Hyatt in the 23s. In Next Gen Stats said he was in the 23s. I believe Boutte was in the lower, but still in the 23s. He would have been just out of the graphic the Next Gen Stats put out. And I know his 100-yard time from high school is not bad. So
it's pretty fast.
So
It's just
I understand the athletic profile is bad.
Lots of injury concerns with him.
We'll do
it. The explosions.
They're
out there.
swinging for the fences
Free
right now.
love. Thank you so much for that $10 on the super chat there. Really appreciate you.
They're just swinging for the fences.
Just so you know, Keyshawn Boutte is still 20 years old.
Yes, he is.
He doesn't turn 21 until a couple weeks from now.
Gosh,
much like Zach Eisen,
20,
our friend.
29-inch vertical. It's just rough.
Yeah, it is rough.
That's rough.
But he's 20. He's got time.
Listen, we are now in the area where Brett Veach doesn't care about age anymore.
Excuse me, they have Rashee Rice to do all their jumping.
That's
so
true.
how about you get a wide receiver that keeps his feet on the ground?
I'll tell you what, they can take some of Rashee Rice's vertical, give it to Keyshawn Boutte, and make him functional.
The drop rate between those two wide receivers would be phenomenal.
Oh my goodness.
Pair that with MVS.
I'm trying.
That was a giggle.
That was like a giggle. The Panthers are making their selection. It looks like it's going to be DJ Johnson, the edge out of Oregon.
Okay. Former tight end turned DN, turned wide receiver, turned DN or something like that.
Out of Oregon.
Great athlete. Very good athlete, very explosive. He was actually kind of a day 3 guy that I had my eyes on maybe for the Chiefs. He's very spagsy, but also athletic. A little bit older, I think. But, it's a fun pick.
Yeah, 6'4", 260. I mean, obviously you're banking on complete athletic profile there. But, again, this is the point in the draft where you take those swings on those types of guys and you just hope that you can develop them. I mean, the Chiefs did that, a couple years ago, taking some dudes. But, it makes some sense. I think the edge coverage getting pretty bare right now. It got pretty picked over. So, again, credit to the Chiefs for taking King Felix at the point that they did, getting out ahead of this because, boy, pickings are slim right now.
Yeah, I think they played the board right and they did what they wanted to do there. And again, I'm never gonna knock taking a defensive lineman. I'm never gonna knock taking the edge position. I think that's a move. I think that's a move to make. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching. I appreciate everybody that is hanging out with us. Again, likes and subscribes help us promote KC Sports Network. It helps more Chiefs fans find our content. So leave comments, engage with it. We'll post some comments when we get them at times. And make sure you're subscribed. We are here for every single pick of the 2023 NFL Draft. We are going to be here all day for the rest of these picks. We'll be here for every single pick on day 3, breaking them out here at no other pub in Kansas City at Power and Light. I want to make a special shout out to Miller Lite for sponsoring all the KCSN draft content. It's been great partnering with them for the entirety of our draft this season. Tennessee Titans on the clock. This is trade up territory.
It is.
Do you think the Carolina Panthers are compensating for Bryce Young's lack of size by taking Jonathan Mingo and DJ Johnson with their next 2 picks?
Maybe.
I've reached like Saturday draft coverage right now. My soul has been stolen, so we're just cracking jokes left and right.
We're going to get it back. We're going to draft Jalen Duncan right here.
That would help. I mean, listen,
if
the new wide receiver can squat 500 pounds and then they come back with a big salad pick right here or a Jalen Duncan pick, we might be back in.
We might be.
Just some more stuff. This doesn't mean anything. There's just information while we wait for picks. According to
consensus big board. Yes,
the consensus big board. It's the 2nd round picks. So the consensus big board, Arif Hassan on Twitter goes through all of the everybody's rankings from national media people.
Shout out Comeback Medic. Thank you.
Let's go, Medic. Thank you.
Appreciate
there's a question.
And what do we think of wide receiver Xavier Smith?
So undersized.
Yeah, he's an undersized guy, inconsistent hands. Got a lot of love. He's got a lot of love on social media.
Steve Smith loves him.
Steve Smith's a big fan of him.
Love him.
I don't think he's I think he's more of a day 3 type player, personally.
Yeah, there's some punt return success, though. Some return of success in his background. So, there's a pathway there.
Yeah, there is a pathway to success for him. I think he's definitely more of a day 3 target, though.
So back to just the consensus board. Arif Hassan puts this together every year. He kind of takes a lot of national media people and anybody really that creates draft content that wants to do rankings and submit them, and he creates a consensus big board that just sees roughly where people have them. It's actually a pretty good overall ranking system.
Yeah.
Guys that are big reaches don't usually do well. Guys that are big steals usually do. Rashee Rice was a roughly 20-point reach in the second round, according to consensus board. That puts them roughly in the bottom 10 in terms of value and of all second round picks. Not saying this is bad, good.
And it's pretty grouped in there.
Yeah, almost
think
everyone's actually a reach.
Correct.
There's only like 7 players that were considered a steal in the second round.
And I do think that speaks to the quality of this class and what everybody kind of knew coming in here. I am not going to be shocked if this year and only this year, because what Arif does is awesome. But this year and only this year, maybe you start to see some of the trends being bucked just for this one. Because it's such a random class.
That would make sense. And it seems like they're clumped. You're not having guys super on either side. I think we're getting that point. I think you'll probably start to see more steals come in these next couple rounds because that second round was very reach heavy.
For instance, bigger reach, according to the consensus board, was Gravon Dexter going at pick 53. That was considered a bigger reach than Rashee Rice. So obviously, Big Gerv, we were big fans of. We've heard a lot of teams that were big fans of get Big Gerv as well. So it just kind of it depends. Jonathan Mingo was a bigger reach at pick 39 than Rashee Rice. So
that checks out.
It does a little bit, but interesting to look at that sort of information for sure.
Oh, one of the McCourty brothers is running his mouth about Tennessee barbecue that I didn't even know was a thing.
Tyjae Spears.
And Tyjae Spears is the pick for the Titans. He got all that hype and all that barbecue smack talk for Tyjae Spears, a running back out of Tulane that is quite good, but it's a running back.
It's a pretty good pick, though.
At 81, yeah, that's about right. It's one of my guys.
That's a pretty,
the KCSN draft guide.
That's a pretty good pick to pair with Henry, though. If Henry doesn't go to Philadelphia, like was predicted by some before the draft,
they tried to grab Darrington Evans a couple years ago, and that didn't really work out well for them. And I think this is their next attempt to try to find a guy like that. Tyjae Spears is a good football player, and he's a great runner. Like he's one of the best pure runners I think in this entire class. One of the things that I think the biggest struggle for him, I saw a lot of balls on the ground.
Yeah.
Which you got to be careful with because one time I thought a lot of balls on the ground meant you were terrible, and it was
who was that guy?
It was
it was James Robinson.
James Robinson.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Got to be careful about those balls on the ground.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a kid that's dynamic in space. He was a big reason Tulane had the success that they did. He was the best running back on the field when K-State and Tulane played, and he was a big piece of that.
He was the best player on the field when they played USC.
And when they played USC, he was the best player.
Not running back. Yeah, he was the best player.
So he took over some games. The Tampa Bay Bucks are on the clock as well. So picks are starting to fly in here a little bit. The Bucks.
We are at pick 82. 13 picks before the Chiefs would be on the clock.
Has the pick tipping stopped on the Twitter?
A little bit. I wonder if they, other than one of the McCourty brothers getting over here and preaching for a little while.
I think it's funny that I see it. I'm just looking at the timeline. As Chiefs fans, we didn't love that big long spiel there, but we were getting upset about some stalling after what we've seen the Chiefs do during this draft.
Listen, when you have trophies, you can talk. That's all I'm saying.
Yaya Diaby is the pick at 82 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Athletic. I like Yaya Diaby quite a bit.
Somewhere Sean Barber is fuming.
Yeah?
Because he would have loved some Yaya Diaby somewhere in this draft for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
He was a very big Yaya Diaby fan. This is a big athlete at the edge position for Louisville. He was definitely a Steve Spagnuolo fit.
Oh, for sure.
Like, there's no doubt about that. He would have fit in perfectly with Steve Spagnuolo.
Now, that being said, extremely linear. Like, you're not going to mistake him for having a ton of bend by any means there. He's going to play basically kind of on a linear plane there, up the arc, play with some power, has those long limbs, weighs 260 pounds, 6'3". He was fun to watch because I felt like he consistently made an impact every single snap. Like when you're watching him play the game, when you turn on his film, there's almost a positive on every single play. It's just consistently. Now, Never going to have a trait that you're going to look at and you're going to be like, wow, that was incredible. I love that guy. I really would, sell the farm for him. But just a very consistent quality player.
Yeah, I mean, his energy is through the roof. He's got really good explosion. There's some inside-outside versatility. So, yeah, there's a lot to like with the player. He's a guy that you bring in and you have him kind of play all along your defensive line. He's going to be a rotational guy while you try to, clean up his technique and teach him how to kind of rush the passer better. So, yeah, it's a quality pick at this point in time. You're betting on some upside.
For sure.
Did I miss Keely Ringo getting picked yet?
No.
Boy.
Something must be happening with Keely Ringo.
Same with Darnell Washington.
But we've at least
Neither
heard
can
rumors of the medicals.
Correct.
Darnell's workout showed some turns.
I know.
I get it. It's a good joke. It's a good joke.
It's a good joke.
Keely Ringo's an interesting one, though, because we've heard no reason.
Was he wearing the O-line knee braces when he was on the field, when he was testing? Okay, there you go.
I mean, the edge group was sparse.
The Seahawks traded this pick to the Denver Broncos.
Oh.
To get ahead of the Miami Dolphins, who probably might have taken Darnell Washington.
Maybe. Is this where this goes off the board?
I can see that.
Maybe. I mean, it would make a little bit of sense in that front. Line up and have him block and just lean on Javonte a little bit more to run the ball, take the ball out of Russ's hands a little more, because when they put it in his hands, it didn't work last year. That would make a little bit of sense to me. Got a good offensive line.
I'm interested in this one. I think this could be where Darnell Washington goes off the board. Be quite stunned if he's not off the board before the end of day 2. It'd be quite a
roughly
surprise.
pick 95.
I would be thrilled at pick 95.
Great pick.
That'd be a fun pick. I've been a fun pick at 63. I think there's probably some medicals. If that's the case, I mean,
I think it's clearly the case, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be something with the medicals.
Because, at this point in time, we've gotten to the point to where even though there's not a lot of production as a receiver, that we don't know what we're getting, he looks a little stiff on film. At this point in time,
the athletic profile that he puts on, put out there in the combine does not show up on tape. Let's be real.
The Denver Broncos traded up to 83 to draft defensive back Riley Moss out of Iowa.
Okay.
A cornerback.
Hey.
Yeah.
Had some round 1 buzz maybe before the season a little bit. Was very highly regarded as a corner there.
Yeah.
Didn't have the season that maybe some people thought that he would in that regard, but it's a good football player.
No, he is. He shows some pretty good zone coverage skills. I don't know if he's necessarily a man cover guy.
Yeah.
And he's one of those players that you might see transition to safety before too long in his NFL career. Now, he's athletic enough to play corner. I'm not saying you have to. It's just I think it's a possibility because I don't think he has the best feel kind of in man coverage. But we're at the point now where it's hard to make a really bad pick. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Oh, yeah.
But it's hard to make a really bad pick now, and especially in this draft class. There's a lot of athleticism left on this board right now, and that's kind of where my eyes are starting to look.
And the Chiefs have gambled on not gambled. I don't want to say gambled. The Chiefs have prioritized athleticism with the first 2 picks.
Yeah.
With Rashee Rice, with Felix. I'd be looking at those athletic traits.
There's so many teams that would make sense for Darnell Washington, and they all keep passing on Darnell Washington.
I know.
Trenton Simpson's fall, interesting.
A little
Keely
bit.
Ringo's falls, interesting. Tucker, can we get the best players available on the board real quick? Just out of curiosity to see where we're at. Keely Ringo, Darnell Washington, DeJuan Jones,
Riley Moss,
Jalen Duncan.
listed as a safety
Okay.
on this graphic
Oh,
for
well.
the Broncos.
Well,
There you go.
There you go. It's
Trenton Simpson, isn't it?
the pick for the Chiefs?
Yeah.
You're just embracing this.
Yeah. I mean, they
It could be
did.
worse.
They really didn't like the
Noah Sewell?
Noah Sewell's a good football player.
I mean, they just don't need a linebacker.
What about a thumping linebacker like Noah Sewell, Craig?
The room is full, Matty.
Okay.
The room is full.
I got you.
I don't
hear
think
you.
Trenton Simpson makes sense. I don't think Trenton Simpson
I would
makes
concur.
sense.
I
I'd be surprised by that one.
I want to stop talking about linebacker because now you guys are scaring me.
I don't want, and I don't want to be unfair to Trenton
Simpson.
Trenton Simpson. When I watch Trenton Simpson, I don't think I see great IQ, football IQ, consistently flash.
I mean,
And so,
the Dolphins.
That
Devin
team
A.
is so fast.
Devin
Oh,
A. Chain.
my goodness.
Devin A. Chain.
They still have Mostert?
That 4x1 team is elite.
They still have Mostert?
Maybe. I don't remember if Mostert is still there or not anymore.
It flies.
They
Oh,
were
wow.
heavily linked. The Dolphins were heavily linked to Devin A. Chain. I thought they might take him with their first pick. Instead, they went and got Cam Smith, and now they're grabbing this running back.
He's still in Miami. Mostert's still in Miami.
So A. Chain, Mostert, Tyreek Hill, and Jalen Waddle.
Boy,
World's fastest football team.
that's quick.
Jalen Ramsey's not slow.
Jalen Ramsey's not slow.
Oh, he wasn't. I mean, he.
They still have fast linebacker, if I remember correctly, too.
I mean, my goodness. Hey, listen, put a track team out there and dare everybody to keep up with you. That's what they did last year, and it was very successful for a little while there until Tua got hurt. I mean,
For not having a first-round pick, that's pretty good right there.
That's pretty good. Cam
That
Smith and Devin A. Chain.
Yeah,
And go and put Jalen Ramsey's picture up there, too.
Yeah.
That's quite the
Good offseason.
They've done a good job.
Pick us in for the Chargers. The Chargers go Darnell here?
I mean,
Please don't.
that wouldn't be fun. Thanks, everybody, hanging out. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. The Chiefs are very close to making another selection in the 2023 NFL Draft. They pick 93rd currently, or 95th currently, I'm sorry. So about 10 picks away from the Chiefs picking. If they don't trade up, the Chargers make the selection. And it is Daiyan Henley, a linebacker out of Washington State, another Matty Lane, my guy.
Yep.
I think this is a great pick when you have Patrick Mahomes in your division, Matthew.
This is a great pick to replace Drew Tranquill because they just got the best coverage linebacker in this entire draft class, and they did it at the end of the third round. They got a guy that I don't think he'll be the same, but if Daiyan Henley comes out in about 3 years from now, we're saying, Daiyan Henley's like a smaller discount version of Fred Warner that actually impacts the passing game and matters at linebacker. I wouldn't be surprised. So this is a very good pick for the Chargers, especially in the kind of division that they're in.
It is. It makes a lot of sense. Now, he doesn't have elite size. He's not going to match up and take away Travis Kelce by any means. So it's not what he's going to do. But you're going to feel very comfortable with him kicking out, dropping into zones, keeping his eyes in the backfield. He does such a good job in coverage. He's just really terrific. Takes away a lot of stuff that other linebackers don't. We reference linebackers and the coverage all the time because when you have linebackers that don't have coverage, you have the linebackers that everybody else does. The moment that you get one with coverage ability, you are that next level up from everybody else. They are so hard to find. He certainly has that. Even if he doesn't play on early downs, they're still going to get a lot of run in a loaded AFC in the passing game.
I mean, I think he's best as an overhang. The closer he gets to the ball, I think the less consistent he becomes. But I think in that scheme they can drop him as an overhang, and he can play well there. Is a very good coverage player. Not the best against the run, but this is I would like to have him available to try to slow down Patrick Mahomes.
It makes a ton of sense.
I think this is a great response to what you have in the division, and I really like that pick for them. Baltimore Ravens are on the clock with pick 86. We are trying to get as many picks as we can ahead. Ravens are on the clock. To mention, I'd be fine with a run on linebackers here.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Only the Ravens need a linebacker, though. Didn't they just draft a couple of seasons ago, and then they brought in Roquan Smith?
You know what? I really think that they could use Trenton Simpson. Just save me from myself, please.
I double dip. Go back to the
Trenton
corner.
Simpson.
Go back to the corner department, maybe.
Maybe.
Keely Ringo.
Well, that would make a lot of sense.
They haven't gone corner yet.
That would make some sense.
True. They need a guy.
They haven't picked since Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
Kind of a surprise.
Rashee Rice said, Chiefs Kingdom, we're going to go win another Super Bowl.
Well,
yeah,
let's go.
He is hyped.
He is endearing himself certainly to the fan base. Good. That's great, man. Yeah.
He's all
Seems
about.
very, very personable.
I mean, between him and Felix, it's good to see guys that are just that level of ecstatic.
Right.
Come to Kansas City to play for this organization. We as Chiefs fans are very loyal.
The Ravens do a Ravens thing, and they draft Clemson linebacker Trenton Simpson.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank
Good
you,
call.
Ravens.
We appreciate it. Shout
is-
out to the Ravens.
That is a very Ravens thing to do because
That's
they
not a
just
bad pick.
they love
No,
to
it's a good pick.
they just accumulate all these picks and take every player that we love that falls. Or and when I say we, I mean the collective we, not necessarily
Correct.
just us three.
Correct.
It's like they crowdsource draft Twitter.
Yeah.
and
They take a Reefs consensus board and just look for the guys that are highest up their so left.
and they're just like, hey, look, this late in the draft, let's just go take this guy.
Absolutely.
So the Vikings are on the clock now. Have they picked? I don't think they've picked since the first round.
Yeah,
either.
both those teams didn't have that many picks, and the kind of general thought was they would be the trade back teams to pick up some extra picks.
in the first round.
And then they just all took wide receivers. Ooh, here's another player that we don't talk about as much, but that's still available. Clark Phillips, cornerback out of Utah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people had him as a fringe round one guy.
Yeah.
Very small, nickel only, and didn't run as fast as you want, but he's a player that I wouldn't be completely shocked to see come off the board here before day 2 ends.
It was the testing. When we were leading up to the combine, and I was looking at guys that maybe potentially would flirt with that tier 1 guy or tier 1 stuff, arm length matters. Size matters as part of the formula. I thought he had a chance, along with DJ Turner, another smaller corner there that went to Cincinnati. I thought he had a chance to maybe slip in to the bottom end of a tier 1 just because he was going to be that fast and then didn't end up being that fast, falling down the board a little bit more.
The 49ers are trading with the Vikings. And
move up to 87.
They have so many comp picks.
Yeah.
They're trading up. I wonder who they're trading up for.
If they put Darnell Washington next to George Kittle, I'm going to be.
Do you think that that's a Kyle pick, though?
Yeah.
You think so?
Okay, don't go run real routes. Just leak out off of play action after you push somebody and catch the ball at 6'8", 270 pounds in the open field.
Fair. He's gonna get a lot of open looks in that offense. To be fair, you're not wrong.
When he's not leaking out, what's he doing? He's down blocking defensive ends as a bigger player.
From a blocking standpoint, it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I could see it. I don't know yet. We're gonna keep looking.
I think it would make a lot of sense to me.
It would make,
and it's a move that you trade. It's a move that you would trade up for too, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting. It's been a long time since an offensive tackle went off the board.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
A long time. So, maybe San Francisco goes there looking for the future a little bit. Trent Williams is not getting younger. He only has a limited amount of time left. Maybe they take a guy with a higher athletic upside, try and tuck him in behind Trent, try and develop him under there. That could make some sense too.
I'll be a little bummed if Darnell Washington's not the pick. Not if he's not the pick for the Chiefs. A little bit. The Niners sent picks 102, 164, and 222 for number 87.
Okay.
So we will find out who the pick is shortly.
Oh.
That was they were showing their Trenton Simpson.
They were showing
being
Simpson.
very emotional.
I was trying to make sure.
Good for him. Yeah.
I think that was smart by the Vikings to do. I think that was a good move.
Yeah.
They get good value back.
Yeah, and just accumulating the volume, I think, was smart by them.
Yeah.
Still waiting to find out.
Yeah.
What in the world? Selection for the Niners.
Joe Staley is making the pick for. Yeah.
Jair Brown.
49ers trade up for Jair Brown, the safety out of Penn State.
Yeah. I like that. It's good. That's good for the Chiefs.
That is good for the Chiefs.
Some people really like him. Jake, who works in the KCS draft with us, really likes him.
Big fan of him.
A lot of people around the league really like him. They see really good instincts. They see a playmaker, a guy that always finds himself around the ball. I have a few more questions. I just don't feel comfortable putting him on the field.
He was a rough watch for me. I kind of speed ran all the safeties in the draft kind of in one fell swoop. Jair Brown in the middle of that, was not a guy that stood out to me as a super quality player that I was really excited about. So, I mean, really good for the Chiefs in this regard. I don't know that he would have been a Steve Spagnuolo type of guy.
Yes.
So I think getting a guy to go off the board knocks another one down.
Jaguars are on the clock here now at pick 88. The Chiefs are very close to making a selection here. So
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting close.
Pick is already in for the Jaguars.
Ooh, they like what they got left.
I don't think it's going to be Darnell Washington. I mean, we have seen some teams double up already, so maybe that's true. But
they need a corner. I mean, is this where Keely Ringo comes off the board? He should.
They kind of need a safety. He could transition to safety. But I mean, not that he couldn't play corner there, too.
We'll find out. Thanks for hanging out. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching this. It helps us grow KCSN's YouTube channel. We are awaiting the Chiefs selection here, getting close and close. We're about in the 90s. The Chiefs are picking at 95, and it's pick 88 for the Jaguars as we sit here currently. The pick is in. We're waiting to find out who it is, and as soon as we do, it doesn't seem like picks are being tipped as frequently.
For what it's worth, these teams are moving. I mean, it is 9:30 now.
Shout out all y'all.
Yeah, it is moving. They are getting through these things quick. Everybody's ready to go home already. Tank Bigsby comes off the board of the Jaguars.
I like that for them.
I love that pick.
It's a good pick.
I love that pick.
It's a good pick.
Tank Bigsby was a guy that
One
I
of
was
the best.
targeting for Kansas City as a great compliment to Isaiah Pacheco. Great vision in between
One of the
tackles.
best natural runners of the class.
Yeah, really, really quality player. I would have loved him in Kansas City. Maybe not at this value. I don't know. Here at the end of the third, I wouldn't have been mad at it by any means, but certainly a good football player. This is not a reach by any means.
No. It's a spot.
Pick 178 could get you up to 89.
Okay.
For the Chiefs. 95 and 178 could get you.
There's a okay. We're 88 pick just came in. We're going to 89 now. 6 picks away.
You're 5 picks from being on the board.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I mean,
I'd stay put.
Dallas hasn't taken a tight end yet.
If Darnell Washington is even remotely an option for you at this point in time, I think you have to consider trading up. At this point in time, I think you consider trading up. Now, if he's not healthy enough for you, then you obviously don't. But if I'm looking at guys at the top, so we'll try to find my favorite top 5 picks for the Chiefs right here. We're going to have Jalen Duncan, Big Salad, Wanya Morris, I think will be 3. Darnell Washington's another one. That sits us at 4. And I feel really good with those guys. That's probably like a pretty solid top 4. I don't know if I have somebody I feel like goes in that same grouping. Is there anybody that jumps out for you guys in that kind of same grouping?
No, I really like the offensive tackles that are left. I like the choices that they have.
And you can't wait till 134, I don't think.
I don't think so either. So I think that you're fine with staying put at that regard. So I like Darnell Washington. I really like Darnell Washington. I think he makes sense in Kansas City. He'd be a cool guy to add to the offense. But I would rather take the offensive tackle, insulate, make sure that Patrick Mahomes is protected in this.
The Rams made the pick. They did not trade out, so the Chiefs didn't do that.
If we get through this pick without one of those guys going off the board, then the Chiefs are kind of guaranteed one of those 4, or guaranteed a shot at one of those 4 plays.
I was going to say, so we don't know where the Chiefs are going here. We're hypothesizing
the teams you can lock in. They're not going to take a guy I would like. I think the way this year is going.
The teams between the Chiefs and their pick, the Rams
could definitely use offensive line as always.
Cowboys.
Okay.
Darnell Washington. The Bills probably going to just take one of these guys that we're all really excited about.
Does Tommy come off the board?
Yeah.
We're starting to get to the point where I think that his value
he'd be a good
is really
pick for the
good.
Rams.
Yeah. Playing next to Aaron Donald.
Well, playing out wide, they move him around.
Oh yeah.
They can move him around a lot. I think it's a pretty good spot for him.
Yeah.
We'll see what they go with.
Steelers, Cardinals. That's the group.
Yeah.
That's the group between you and your pick. So
we're to the point now where trying to guess from a team need perspective, that starts to go out the window a little bit.
Yeah. This is all just who's the best players available kind of stuff here.
Yes.
Or not players available, but best fits. This, I think, especially this year, I think boards are starting to look real wild, and teams are having guys that are just good fits for them.
And again, we know Darnell Washington, has a little bit of medical stuff there, but it could just be that teams don't view him in the same light, the same fit sort of standpoint as some of these other tight ends.
Yeah,
And,
I tend to think this is a guy whose profile, just if he'd never played football before, is probably getting
gets
considered
selected.
right now if he's healthy.
Yeah.
Like, it's a freakish athletic profile, and he was a good player for a national champion, and he's a good blocker in the run game, and he's a seam runner. He's a big-bodied catch radius guy. I mean, if the Chiefs grab him.
And he was tight end 3 for that national champion.
If the Chiefs grab him, that's another red zone guy.
It is. But they got the red zone guy.
But they continue to add.
Sure. I'm fine. No, I'm not
Continue
arguing.
to-
I'm just
continue
playing
to add
devil's
to the
advocate
red
here.
zone.
Yeah.
You know? It's just crazy that we're not getting these picks a little early either.
I think it's just happening so fast. There's other sports going on right now. I
Yeah,
think it's
there
just,
is.
I mean,
Focus is a little bit elsewhere at the moment for some of these.
All right,
Have
the
to
Rams
find
pick.
out.
There's some good players there. You never know, though. All right, so the Rams go and grab Kobe Turner, the interior defensive line, another East-West Shrine Bowl product. Congratulations to Eric Galco there.
same concept as I think Tommy a little bit. A little less versatility, but a penetrator, a guy that can come in and wreak some havoc along with Aaron Donald, a little bit bigger than Tommy or Donald, so he maybe can give you a little bit more. So, yeah, I get the pick. I like the pick there. It makes a lot of sense. The Chiefs are guaranteed a shot at one of the four guys that I would really like them to take. At the top of my board, you guys might have a different per take. So, like, who are we wanting the Chiefs to take here?
Offensive tackle. Nick Saldiveri, Jalen Duncan.
Jawan
Jones is on the board. At a certain point, I know the movement ability. I know I was the one that just said that, but at a certain point, that length matters to Andy Reid. Even if he can't move a ton, like, oh, man. Boy, can you imagine him and Trey Smith caving in the right side of a defense?
I will not be upset. And they will not be upset because they'll feel comfortable with it. It's just I personally, without getting a chance to talk to him and know everything that's going on, am very uncomfortable with a guy that walked out of the Senior Bowl after one good practice and then decided to not really participate in anything else. That would make me nervous for a guy that is also clearly battling weight issues.
And see, from that perspective, I think he's below, even probably below Wanya Morris in that regard.
You cannot come up there and say that when I'm waiting for a draft pick.
Are getting ready.
Yeah.
He said Kansas City Chiefs. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah. Cowboys are on the clock, and they are making the pick shortly. The picks are starting to fly off the board a little bit, and we aren't really getting great leaks on it. DeMarvion Overshown, the linebacker out of Texas, is the pick
versatility
for the Dallas
safety
Cowboys.
potential, or played safety before. He then moved the linebacker and overhang. He gives them another guy that just kind of moves all around that defense, like the guys they've liked to have recently.
Listen, man, you're going to talk. I love an amoebic defense. I love a group of guys that can play a little bit of anywhere. Trying to move guys around, have guys with different matchups, different versatility there. And again, as we talked about, coverage ability at that position is hard to find. This is a guy with a little bit more coverage ability.
Linebackers are flying off the board.
Great for the Chiefs.
Which is great for the Chiefs. That's a great thing for the Chiefs right now. I hope there's a few more that fly. Noah Sewell is a good football player that would have been a first-round pick 15 years ago.
He should go to Buffalo.
Has Buffalo taken a linebacker yet?
I don't believe that they have. They need somebody to play.
No, they have not.
They lost Tremaine Edmonds.
Noah Sewell would make a lot of sense next to a Matt Milano. That would be one.
Noah Sewell would make some sense there. You're right. That would make a lot of sense.
Dorian Williams would give them another guy of similar kind of skill set if they wanted to go that route.
Has Cincinnati taken a tight end? I don't believe they have. That they were routinely linked to tight end throughout this process.
They were. Might be.
And the Chiefs are blocked out of trading with either of these two teams.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. Definitely.
No, I mean, not at this point in time. This is a little different than in one.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know.
That's fair. But Buffalo is going to be making their pick. They are up there.
It's crazy
right now.
I think the NFL's trying to get this done by 11.
They really, really are.
They are trying to get this done by 11.
Thank you. No picks are being tipped. It's just
happening so fast right now. Typically, this gets drawn out a lot more in day 2. This is usually the longer day of
salute.
them. Woo.
Appreciate your
They're
support,
moving, man.
Yeah.
91st pick for the Buffalo Bills.
We are waiting.
Dorian Williams is the linebacker that goes to the Buffalo Bills.
That.
And the
I
got it.
The Chiefs have traded up.
Here we go. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded up. They are moving up to pick 92. They are trading with the Cincinnati Bengals. They are making a small move up to ensure that they get their guy, Kent Swanson, Craig Stout, Matty Lane hanging out here, waiting to find the next pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. They have already made 2 selections. They went with Felix Anudike-Uzomah at pick 31 in the first round. At pick 55, they acquired Rashee Rice, the wide receiver, out of SMU, and now they sit at pick 92, trading with a big rival, the Cincinnati Bengals. We will wait to find out what the terms of that trade were, but the Chiefs have jumped Pittsburgh. They have jumped the Arizona Cardinals. They may not. They might have made a big trade back. I believe the Chiefs might be at pick 92 and pick 95.
Oh, my goodness. Did they give up assets and they're trying to collect 2 guys here?
Did they give them Clyde Edwards-Helaire to pair with Joe Mixon? I mean, that's a player that we've thought about before.
I mean, it is. It will be very interesting.
Or is the tracker just not updated?
Oh, wait, no, they did.
Okay,
they traded in 95. Sorry, that was crazy for a second.
And 217.
We got excited for a second. So they did make us.
Yeah, there it is.
It is pick 92. The Chiefs get pick 92. They are giving the Cincinnati Bengals pick 95 and 217. So whoever they wanted to give up 217 to make sure they get this player right here.
Jumping in front of Pittsburgh and Arizona. I think that.
Well, and the Bengals technically.
Technically the Bengals, but I don't feel like they've given up so much to where like the Bengals really feel like there's extreme value there.
Both those teams they traded ahead of have already taken offensive tackles in round 1. So are you making this move? I mean, obviously other teams could come up. This feels like there's a player available that they really want.
Is this a tight end?
Is it a Keely Ringo?
Is it
a Darnell Washington? Is it a Big Salad, Jalen Duncan? There's options.
Nick Saldiveri, for those that don't know, that would be the name for Big Sal. That's our nickname. So a small trade up. The Chiefs now have 8 selections in this draft. They are on the clock. If it's Darnell Washington, that would just be a fun
that
swing.
Would find yes.
I'm not going to get I don't know if we want to get our hopes up too much because at this point there are definitely some
for sure. There's a reason why he's falling to this point. So I don't want to get too excited about it. Darnell Washington here. I would love an offensive tackle here. Keely Ringo I would be excited about.
Yeah.
I really would be excited about. So I would be completely cool with that.
Did they panic with the Kobe Turner going off?
Is this a Siaki Ika?
Yeah.
Trying to get that
Jacqueline
guy.
Roy. There's so many options right now.
I'm good with all of those.
I'll tell you what, if it's not a Darnell Washington, Jalen Duncan, Nick Saldiveri, Wanya Morris, I will be slightly disappointed. I think that's a good value there.
It is.
And I don't think you're catching those guys at 134 now.
I don't think so as well. Now, to be fair, we said this about Joshua Williams when they traded up for Leo Chanel last time. But, we'll see.
We will try to tip the pick as soon as we have it, just so you know. We are working to confirm. They are getting out onto the stage right now. It looks like we are going to have
I like this coming in live. This is a lot more. This is exciting. This feels cool.
It is exciting. Yeah.
But hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Likes and subscribe equals positive vibes for the Chiefs incoming selection here at pick 92. They are moving and wheeling, dealing a little bit. They wanted to get ahead of the Cardinals. They want to get ahead of Pittsburgh. Maybe they were a little bit worried about some other teams trying to come up to get somebody.
Maybe so. It could. It's not necessarily tied to just those two teams.
It could be teams just kind of on the move.
Yeah,
kind of trying to look up. Trying to make a move and get up. So we are waiting to find out who the Chiefs are going to be picking. This is fun.
It's just fun. I like the way they moved around the board. Tried to find the value here. I do feel like the value is at tackle. And I would really like for that to happen there. But here we go. Pick is coming up to the podium here. We are about to find out. Oh, I'm excited.
Nervous, excited. It's a combo.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of nerves. But we're going to find out here in just a second. The Kansas City Chiefs.
92nd pick.
The Chiefs have taken
Wanya Morris.
Let's
Wanya
go.
Morris.
Let's do
The
it,
Okay.
baby.
offensive
I
tackle
love
out of
that pick.
Oklahoma.
There we go. Let's go. All right, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma, Wanya Morris.
Let's go.
This is a guy the Chiefs have had in. The Chiefs have had him in for a top 30 visit. I believe they also talked to him at the NFL Combine. He is a picture-perfect Andy Reid, Andy Heck offensive tackle. Big, tall, long arms. And then he comes in and proves that he is a good athlete as well. Wanya Morris makes a ton of sense for the Chiefs as a pick here, as a guy that can come in and offer some competition at the right tackle position. And I have now picked up a point in the KCSN draft. I have taken a commanding lead over everybody else working on the KCSN draft.
Don't worry
guide.
about it. Don't worry about it. This is a great pick. Hey, guess what? Guess who he's played with? Trey Smith at Tennessee.
Creed Humphrey. Sorry. I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Sorry,
No, he's-
sorry. He
oh,
played
he's-
it. He
no,
played
he's
at
played with
Tennessee.
both of them.
He played at Tennessee.
Oh, did he play with Creed too?
Yeah, he came.
Okay.
Well, I don't believe he played with Creed. He came out
No.
as a 5-star. Played with.
He played out
with
as a
Trey
5-star.
Smith at Tennessee. Got to play next to him. I mean, this is a really strong pick. They talked about how they wanted Lucas Niang.
On our highlights here, he's playing right tackle. So I
Yes.
just want to make sure for everybody watching, he's playing right tackle here
Yes,
on these highlights so you can
absolutely.
see what he's doing.
I think this is a very, very strong pick. They talked about how they wanted a guy to push Lucas Niang to give them a little bit of flexibility moving forward, especially. Wanya Morris has a very high ceiling. I think he fits a lot of what Andy Heck and Andy Reid want to do. Home run pick. I love this pick. They obviously felt like they needed to get in front of these other two teams. Small trade up, giving up 217, more than willing to do so for a Wanya Morris.
I really like the way the Chiefs have navigated the board on this day. I've liked both of their trade ups,
Yes.
and I really like this pick to go with it. But I've liked both their trade ups. They have given up round 7 capital and a weaker draft class. I don't need a lot of round 7 picks in a draft class I already think has big cliffs and is a little weaker. They haven't overpaid on any of this stuff. So yeah, I think these trade ups, the way they've navigated the board here, is really good. And if you're watching these highlights, you're going to see Wanya Morris here. He's just a really good athlete, and he doesn't always look like it on the game, right? Sometimes when moving backwards or laterally, it's a little clunky looking. It looks a little slow, but then you see him get out and pull and come across the field and connect the guys in the open field and really put some power into the contact point. Absolutely love this guy out here to come compete at right tackle.
You got the measurables.
I do have the measurables. You already know I do. See, and at the NFL Combine measured 6'5", 307, 35+ inch arms.
Hey, does Andy Reid like length?
He loves length. He loves himself some arm length, and Wanya Morris definitely has that, and 10 1/4 inch hands. So he's got some of those measurables that you like to see within the frame, and he has great movement skills. You know, we spent a lot of time watching Anton Harrison, and Wanya Morris.
It was fun to watch too.
You would wind up not paying as much attention at times to Anton Harrison and what he does on the right side. The Chiefs have a very clear need at competition at the right tackle spot.
Now, see, here's the fun part. Wanya Morris, one of his best attributes, doesn't get beat inside. Very strong inside hand protection. Has that athleticism, check down, and get back out. What does Andy Heck teach all these guys to do? We've heard it time and time again. Make sure you check inside first, then kick back up the arc. Has the athleticism to do so. Has the strength to protect his inside shoulder a little bit more. It's an ideal fit in Kansas City.
Oh no, absolutely, yeah. And so you're still coming from a little bit of a funny offense because he didn't play a ton in 2021 when he first transferred to Oklahoma. He was getting used to a different system with Lincoln Riley there. So you still have a guy that's still learning. He's still improving. But if you go back to his time with Tennessee, this was before the fake, Looney Tunes offense Tennessee ran. It still was spread.
Yeah.
But it was a little bit more
Tunes.
consistent. It was a lot. I mean, Trey Smith came from that same Tennessee offense, and he played next to Trey Smith.
Yeah.
He played left tackle while Trey Smith was playing left guard at Tennessee.
Yep.
Now he's going to go compete for a starting spot next to Trey Smith again. I bet those two guys are excited. Wanya also, goes to Oklahoma. Creed Humphrey's an alum, so they probably have some level of relationship. And he trains with Duke Manyweather, who trains multiple Chiefs offensive linemen.
Hey, do you think that the Chiefs like Duke Manyweather guys? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say most offensive linemen they take for the next couple of years might come from, Duke guys.
Duke
That's a good guy
Manyweather.
to
There's
know.
probably something to pay attention to there. So Wanya Morris, the offensive tackle out of Oklahoma, is the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. Making a small trade up. It's interesting. I don't know if they're trying to get out ahead of any specific team or they were just a little jumpy to try to make sure that they got their guy. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm okay with burning pick 217. For
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just make sure you're taking care of business.
Yeah.
Make sure you're just going out and securing a position. We talked about, hey, look, it looked like there's starting to be a pocket that developed in the trenches.
Yep.
The pocket didn't materialize until the third round. Maddie, I think if there's a scenario where the Chiefs take Wanya Morris at pick 63, how are you feeling?
I think it's a little bit. I think at 63 would probably be a little bit of a reach because I do think there's some development that his game that needs to be happening.
Yeah.
He has lapses in his technique, and part of that's going to be switching systems. Part of that's going to be not a ton of playing time. So I do think he has some technical lapses to his game, but the raw ability is there. I wouldn't hate the pick at 63, but I think
you would get on board with it eventually.
Yeah, but I think there would. I think there would have to be a big run on tackles before I felt great about that. However, at 95, I think it's a great pick. And I even really like Jalen Duncan. I probably would have maybe even hedged towards a Nick Saldiveri or Jalen Duncan over Wanya Morris. But for the Chiefs,
yes,
the length makes a big difference.
It does.
The length makes a big difference there. And I think Wanya Morris, of all those guys, gets beat on his inside shoulder the least out of that group, has the most power out of that group. And we talked about the size. Working with Duke and familiarity with Trey Smith might be able to play a little bit of a role there.
Absolutely. And the timing of the strikes, his hands are pretty good. I think the things that you need to work on a little bit more are his feet. And we've seen the Chiefs take guys, develop their footwork a lot. As a matter of fact, more of late, we've seen guys that have had good footwork, very light feet, that haven't worked out as well as maybe some of these other guys that they've taken that are a little more plodding, and they've trained them to use their feet a little bit more. Andy Heck is certainly comfortable doing that. I mean, this is I know we'll get into what this kind of means for the entire offensive line, but this is a right tackle. I think that we should
True
be
right
clear.
tackle.
Yes, I think it's a true right tackle. He did play some left tackle at Tennessee. Gives you a little bit of flexibility there. He's not completely uncomfortable doing so, but this is a right tackle that is going to try and push Lucas Niang, gives you a good floor there. Again, I love it. It's a great pick.
We're going to talk about the competition at the right tackle position that will be coming for Lucas Niang and company, and more about some of the other. I want to talk about that pocket of players that you just got done mentioning right after this.
Thanks for listening to KC Sports Network. Make sure you download our new app. Find it on the App Store or Google Play. Just search KC Sports Network.
Kansas City, the NFL draft is here. It is draft week in Kansas City, and what a time it is for our city. Just winning a Super Bowl thanks to Andy Reid and company, and now hosting the NFL draft. It's an incredible time to be in Kansas City and to be a Kansas City sports fan, and regardless of who you root for, there's only one selection that every football fan can share, and that's an ice-cold Miller Lite. Look, the players change, the coaches change, the rules change, but Miller Lite is still the perfect beer for draft time, game time, and everything in between. When I want a beer with some flavor, you know I go to the cooler and I reach for a Miller Lite. It's light on calories, not light on taste. It's the perfect beer for watching football, watching soccer, watching any Kansas City sports, and hanging out with the boys. It's my go-to. So kickoff comes around again. Enjoy the beer that tastes like the season, Miller Lite. Great taste, 96 calories. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/KCSN, or you can pick up some Miller Lite pretty much anywhere they sell beer. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Entertain, educate, inform. KC Sports Network.
Wanya Morris is the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 92. They trade up with division or conference rivals, the Cincinnati Bengals, in a small move. Oh, I'm sorry, the Fraud Goals. That's a very good point. My bad. They trade back to 95. The Chiefs move up to 92. They make sure that they are securing their tackle, Wanya Morris. You mentioned a little bit before about Nick Saldiveri and about Jalen Duncan.
Yes.
And those were two guys that you really liked.
Yes.
And we're kind of in this pocket along with Wanya Morris. Those two guys, you said something about arm length with Nick Saldiveri. I think that's a very good point.
It's even more prominent for Jalen Duncan, too.
Well, and there's that, too. But also, like, one thing about Jalen Duncan, he's not been the cleanest prospect through this process. A lot of buzz about some off-field stuff, some football character concerns that teams are having with Jalen Duncan.
Yeah.
So that hasn't really been the case with Wanya Morris. That hasn't been something that they have, had to worry about. So when you're cluster busting, when you're looking at that in this pocket, I see the logic behind why they chose to go with Wanya Morris in this instance.
I mean, almost everything you would use to start breaking down the difference between those players, if you have them tiered similarly, they're all going to point to Wanya Morris being the pick over the others.
Yeah.
Arm length, edge
Check.
him. Overall
Check.
size,
Check.
edge him. Scheme fit with what the Chiefs do, just in terms of being the most powerful of that group, getting beat the least through his chest or inside shoulder. Wanya Morris, football character as far as we know. Wanya Morris. Like, I get why the Chiefs chose him over the other guys, even if I would have preferred the other two guys better or had them graded slightly higher. I get the Chiefs fit there. This is one of those times where I might like a player better, but I absolutely follow the path to why the Chiefs would have that kind of flipped or not be in on the other guys at all.
Hey, guys, if Andy Heck decides to hang it up at any time soon, Bill Bedenbaugh is almost a lock to come to Kansas City. He's been in Oklahoma as their offensive line coach since 2013. So, yeah, you think that they like the way that he trains his guys? Another guy that comes out of that program that plays the way that Andy Reid likes his offense to play. I think he's going to slot right in. I don't know if he's going to win the starting job by any means here. I don't want to say that, but he's going to compete. I think he's really going to push for that right tackle job.
I think it's worth talking about the right tackle job here now. Lucas Niang is the incumbent, and we've talked a little bit about Lucas Niang. They trusted him to be able to play in the Super Bowl in a crucial moment in the Super Bowl on a 3rd and goal on Sky Moore's touchdown. They tried the tackle eligible play. When we've talked about this so many times, they trusted him. Like, there is a vote of confidence there for Lucas Niang, but I don't think it precluded him from looking in every single round of this draft to address the tackle position.
I would agree with that.
If you had told me that Darnell Wright was the pick at 31, if you'd fallen, if you told me like they went tackle as early as pick 31, wouldn't have been remotely surprised.
Not at all.
I understand that, that they've had some level and vote of confidence in Lucas Niang, but they took a top 100 pick to make sure that they added an offensive tackle into the mix.
For sure. They definitely wanted to come out and get a guy to add the competition. They wanted to get someone to come in there. And I mean, I believe Brett Veach straight up said they wanted competition for Lucas Niang, and this is the route they decided to go. They went and decided to go get a Wanya Morris in this spot. And I think this trade up and the fact that they did it this early lets you know that, like, hey, yeah, we want competition, but I'm not entirely sure that this means Lucas Niang's a lock here. I think it's a pretty open competition here.
Yeah, it absolutely is an open competition. And I think the other thing that this means, guess what? Juwan Taylor's playing left tackle. There was a lot of conversation leading up. Is he going to play right tackle? Is he going to play left tackle? We saw the videos of him working out at left tackle. The Chiefs have told us he's going to play left tackle. But at the same time, Andy Reid kind of hinted a little bit. It's like, we'll see. We'll see where he's going to play. Had the flexibility to play both. Wanya Morris is a right tackle, and I think he's going to line up at right tackle. That means Juwan Taylor is locked in at left tackle. This is a good offensive line, guys. It's a really good offensive line, and one remaining questions was going to be not just right tackle, but offensive tackle depth, because they haven't been able to count on guys due to injury. Wanya Morris has been fairly healthy, and a good football player raises the floor significantly in that room.
We mentioned Duke Manyweather, who is training Wanya Morris, and it doesn't hurt to be working with BJ Kissel right now, who just has a good line with Duke Manyweather. He's going to be really good, says Duke Manyweather. He's a freak athlete. His best football is ahead of him. That's the 4th guy from Big Duke Manyweather's program that has been selected in the top 100 picks. They are a factory. The Chiefs have had a lot of success going to the Duke Manyweather well, and they've grabbed another player.
That is an understatement.
So one thing that's kind of interesting to me about Wanya Morris, and like I think we all thought, like this seems like a Andy Reid, Andy Heck type offensive lineman, but we've seen this team depart at times a little bit from some of the zone stuff, some of the wide zone stuff, some of the movement skills. And maybe a little bit of it was out of necessity, but they also had a lot of success like running gap.
Yeah.
And now we're going back to another guy who's a little bit on the slender side, 307, 6'5", 307, 35-inch arms. He's not necessarily like a massive, even Juwan Taylor, another athletic, not necessarily a people mover in the run game.
Yeah.
You've got really athletic tackles now
Yeah. Chiefs
where-
have had some success with some athletic tackles.
No, for sure. It's just interesting. It's just interesting because like that wasn't necessarily the MO, you know, with Orlando Brown Jr. and then they went to Trey Smith but now like it's almost across the board. I mean, Trey Smith a little bit, but Trey Smith is still a good athlete.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's just different. The composition is different.
Wanya Morris seems more like a power player. I get that you're saying he's slender, but he plays like a power player more to me. The athleticism doesn't always show up to me. I actually think that I was surprised how light he was because he looks bigger on film.
He does.
And he looks like he moves like a bigger player on film, especially moving backwards or laterally. Now, once he opens up his hips to pull or you climb straight to the second level, very explosive, good range. But when I watch him play and get into a phone booth, that's where I think he's at his best. Like, I actually think he is a little bit more of a power player. So putting him next to a Trey Smith makes sense. And then if you still want to pull him around, you very much can do that. To your overall point, though, Taylor is not a power player like at all as a run blocker. Joe Tooney can do everything, but I would say he's more nimble than anything else. Then Creed and Trey can just do whatever you ask them to do in that regard, right? So I think they're pretty versatile along the offensive line now, actually. That's more what I'd go with. Now, Lucas Niang would be the guy I think that has the most limited range. That guy definitely has the least amount of range, I think, of all these guys.
For sure. But at the same time, like, you're okay with that. You can work with guy. Like, and now
no concerns.
No concerns at all. Now you've got a set of 5 guys that can maybe do a little bit of everything, have that athletic tackle. Listen, they tried it on. They tried that shirt on for size to see, can we get away with length, maybe a little less foot speed at our tackle position, and still get away with Patrick Mahomes being protected? They have screamed it at you this offseason. They obviously did not want to do that any longer. Didn't even extend a franchise tag out to Orlando Brown Jr., go out and sign a very athletic individual in Jawan Taylor. Now go get another guy with a good set of athleticism that hasn't been fully unlocked yet in Wanya Morris. They are protecting themselves up the arc and protecting Patrick Mahomes.
Wanya Morris, 6'5", 307, 35 and an 8-inch arms. And 10 and a quarter inch hands. Let me pull those up again real quick just to confirm, because I want to. You'll see where I'm going with this in a second.
Yeah.
It's 35 and an 1/8 inch arms and 10 and a quarter inch hands. Jawan Taylor is 6'5", 312, 35 and an 1/8 inch arms and 10 inch hands. So that's what his combine measurements were coming out. So they've kind of paired the physical profiles and mirrored them on both sides of their offensive line now. So both tackles have eerily similar physical profiles for the position, and so that's intriguing as well. There,
some other stuff is coming from the KCSN draft guide here. Wanya Morris, 22 years old, turns 23 in October.
Yep.
Okay, so still relatively young here. High fit in the KCSN draft guide.
High fit, and
his player comp was Greg Little, who was coming out of Ole Miss. So if a lot of people remember, another high-profile player that, similar to Wanya Morris, never lived up to the star potential coming out of high school, but gave you enough flashes. The Carolina Panthers took him pretty early.
Yep.
He has struggled a little bit more to latch on, I think, in the NFL right now, but I think Wanya Morris was more up on an incline a little bit more. He was playing better coming out than Greg Little was, so I understand all that. I think that's a pretty good comparison for a high-fit offensive tackle to come in and compete pretty early on.
I do want to say, Brandon Thorne, offensive line guru, I trust a lot of his things, says Wanya Morris going to the Chiefs is a perfect, in all caps, perfect landing spot for him to continue the upwards trend that he got under Coach Bedenbaugh, now going to Andy Heck. He loves that. I'll tell you what, we love it as well, but when you see a guy like Brandon Thorne come out and love it as much as we do, it's a good pick. It's a really good pick.
I mean, yeah, and you see, again, like the Chiefs have gone to the Duke Many Weather Well and had some success. Like, I love this pick.
I do too.
I think this is my favorite pick of this draft so far, I think.
Pretty easily.
I know it's Maddie's, but yes. Yeah.
We're aware of that,
pick.
Matthew.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
But this is a strong selection for them.
Absolutely.
And I like I think it disrupts. I don't want to say it disrupts the tackle competition, but we talked about Darian Kennard, and he had a little bit of training, right guard or guard tackle training, right?
Yes.
Who's working very hard with Duke Manyweather right now as well, looking good.
And he sees himself as an offensive tackle.
Correct.
I can say that
You
came
can
straight from
confirm
him.
that?
Yeah. So you've got Lucas Niang, who actually played tackle when they needed him to. You've got Darian Kennard, who played kind of back and forth guard tackle last season. And now you've got a high pick, a top 100 pick involved in that competition.
Yeah. And Prince Tigawanogu, who they feel like keeping around. They like to keep him around to compete and play both sides. I mean, out of all these guys mentioned, right, he's the one guy that we have seen play left tackle for the Chiefs a little bit, like it's just in preseason and in training camp. But he's the one guy that we've seen really play left tackle too. So, like, I don't even think you can rule him out of this offensive tackle room at this point in time.
I don't think so either. I love the depth. There's going to be a guy that is not making this roster at that offensive tackle position that should be on a roster. But that's a good problem for the Chiefs to have.
I wonder. I'm not saying I question Lucas Niang's fit entirely now, but I'm just like, I don't know. It just feels like
we'll see. It's going to be a great competition. Camp's going to be fun.
They've deviated away from a specific profile.
Yeah.
They've identified a specific profile for both of their newest tackles. That's interesting to me.
It's not like Lucas Niang, when healthy, was a plotter, though.
No.
He wasn't a plotter.
He's got like
he just wasn't a guy that opened his hips up and pulled around the court. I think he had a different type of athleticism. Lucas Niang climbing to the second level was pretty fast, and he really moved guys in the process. Like, I don't know if his fit doesn't make sense, especially next to Trey Smith. It's just, what does he look like post-injury? And I agree with you. If you want to pull your tackles, I obviously think Wanya Morris is a lot better, seeming he did it like 5 times a game in Oklahoma.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, that's good. I like where we're at. I'd like to let's just go around the board and maybe just give it a quick grade.
Yeah.
A quick grade on Wanya Morris.
A for me. Absolutely an A. They waited out the pocket at offensive tackle. Wasn't a big run in day 2 like we maybe thought there might be, especially with all those offensive tackles going early. This is a really good value for Wanya Morris. I think it's the perfect fit in Kansas City. I think that he's going to be a very good player here. It's an A.
I'm torn between a B+ and an A- here. I think the value is pretty spot on, so it's about what I would have, and normally that would kind of put it in a C+ range. Just I'm a harsh grader. C is not a bad what I'm going for here, but I like the player. I think the fit's really, really good, so I'm kind of torn right between B+ and A-. I think I'm going to trust the Duke Manyweather connection. I'm going to trust the fact that I like who he works out with, and I think there's been a lot of success there for not just the Chiefs, but everybody in the NFL. I will let who he works out with bump that up to an A- just because I trust that tree.
Go ahead and give me an A- as well. I think that's where I'm evaluating it as well. This is a very, very good football player. It's a great fit. Oklahoma offensive lineman. There's been a lot of successful offensive linemen.
They tend to work out
coming out of Oklahoma, and the Chiefs just grabbed another one of those guys. I wonder if just because he's more, I think he's probably a right tackle specific.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably not a left tackle for teams.
DeJuan Jones still on the board at the time that the Chiefs make this pick. So it's not like teams are valuing right tackles in this draft in a big way.
So I'll give it an A-. I think. I think that's about the fair value. I think this is my favorite pick so far from this football team. I think it makes a lot of sense. He gets to play with Trey Smith again. Another Duke Manyweather product. So he's probably familiar with some of those guys along the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line already. There's probably been some good reports that they've probably heard from some of the guys in that building in their offseason training. I'm a fan of the move. Wanya Morris at pick 92 is the new offensive tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs. Woo! You love to see it. That's a great pick. We're pretty excited about it.
Let's go.
Let's catch up a little bit on some of the selections that we have seen since.
We got some picks.
We got
lots of picks. No. I mean, we have some picks.
And there's only 3 picks remaining in this draft. Wanya Morris goes at 92. Shocker, Darnell Washington goes at 93.
Very next pick after
the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Good pick. Steelers having a banger of a draft.
Oh, it's a great draft. Great draft. He gets to play right next to Roderick Jones again, too. That's going to move some people. Yeah.
Michael Wilson, kind of a surprise wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals. Jordan Battle, the safety out of Alabama.
Interesting.
Wait, did you have something about Michael Wilson?
Yeah, that's a wild spot for a guy who's played like a half a season of college football over 4 years.
I'm not super surprised by this one because I liked him a little bit more than some people. Broderick Martin at 96, Western Kentucky. I love Broderick Martin.
That's a great pick.
That's a great pick.
That's a fun pick. I can see how somebody would call it a little bit of a reach, but we got to that point where we're saying we're chasing fit. You want to tell me Dan Campbell fell in love with him? Okay,
Another Shrine Bowler. And another Shrine Bowler follows, and Ricky Stromberg, center out of Arkansas.
Yeah.
And then Siaki Ika at pick 98. The nose tackles are starting to fall off the board. Broderick Martin go before him. Siaki Ika is kind of interesting.
A little bit.
More athletic.
I think so, too.
Here's the fun one. And,
we've had a couple, but yeah, this is a good one.
Pick 99 is Jake Moody.
I know.
The kicker out of Michigan.
All right, Craig, it's your time to shine.
The San Francisco 49ers have made 2 picks in this draft. One of them was in the 70s, and they traded up for. They did not have a first-round pick. They did not have a second-round pick. They took Jair Brown, a player that I'm not a big fan of. I don't question, especially in Kansas City, I wouldn't have liked that pick. Then they turn around and draft a kicker in round 3. Listen, Jake Moody is fun, but not to that level of fun. So that is a rough pick.
Who do you think tackles better in the open field, Jake Moody or Jair Brown?
Jake Moody.
Here's an interesting one. The Raiders at pick 100 are taking Cincinnati wide receiver Trey Tucker. Very interesting before Tyler Scott, who like Dane Brugler I know has roughly in his top 50 as a wide receiver. A lot of people really like Tyler Scott's ability as a vertical receiver and think there's a lot there. Trey Tucker coming off the board before him. Now, he offers a little bit more as a returner. I do believe he's had some more return experience. Similar type of player, smaller wide receiver, a lot of dynamic ability, ability to get deep, to make plays after the catch. I think he's more of a gadgety guy than Tyler Scott. Tyler Scott probably more of an actual vertical receiver. That was really interesting to see him come off the board.
I think Trey Tucker had some fans in the NFL. I think he had more fans than I think some of us on the outside looking in might have thought.
Yeah,
it is surprising to see him go before Tyler Scott, though.
49ers are back on the clock. I wonder if they'll take a punter here.
So Cameron Latu is the pick for the 49ers. I like this one. This is about where I think the value for Cameron Latu sits. He's a good blocker. I mean, he's a good blocker.
He is a good blocker.
A real physical player. He plays bigger than his 242-pound frame, I think. Just sound and solid across the board. You can play him as a sniffer. You can play him in line. He has some decent chops as a pass catcher. He's a little bit stiff. He's not like the most dynamic athlete on the field, but I think he's a quality pick. We actually have the final pick of the third round.
Good pick.
The Minnesota Vikings are drafting cornerback Mekhi Blackman.
USC cornerback Mekhi Blackman. That's a good pick.
I like the pick. Very competitive player. A little undersized, a little skinny, right? Just skinny, but he offers outside and inside versatility. I think he is a guy that comes in, gives you a lot of versatility. He has flash ball skills, competitiveness. It's a good pick at this point in time in the draft. You're looking for someone that offers you man, zone, and then slot boundary experience, or not experience, but ability. Like that's a good pick there.
They need corners in that room. He gives you a little bit of a floor. I mean, I like that pick a lot.
All right, so before we get out of here, let's just talk about tomorrow.
Yeah,
let's just look at tomorrow and what do you want to see the Chiefs do tomorrow?
I do think that they still need some interior defensive line help.
Yeah.
They did not get any help with the board here at the end of the third round here. A lot of guys that I would have really liked came off the board here. I do think that they need another guy on the interior, but at this point, you don't have to reach for that because the value is not necessarily there. I wouldn't mind rounding out the corners a little bit. There's still a handful of corners that I would be completely okay with. Gamble on some traits there. I mean, there's still another tier 1 C-back guy that's floating around, so take another position there. I wouldn't mind them, maybe insulating their tight end room a little bit, although run on tight ends, maybe you don't have to gamble there. At this point, this team doesn't have a whole lot more holes that I think that they need to fill outside of maybe that interior defensive line.
Yeah, I think that's where you're starting is just like the interior defensive line, but it's not a position you can go hunting for.
Yeah.
So you just got to see if the board kind of falls to you there and you can find somebody, but that's definitely a position that I think you could look at. And then besides that, you're starting to look for value. I think you kind of lost the value on the tight end position. It looks like
it's starting to fall off a little bit. There's a few spots
with the Britton Strange just early pick, and then Latu here. Like I think I'm not even the biggest Latu fan, but I think that hurts. I would not be upset if the Chiefs came back and added a little bit more dynamic wide receiver just to get in the competition. I know the room's getting full. I understand. But if you get to the 4th round or something like that and you want to go with the Kayshon Boutte, a Raheem Jarrett, or even a Tyler Scott, I'm on board. I just bring those guys in and see what happens. Like, right, I think they're entirely different players than Rashee Rice, so you see how that plays out. I think that's actually okay value once you get to that point. Then besides that, now you're just hunting value.
Yep.
Maybe Nick Saldiveri or Jalen Duncan are still there, and you have for those guys to not only be offensive tackle competition, both of those guys might be able to play guard. Especially Saldiveri might be able to slide in and be a potential Joe Tooney replacement. So that's another spot that I kind of have my eye on as well.
I think running back as well.
Yeah, running back
would be a good one.
We had a few more come off than I thought we would have day 2, though.
Yeah. I think Saldiveri jumps into the interior offensive line conversation immediately.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm being honest.
That would be fun.
Available running backs, Roshan Johnson's available.
Good pass protection.
Zach Evans is available. Sean Tucker's got some medical concerns.
Another position I may be kind of looking towards, back to the defensive line, but not D-tackle, maybe defensive ends, guys that have a little bit of versatility, guys that you've seen do a lot. And Felix is a very good dynamic guy with a high ceiling, but I don't know if he's going to be super ready immediately, and I don't know what his run defense is going to be like. So maybe one of these bigger or slightly better defensive ends against the run, like an Isaiah McGuire out of
he's
Missouri, somebody like that. I really like for even a little bit later in the draft as a sleeper, like a Truman Jones out of Harvard. He's a little bit lighter, but sometimes he plays 4-eye. Sometimes he plays stand-up. He's a guy that I think you actually might get like a Mike Dana-like impact out of.
And he's got a lot of fans in the league. Dane Brugler has been talking him up a ton as a guy that, like, he keeps hearing people just, like, he interviewed very well, that's a really good fit. And he makes a ton of sense for the way that the Chiefs run their front.
A Dylan Horton out of TCU, just like there's some defense.
Jaquelin Roy.
Yeah, that's my favorite D tackle. I think that's left. Played a little out of position. Chiefs can get very familiar with him by just calling fringe Matt House. And be like, hey, why did he have to play one tech? Oh, your freshman didn't show up.
I could see that happening because the other trend that we are seeing here is the Chiefs are doing some maybe unconventional work with finding out the background, finding out the way that these individuals are practicing, training. They obviously spent a ton of time with Felix, but Patrick Mahomes training with Rashee Rice. You've got Wanya Morris training with Creed Humphrey, Darian Kennard, Trey Smith, and Duke Manyweather.
So guys they have a lot of familiarity with here, I guess.
They're gaining insights in unconventional ways.
Jaquelin Roy, you get a hold of Matt House, you find out how that's going. Nick Saldiveri also training with Duke Manyweather would be a guy that they could get and get some references
to.
I mean, it seems like they are going out of their way not just to trust their scouting department, but also to get an idea on these players, their practice habits from those people that are on the field with them.
One theme I've heard from people about the Chiefs last couple of years is there's
shout out Zez.
Zez. They've said, hey, being thorough.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And that would be thorough.
Yeah.
What you're describing right there is another thorough approach. We'll see if they've done some thorough work on their day 3 selections. They will make potentially 5 picks tomorrow. Pick 134, 166, 178, 217, 250. It's been a great day today. A huge shout out to all of our people here at KC Sports Network. Tucker Franklin, Joel Prestill, BJ Kissel. We got a bunch of
we got a whole crew back here right now,
Charles
so support everybody back.
Michaela Bennett's fire on the Instagram as she always is. It's been a lot of fun today. Day 2 is in the books. Day 3 tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. We cannot wait to get it going. We will be back here at No Other Pub tomorrow for every single pick.
Let's go.
Of day 3. That's right. You heard that. Some streams don't stop. Or some streams stop on day 1 and 2. We don't.
Tomorrow's the day. I mean, listen, if you just want to tune in to have a good time, you're doing stuff around the house, or you want to come out for just a little bit and have a good time, tomorrow's going to be a fun one.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be a good one. Things get looser. Things just get jokey. We're getting there. So Saturday's the fun day to just come listen to.
Full slap happy tomorrow.
Yeah, it always is.
I got to stay up till 3 a.m. and watch. I got to stay up till like 5 a.m. because I got 2 prospects to watch tonight.
Yeah,
we're going to have a good time. We can't wait for it. Thank you all so much for listening, hanging out with us. Come back tomorrow. Hit the subscribe button so you get all of our notifications when we go live tomorrow. Thank you so much. We'll catch you later.
Wanya!